It also served to muffle their footsteps, and as if this damper upon their approach encouraged other caution, Deborah rapped upon Tina's door softly. "Tina's... well, she's a night owl, I suppose," she explained to Lady Helen, "so she may not be up yet." That appeared to be the case, as Deborah's knocking brought no response. She tried a second time, a bit louder, and then a third, calling, "Tina!" In answer, the door opposite opened, and an elderly woman peered out. She wore a large checked handkerchief over her head, tied under her chin like a babushka. It served to cover her hair, which was tightly pinned in what appeared to be an infinite number of grey curls. "She's not here." The woman clutched to her chest a thin purple dressing gown, printed in a design of hideous orange flowers on palmate green leaves that were enough to make one eschew travelling in the tropics forever. "Been gone 2 days." "How distressing," Lady Helen said. "Do you know where she's gone?" "I'd like to know, wouldn't I?" the woman said. "She's borrowed my iron. I could do with it back." "No doubt," Lady Helen said with complete sympathy, as if the woman's manner of dress in the middle of the afternoon, déshabille with a vengeance, had been provoked solely by the loss of her iron. "Shall I see if I can get it for you?" She turned to Deborah. "Who manages the building?" "There's a caretaker on the ground floor," Deborah said, and added in a low voice, "But, Helen, you can't." "Then I'll pop down directly, shall I?" She flattered her fingers and walked to the lift. The old woman watched their exchange suspiciously. She eyed Deborah from head to toe. Nervously, Deborah smiled, trying to think of a casual remark about the building, the weather, or anything else that might keep the woman from wondering why Lady Helen was so charmingly intent upon fetching an iron for a complete stranger. She gave up the effort when nothing came to mind, retreating to her own flat, where Lady Helen joined her in less than 10 minutes, in victorious possession of the key to Tina's door. Deborah was astonished. "How on earth did you manage it?" Lady Helen laughed. "Don't you think I look the smallest bit like Tina's only sister? Come all the way from Edinburgh to spend a few days catching up on sororal chit-chat?" "You convinced him of that?" "It was such a performance, I almost convinced myself. Shall we?" They returned to the flat. Deborah felt a bit weak at the thought of what Lady Helen clearly proposed to do. "This can't be legal," she said. "Aren't we breaking and entering?" "Entering, perhaps," Lady Helen replied cheerfully as she inserted the key in the lock without the slightest hesitation. "But hardly breaking. After all, we've got the key. Ah, here we are, and not even a squeak to alert the neighbours." "I am the neighbours." Lady Helen laughed. "How convenient." The flat was identical in size and shape to Deborah's, although it contained more furniture, each piece an indication of considerable expense. No chintz-covered 3-piece suite for Tina Coggin. No second-hand tables, no cheap prints on the walls. Instead, gleaming hardwoods filled the room, oak and mahogany, rosewood and birch. Beneath them lay a hand-loomed rug, while above them a tapestry on the wall had the look of having been crafted by an experienced artisan. Clearly, the room's occupant had a penchant for luxury. "Well," Lady Helen said as she looked all this over, "there must be something to be said for her line of work. Ah, there's the iron. Let's not forget to take that with us when we leave." "Helen, aren't we leaving now?" "In a moment, darling. First, just a peek here and there to get a feeling for the woman." "But we can't—" "We'll want something to tell Simon when we phone him, Deborah. As things stand now, if Tina's not back by evening, we'll have nothing to report but a knock gone unanswered at her door. What a waste of everyone's energy that would be." "What if she walks in on us? Helen, really?" Every moment, anticipating Tina's return, and wondering what on earth they would say to her when she walked in the door and found them making fast and loose with her belongings, Deborah followed Lady Helen into the tiny kitchen and watched in an agony of nerves as she blithely opened the cupboards. There were only two, both containing the barest necessities in the smallest sizes available: coffee, salt, sugar, condiments, a package of savoury biscuits, a tin of soup, another of grapefruit segments, another of cereal. On one shelf sat 2 plates, 2 bowls, 2 cups, and 4 glasses. On the worktop beneath was a bottle of wine, previously opened and 2/3 full. Beyond a small tin coffee pot, a dented pan, and an enamel kettle, the kitchen contained nothing else. And even what there was provided little enough information about Tina Coggin herself. Lady Helen summed it up. "She doesn't seem to cook her meals here, does she? Of course, there are dozens of takeaways on Praed Street, so I suppose she could be bringing food in. But if she entertains men, that's the question, isn't it? Well, there's the bottle of wine. Perhaps that's all the entertainment she provides before she and her caller get down to business. Let's see what else we have." Lady Helen crossed to the wardrobe and pulled it open to reveal a row of evening and cocktail dresses, 6 wraps, one of which was fur, with an array of high-heeled pumps lined beneath them. A top shelf held a collection of hat boxes. A middle shelf contained a stack of folded negligées. The bottom shelf was empty, but it had collected no dust, giving the impression that something had been kept there regularly. Lady Helen tapped her cheek and gave a quick inspection to the chest of drawers. "Just her underclothes," she told Deborah after a cursory glance inside. "They appear to be silk, but I shall draw the line at fingering my way through them." She pushed the drawers closed and leaned against the chest, arms crossed in front of her, frowning at the wardrobe. "Deborah, there's something. Just a moment. Let me see." She went into the bathroom and called out behind her, "Why don't you have a go with the desk?" The medicine cabinet opened, a drawer scraped against wood, a catch clicked, paper rustled. Lady Helen murmured to herself. Deborah looked at her watch. Less than 5 minutes had passed since they had entered the flat. It felt like an hour. She went to the desk. Nothing was on its top save a telephone, an answering machine, and a pad of paper which Deborah, feeling ridiculously like a celluloid detective, yet all the time lacking any better idea of what to do with herself, held up to the light to check for the indentations that previous writing might have made. Seeing nothing save the single pressure point of a full stop or the dot of an I, she went on to the drawers, but found 2 of them empty. The third held a savings passbook, a manila folder, and a solitary index card. Deborah picked this up. "Odd," Lady Helen said from the bathroom doorway. "She's been gone 2 days, according to your neighbour, but she's left all her make-up behind. She's taken none of her evening clothes, but every ordinary garment she owns is missing. And there's a set of those dreadful fingernail tips in the bathroom, the kind one glues on. Why on earth would she take her fingernails off? They're such hell to put on in the first place." "Perhaps they're spares," Deborah said. "Perhaps she's gone to the country. She might be somewhere she won't need fancy clothes, where artificial fingernails would get in the way. The Lake District, fishing in Scotland, to see relatives on a farm." Deborah saw where her trail of ideas was leading. Lady Helen completed it. "To Cornwall," she said, and nodded at the index card. "What have you there?" Deborah examined it. 2 telephone numbers? Perhaps one is Mick Cambry's. Shall I copy them?" "Do." Lady Helen came to look over her shoulder. "I'm beginning to admire her. Here I am, so attached to my appearance that I wouldn't even consider venturing anywhere without at least one vanity case crammed to the brim with cosmetics. And there she is, the all-or-nothing woman, either casual to a fault or dressed to... Lady Helen faltered. Deborah looked up. Her mouth felt dry. Helen, she couldn't have killed him. Yet even as she said it, her discomfort grew. What, after all, did she know about Tina? Nothing, really, beyond a single conversation which had revealed little more than a weakness for men, an affinity for nightlife, and a concern about aging. Still, one could certainly sense evil in people, no matter their attempts to disguise it. One could certainly sense the potential for rage. And none of that had been present in Tina. Yet, as she considered Mick Cambry's death, and the very fact of his presence in Tina Coggin's life, Deborah had to admit that she wasn't so sure. She reached blindly for the folder as if it contained a verification of Tina's lack of guile. Prospects was printed across the tab. Inside, a clip held together a sheaf of papers. "What is it?" Lady Helen asked. "Names and addresses. Telephone numbers." "Her client list?" "I shouldn't think so. Look, there are at least 100 names, women as well as men." "A mailing list?" "I suppose it might be. There's a savings book as well." Deborah slid this out of its plastic folder. "Tell all," Lady Helen said. "Is her lifestyle profitable? Shall I change my line of work?" Deborah read the list of deposits, flipped back to the name. She felt a rush of surprise. "This isn't hers," she said. "It belongs to Mick Cambry. And whatever he was doing, it was wildly profitable." "Mr. Allcourt St. James? Oh, this is a pleasure." Dr. Alice Waters rose from her chair and shooed off the lab assistant who had shown St. James to her office. "I thought I recognised you at Howenstow this morning. Hardly the time for introductions, however. What brings you to my den?" It was an apt choice of words, for the office of Penzance CID's forensic pathologist was little more than a windowless cubicle on the verge of being overcome by bookshelves, an ancient roll-top desk, a medical school skeleton wearing a World War II gas mask, and stacks of scientific journals. All that remained of the floor space was a trail that led from the doorway to the desk. A chair sat next to this, curiously out of place and intricately carved in a design of flowers and birds that was more suggestive of a country house dining room than a department of forensic pathology. And after offering St. James her hand in a cool, firm shake, she waved him into it. "Take the throne," she said. "Circa 1675. It was a good period for chairs, if one doesn't mind a bit of excessive ornamentation." "You're a collector." "Takes one's mind off the job." She sank into her own chair, a piece of wounded leather whose surface was cracked and wrinkled, and rooted through the papers on her desk until she found a small carton of chocolates which she presented to him. When he had made his selection, a process she watched with a good deal of interest, she took a chocolate herself, biting into it with the satisfaction of a discerning gourmet. "Just read your piece on ABO secretors last week," she said. "I hardly thought I'd be having the pleasure of meeting you as well. Have you come about this Howenstow business?"
"The Cambry death, actually."
Behind her large-framed spectacles, Dr. Waters' eyebrows rose. She finished her chocolate, wiped her fingers on the lapel of her lab coat, and took a folder from beneath an African violet that looked as if it hadn't been watered in months. "Not the smallest indication of activity for weeks, and suddenly I've 2 corpses on my hands in less than 48 hours. She flipped the folder open, read for a moment, then snapped it shut. She reached for a skull which grinned at them from one of the bookshelves and dislodged a paperclip from its eye socket. It had obviously been a demonstration piece in many previous explanations, for pen marks dotted it liberally, and a large red X had at one time been drawn directly upon the squamosal suture. 2 blows to the head. He took the more severe of the 2 here on the parietal region. A fracture resulted.
Have you an idea of the weapon?
I wouldn't say weapon so much as source. He fell against something.
He couldn't have been struck.
She took another chocolate, shaking her head and pointing to the skull. Look at where the fracture would be, my good man. He wasn't overly tall, between 5'8" and 5'9", but he'd have to be sitting for anyone to hit him there with enough force to kill him.
Someone creeping up on him.
Couldn't have happened. The blow didn't come from above. Even if it had, to have placed a blow there, the killer would have had to stand in such a way that Cambry would have seen him in his peripheral vision. He would have made an attempt to block the blow in some way, and we'd have evidence on the body, bruising or abrasions. But we've neither.
The killer may have been too fast for him.
She turned the skull. Possibly. But that wouldn't explain the second blow. Another fracture, less severe, in the right frontal region. For your scenario, the killer would have hit him in the back of the head, asked him to kindly turn round, then hit him in the front.
Are we talking about an accident, then? Cambry stumbling on his own, falling, and then later someone coming to the cottage, finding the body, and mutilating it for the sheer enjoyment of castration?
Hardly. She replaced the skull and leaned back in her chair. The light from the ceiling winked against her spectacles and shone in her hair, which was short, straight, and artificially blue-black. Here's the scenario as I've worked it out. Cambry's standing, having a conversation with the killer. It grows into an argument. He takes a tremendous blow on the jaw. There was heavy bruising of the submaxilla, and that was the only significant bruising on his body, which sends him falling back against an object perhaps 4.5 feet from the floor. St. James thought about the sitting-room in Gull Cottage. He knew Dr. Waters had been there herself. She would have done a preliminary examination of the body there on Friday night. And no matter one's determination to wait for autopsy results before formulating an opinion, she would have begun developing ideas the moment she saw the corpse.
The mantle?
She cocked an affirmative finger at him. Cambry's weight increases the velocity of his fall. The result is our first fracture. From the mantle, then, he falls again, but slightly to the side this time, and he hits the right frontal region of his skull on another object.
The hearth?
Most likely. This second fracture is less severe, but it makes no difference. He died within moments because of the first. Intracranial hemorrhage. He couldn't have been saved.
The mutilation was done after death, of course, St. James said reflectively. There was virtually no blood.
A mess, nonetheless, Dr. Waters commented poetically. St. James tried to picture the events as Dr. Waters had laid them out. The conversation, the escalation into argument, the evolution of anger to rage, the blow itself.
How long would you estimate the mutilation took? If someone were in a frenzy, running to the kitchen, finding a knife, perhaps with a knife already.
There was no frenzy involved. Depend upon that. At least, not when the mutilation occurred. He saw that she recognized his confusion. She answered as if in anticipation of his questions. People in frenzies tend to hack and stab over and over. You know the sort of thing. 65 wounds. We see that all the time. But in this case, it was just a couple of quick cuts, as if the killer had nothing more in mind than making a statement on Cambry's body.
With what sort of weapon?
She lingered over her box of chocolates again. Her hand hesitated before pushing them aside with a look that combined both regret and determination. "Anything sharp, from a butcher knife to a pair of good scissors."
"But you found no weapon yet?"
"Forensic are still working through the cottage. Imaginative lot they are. Testing everything from kitchen knives to the safety pins used on the baby's nappies. They're tearing apart the village as well, looking in dustbins and flower gardens, busy earning their salaries. It's a waste of time."
"Why?"
She flipped a thumb back and forth over her shoulder as she answered his question, quite as if they were standing in the village and not several miles away in Penzance. "We have the hills behind us. We have the sea in front of us. We have a coastline honeycombed with thousands of caves. We have disused mines. We have a harbour filled with fishing boats. We have, in short, an infinite number of places in which one could deposit a knife with no one's being the wiser for decades as to how it got there. Just think of the fishermen's fillet knives. How many of those must be lying about?"
"So the killer might even have gone prepared to do this bit of work?"
"Might not. We've no way of telling."
"And Cambry hadn't been tied up?"
"According to forensic, nothing indicates that. No fragments of hemp, nylon, or anything else. He was very fit, actually. As to the other, the Howenstow business this morning, that's appearing to be quite another matter."
"Drugs?"
St. James asked. She looked immediately interested. "I couldn't say. We've only done the preliminaries. Is there something?"
"Cocaine."
She made a note to herself on a pad of paper. Not surprising, that. What people put into their bodies in the name of excitement. Silly fools. She gave a moment over to what was apparently a dark consideration of drug use in the country. Rousing herself, she went on. "We've done a blood alcohol on him. He was drunk."
"Capable of functioning?"
"Impaired, but capable. Enough to get out there and take a tumble. 4 vertebrae were broken. Spinal cord was severed." She removed her spectacles and rubbed the bridge of her nose where they rested upon skin that was red and raw. Without them, she looked curiously defenceless and somehow unmasked. "Had he lived, he'd have been a quadriplegic. So I wonder if we say he was lucky to have died." Her glance dropped unconsciously to St. James's bad leg. She pulled back fractionally into her chair. "I'm terribly sorry. Too many hours on the job." Less than perfect life versus no life at all. It was always the question, certainly one that St. James had asked himself many times in the years since his accident. He brushed off her apology by ignoring it altogether.
"Did he fall? Or was he pushed?"
"Forensic are combing both the body and the clothing to see if he may have grappled with someone. But as far as I can tell at the moment, it's a straightforward fall. He was drunk. He was at the top of a dangerous cliff. Time of death seems to be round 1 in the morning. So it was dark. And there was a heavy cloud cover last night as well. I'd say an accidental fall is a safe conclusion." How relieved Linley would be to hear that, St. James thought. Yet even as Dr. Waters gave her opinion, he felt tugged by a reluctance to accept it. Appearances suggested an accident, to be sure. But no matter the appearance of the death, Brooke's presence at the cliff top in the middle of the night suggested a clandestine meeting that led to murder. Outside the dining room, what had that morning been a summer storm was growing into a tempest, with gale-force winds howling round the house and rain striking the windows in angry flurries. The curtains were drawn, so the noise was somewhat muted, but an occasional blast shook the windows with enough force that they rattled ominously, impossible to ignore. When this happened, St. James found his thoughts torn from the deaths of Mick Cambry and Justin Brooke, and refastened upon the disappearance of the days. He knew that Linley had spent the remainder of the day in a futile search for his brother, but the coastline was rugged and difficult to reach by land. If Peter had put the boat into a natural harbour somewhere to escape the worst of the storm, Linley hadn't found him. "I didn't think to alter the menu," Lady Asherton was saying in reference to the elaborate array of food with which they had been presented. "So much has been happening, I've forgotten how to think straight. There were supposed to be at least 9 of us here, 10 if Augusta had stayed. It's a blessing she went home last night. Had she been here this morning when Jasper found the body—" She toyed with a spear of broccoli, as if suddenly aware how disjointed her comments actually sounded. Candlelight and shadows played against the turquoise dress she wore, and softened the lines of worry that with the advancing day had grown more prominent between her eyebrows and from her nose to her chin. She hadn't mentioned Peter since first being told he was gone. "People have to eat days, and that's all there is to it," Cotter said, although he'd touched no more of his food than had the others. "But we've not much heart for it, have we?" Lady Asherton smiled at Cotter, but her anxiety was palpable. It showed itself in her quick movements, in the fleeting glimpses she took of her older son who sat nearby. Linley had been home only 10 minutes prior to dinner. He had spent that time in the estate office making phone calls. St. James knew he hadn't spoken to his mother about Peter, and he didn't have the look of a man who intended to speak about Peter now. As if she realised this, Lady Asherton said to St. James, "How's Sydney?"
"Sleeping now. She wants to go back to London in the morning."
"Is that wise, St. James?" Linley asked.
"She doesn't appear to be willing to have it any other way."
"Will you go with her?" He shook his head, fingered the stem of his wine-glass, and thought about his brief conversation with his sister just an hour ago. Mostly, he thought about her refusal to speak of Justin Brooke. "Don't ask me. Don't make me," she'd said, all the time looking ill, with her hair in soaked ringlets from a feverish dream. I can't. Don't make me, Simon, please."
"She says she'll do well enough taking the train up alone," he said.
"Perhaps she wants to speak to his family. Have the police contacted them?"
"I don't know that he has any family. I don't know much about him at all."
"Beyond the fact," he added silently, "that I'm glad he's dead." His conscience had demanded the admission all day, ever since the moment when he'd held his sister in his arms on the top of the cliff, gazed down on Brooke's body, and known a moment of exultation that had its roots in his need for revenge. Here was justice, he'd thought. Here was retribution. Perhaps the hand of reprisal had been momentarily stayed after Brooke had attacked his sister on the beach. But the savagery of his assault upon her had called for an accounting. It had been made in full. He was glad of it. He was relieved that Sydney was free of Brooke at last. And the strength of his relief, so utterly foreign to what he'd always believed was a civilized response to the death of another human being, disquieted him. He knew, without a doubt, that given the opportunity, he himself could easily have done away with Justin Brooke.
"At any rate," he said, "I think it's probably wise that she get away. No one's asked her to stay. Officially, that is."
He saw that the others understood his meaning. The police hadn't asked to speak with Sydney. As far as they were concerned, Brooke's death was due to an accidental fall. The others mulled over this piece of information as the dining-room door opened, and Hodge came into the room.
"A telephone call for Mr. St. James, my lady."
Hodge had a way of making announcements with an intonation that suggested nothing less than impending doom. A phone call from fate. Hecate on the line.
It's in the estate office. Lady Helen Clyde.
St. James rose at once, grateful for an excuse to be gone. The atmosphere in the dining room was overhung with too many unspoken questions and scores of issues asking to be discussed. But everyone seemed determined to avoid discussion, preferring the growing tension to the risk of facing a potentially painful truth. He followed the butler to the west wing of the house, down the long corridor that led to the estate office. A single light burned upon the desk, creating a bright oval of illumination, in the centre of which lay the telephone receiver. He picked it up.
"She's disappeared,"
Lady Helen said when she heard his voice.
"It looks as if she's taken herself off on a casual holiday, because her ordinary clothes are gone, but none of her dressy clothes. And there's no suitcase in the flat."
You got inside?
Sheer audacious fast talking, and the key was mine.
You've missed your calling, Helen.
Darling, I know. Con man extraordinaire. It comes from spending my youth in finishing schools instead of university. Modern language, decorative arts, dissembling and prevaricating. I was certain it would all be useful some day.
No idea where she's gone.
She's left behind her makeup and her fingernails, so...
Her fingernails? Helen, what sort of business is this?
She laughed and explained the artificial nails to him.
They're not what one would wear to do a bit of hiking, you see, or mucking about, or rock climbing, sailing, fishing, that sort of thing. So we think she's off in the country somewhere.
Here in Cornwall?
That was our first thought as well, and we've come up with fairly solid evidence, we think. She has Mick Cambry's savings book, with some rather hefty deposits made to his account, by the way. And we found 2 telephone numbers. One's for a London exchange. We phoned it, and got a recording for a place called Islington Limited, giving their business hours. I'll check into that in the morning.
And the other number?
It's Cornwall, Simon. We've tried it twice, and got no answer. We thought it might be Mick Cambry's. St. James pulled an envelope from the side drawer of the desk.
Did you try directory inquiries?
To compare it to Cambry's number? He's ex-directory, I'm afraid. Let me give you the number. Perhaps you can do something more with it. He jotted it down on the envelope, shoved it into his pocket.
Sid's coming back to London tomorrow.
He told Lady Helen about Justin Brooke. She listened in silence, asking no questions, and making no comment until he had completed the tale. He left nothing out, concluding with,
"And now Peter's gone missing as well."
"Oh, no," she said. Dimly in the background, St. James could hear music playing softly. A flute concerto. It made him wish he were sitting in her drawing-room in Onslow Square, talking idly about nothing, with nothing more on his mind than blood or fibre or hair analyses associated with people he didn't know and would never meet. She said, "Poor Tommy, poor days. How are they holding up?"
"They're coping."
"And Sid?"
"She's taken it badly." "Will you see to her, Helen? Tomorrow night, when she's back?"
"Of course. Don't worry. Don't give it a thought." She hesitated momentarily. Again the music came over the line, delicate and elusive, like a fragrance in the air. Then she said, "Simon, wishing didn't make it happen, you know." How well she knew him.
"When I saw him on the beach, when I knew that he was dead."
"Don't be so hard on yourself."
"I could have killed him, Helen. God knows I wanted to."
Which of us can say we've never felt the same towards someone at some time? It means nothing, my dear. You need some rest. We all do. It's been a dreadful time. He smiled at her tone. Mother, sister, loving friend. He accepted the ephemeral absolution which she offered.
"You're right, of course."
So, go to bed. Surely we can depend upon nothing else happening before morning.
"Let's hope so."
He replaced the receiver and stood for a moment watching the storm. Rain lashed the windows, wind tore at the trees. Somewhere a door banged open and shut. He left the office. He considered climbing the southwest stairway to spend the rest of the evening in his room. He felt drained of energy, incapable of thought, and unwilling to face the task of making polite conversation that deliberately avoided the topics foremost on everyone's mind. Peter Linley, Sasha Nifford. Where they were. What they had done. Still, he knew that Linley would be waiting to hear about Lady Helen's call, so he headed back towards the dining room. Voices drifting down the northwest corridor arrested his attention as he approached the kitchen. Near the servants' hall, Jasper stood conversing with a rugged-looking man who dripped water from a brimming sou'wester onto the floor. Seeing St. James, Jasper motioned him over.
"Bob's found her boat," he said. "Broke up on Cribber Head." "It's the days, all right," the other man put in. "No mistaking her."
"Is anyone—"
"There don't appear to be anyone with her. Don't see how 'tis possible. Not in the shape she be in."
Chapter 17. St. James and Linley followed the fisherman's rusty Austin in the estate Land Rover. Their headlamps illuminated the havoc created by the continuing storm. Newly dismembered rhododendrons lined the drive, round them a thick carpet of purple flowers which the vehicles crushed beneath their tires. A large sycamore branch, sheared from a tree, nearly bisected the road. Leaves and twigs hurtled in every direction, while tremendous gusts of wind lashed pebbles from the drive and fired them like bullets against the cars. At the lodge, shutters banged angrily against the stone walls. Water streamed down eaves and gushed from rain-pipes. Climbing roses, ripped from their trellis, lay in sodden heaps on the flagstones and the ground. Linley braked the Rover, and Mark Penellin dashed out to join them. Framed in the doorway, Nancy Cambry watched, a shawl clutched to her throat, and the wind whipping her dress round her legs. She shouted something that was lost in the gale. Linley lowered his window a few inches as Mark climbed into the car's rear seat.
"Any word of Peter?"
Nancy caught the front door as the wind drove it against the wall. Over the sound of her voice came the baby's thin, faint wail.
"Shall I do something?"
"Stay by the phone," he shouted back. "I may need you to go on to the house. To Mother."
She nodded, gave a wave, and slammed the door home. Linley shifted gears. They lurched onto the drive, through a pool of water and a bank of mud.
"She's at Cribber's Head?"
Mark Penellin asked. His hair was slicked back, drenched from the rain.
"According to what we know right now," Linley replied. "What's happened to you?"
Mark tentatively touched his fingers to a fresh plaster above his right eyebrow. Abrasions covered his knuckles and the back of his hand. He shook his head self-effacingly.
"I was trying to fix the shutters so the baby'd stop crying. Nearly knocked myself out in the process."
He turned up the collar of his oilskin and buttoned it at the throat.
"You're sure it's the days?"
"It seems to be."
"And no word of Peter?"
"None."
"Bloody fool."
Mark took out a pack of cigarettes, offering it to both Linley and St. James. When they refused, he lit one for himself, but only smoked for a minute before crushing it out.
"You've not seen Peter?"
Linley asked.
"Not since Friday afternoon. At the Cove."
St. James glanced at the boy over his shoulder.
"Peter said he didn't see you then."
Mark raised a brow, winced, touched the plaster there. "He saw me,"
he replied, and with a cautious look at Linley added,
"Maybe he forgot."
Following the Austin, the rover crawled along the narrow lane. Aside from their vehicle's lights and the occasional glimmer from a cottage or a farmhouse window, the darkness was complete, and the gloom, in conjunction with the storm, made the going slow. Water filmed the road. Hedgerows bent perilously towards the car. Their headlamps glared upon the torrential rain. Stopping twice to clear the road of debris, they took 50 minutes to make what should have been a quarter of an hour's drive. Outside of Treen, they jolted over the uneven track to Cribber Head, pulling the cars to a halt some 20 yards from the path that led down to Penberth Cove. From the rear seat, Mark Penellan handed Linley a fisherman's oilskin, which he pulled on over his worn grey Guernsey.
"You'd best wait here, St. James."
Even in the closed confines of the car, Linley had to raise his voice to be heard over the wind and the roar of surf which pounded the shore below them. The rover rocked ominously like a lightweight toy.
"It's a rough walk."
"I'll come as far as I can."
Linley nodded, shoving open his door. The three of them climbed out into the storm. St. James found that he had to use the entire weight of his body to shut his own door once Mark Penellan hopped out.
"Jesus," the boy shouted. "Some blow this."
He joined Linley in pulling ropes, life jackets, and life rings out of the car's boot. Ahead of them the fisherman had left his headlamps burning, and they illuminated the distance to the cliffs. Sheets of rain drove through the arc of light angled by the bellowing wind. The fisherman began to trudge through weeds which clung to his trousers. He carried a coil of rope.
"She be down in the cove,"
he shouted over his shoulder as they approached.
"Some 50 yard from shore. 'Bout astern, northeast on the rocks. Most of the mast and yards is gone, I fear."
Bent into the wind, which was not only fierce but icy cold, as if it took its inspiration from an Arctic storm, they struggled towards the cliff's edge. There, made slick and dangerous by water, a narrow path led steeply down to Penberth Cove, where lights glimmered from small granite cottages at the water's edge. Torches bobbed and glittered near the surf, where locals, brave enough to contend with the storm, were watching the broken sloop disintegrate. There was no way they could get to the boat. Even if a small skiff could have managed the surf, the reef that was destroying the Days would have done as much for any other vessel. Beyond that, storm-driven waves impeded them, crashing upon a natural spur of granite, sending plumes of spray towering into the air.
"I can't manage it, Tommy,"
St. James shouted when he saw the path.
"I'll have to wait here."
Linley lifted a hand, nodded, and began the descent. The others followed, picking their way among the boulders, finding handholds and footholds in outcroppings of rock. St. James watched them disappear into a patch of heavy shadow before he turned, fighting the wind and the rain to get back to the car. He felt weighted down by the mud on his shoes and the snarl of weeds that tangled in the heel-piece of his brace. When he reached the rover, he was out of breath. He pulled open the door and threw himself inside. Out of the storm, he stripped off his ill-fitting oilskin and sodden Guernsey. He shook the rain out of his hair. He shivered in the cold, wished for dry clothes, and thought about what the fisherman had said. At first it seemed to St. James that he hadn't heard him correctly. Northeast bow to stern on the rocks? There had to be a mistake. Except that a Cornish fisherman would know his directions, and the brief glimpse St. James had had of the sloop acted as confirmation of the fact. So there was no mistake. That being the case, either the boat wasn't the Days at all, or they needed to take a new look at their theories. It was nearly 30 minutes before Linley returned with Mark at his heels, the fisherman a short distance behind them. Hunched against the rain, they stood at the Austin talking for a moment, the fisherman gesturing with hands and arms. Linley nodded once, squinted toward the southwest, and with a final shouted comment, he tramped through the mud and weeds to the Rover. Mark Penellin followed. They stowed their gear in the boot once again, and fell rather than climbed inside the car. They were soaking.
"She's destroyed." Linley was gasping like a runner. "Another hour, and there'll be nothing left." "It's the days."
Without a doubt. Ahead of them, the Austin roared. It reversed, made the turn, and left them on the cliff top. Linley stared into the darkness which the Austin left behind. Rain pelted the windscreen.
"Could they tell you anything?"
Little enough. They saw the boat coming in towards dusk. Apparently the fool was attempting to run through the rocks into the cove to be winched out of high water as the other boats are.
"Someone saw it hit."
5 men were working round the capstan winch on the slip. When they saw what was happening, they gathered a crew and went to see what could be done. They're fishing people, after all. They'd be unlikely to let anyone run aground without trying to help in some way. But when they finally got a clear sight of the boat, no one was on deck.
"How is that possible?"
St. James regretted the impulsive question the moment he asked it. There were 2 explanations, and he saw them himself before Linley and Mark put them into words.
"People get swept overboard in this kind of weather," Mark said. "If you're not careful, if you don't wear a safety line, if you don't know what you're doing." "Peter knows what he's doing," Linley interrupted.
"People panic, Tommy," St. James said.
Linley didn't respond at once, as if he were evaluating this idea. He looked across St. James to the passenger's window in the direction of the sodden path that led to the cove. Water from his hair trickled crookedly down his brow. He wiped it away. He could have gone below. He could still be below. They both could be there. This wasn't an immediately untenable assumption, St. James thought, and it fitted rather nicely with the position in which the days had gone aground. If Peter had been using when he'd made the decision to take the boat out in the first place, as was clearly indicated by the fact that he had done so in the face of a coming storm, his reasoning would have been clouded by the drug. Indeed, the effects of cocaine would probably have prompted him to see himself as invincible, superior to the elements, in full command. The storm itself would not have been so much a clear and present danger as a source of excitement, the ultimate high. On the other hand, taking the boat might have been a final act of desperation. If Peter needed to run away in order to avoid answering questions about Mick Cambry and Justin Brooke, he may have decided the sea was his best means of escape. On land, he would have been noticed by someone. He had no transportation. He would need to thumb a ride. And with Sasha with him, whoever picked them up would be quite likely to remember them both when and if the police came calling. Peter was wise enough to know that. Yet everything about the position and the destruction of the boat suggested something other than flight. Linley switched on the ignition. The car rumbled to life. "I'll get up a party tomorrow," he said. "We're going to have to look for any signs of them." His mother met them in the northwest corridor where they were hanging their dripping oilskins and guernseys on the wall pegs. She didn't speak at first. Rather, she held one hand palm outward between her breasts, as if in some way this would allow her to ward off a coming blow. With the other hand she clasped a wrap she'd thrown on, a paisley stole of red and black that did battle with her colouring and the shade of her dress. She appeared to be using it more for security than for warmth, for the material was thin, and perhaps with the cold, or with trepidation, her body quivered beneath it. She was very pale, and Linley thought that for the first time in his recollection, his mother looked every one of her 56 years.
"I've coffee for you in the day-room," she said.
Linley saw St. James look from him to his mother. He knew his friend well enough to recognize his decision. It was time he told his mother the worst about Peter. He had to prepare her for whatever she would have to face in the coming days. And he couldn't do that with St. James present, no matter how he longed to have his friend at his side.
"I'd like to check on Sydney," St. James said. "I'll be down later."
The northwest staircase was nearby, round the corner from the gun-room, and St. James disappeared in that direction. Alone with his mother, Linley didn't know what to say. Like a cooperative guest, he settled on a polite, "I could do with a coffee, thank you." His mother led the way. He noticed how she walked, her head upright, her shoulders back. He read the underlying meaning beneath her posture. Should someone see her, Hodge, the cook, or one of the dailies, she would give them no sign of any personal turmoil. Her estate manager had been arrested for murder. One of her house guests had died in the night. Her youngest child was missing, and her middle child was a man with whom she hadn't spoken intimately in more than 15 years. But if any of this bothered her, no one would see it. If gossip flourished behind the green baize door, its subject would not be the myriad ways in which God's punishment had fallen upon the Dowager Countess of Asherton at last. They walked along the corridor that ran the length of the body of the house. At its eastern end, the day-room door was closed, and when Lady Asherton opened it, the room's sole occupant got to his feet, crushing out his cigarette in an ashtray. "Have you found anything?" Roderick Trenaro asked. Linley hesitated in the doorway. He was all at once aware of the fact that his clothes were wet. Great oblongs of damp caused the wool of his trousers to adhere scratchily to his legs. His shirt clung to both his chest and his shoulders, and its collar pressed damply to the back of his neck. Even his socks were soaked, for although he'd worn gumboots down to Penberth Cove, he'd removed them in the car, and he'd stepped directly into a substantial puddle of rainwater when he'd parked in the courtyard upon their return. So he wanted to leave. He wanted to change his clothes. But instead, he forced himself forward and went to the bentwood cart next to his mother's desk. A coffee pot sat upon it. "Tommy," his mother said. She had sat upon the least comfortable chair in the room. Linley took his cup of coffee to the sofa. Trenaro remained where he was by the fireplace. A coal fire burned there, but its warmth didn't cut through the clammy weight of Linley's clothes. He glanced at Trenaro, nodding in acknowledgement of the question he'd asked, but saying nothing. He wanted the other man to depart. He couldn't imagine having a conversation about Peter in front of him. Yet he knew that any request on his part for some privacy with his mother would be misinterpreted by both of them. Clearly, as on the previous evening, Trenaro was there at her behest. This was no social call which he had designed to lead to seduction, and the concern on Trenaro's face, when he looked at Lady Asherton, gave evidence of that. It appeared he would have no choice in the matter. He rubbed his forehead, brushed back his damp hair. "No one was with the boat," he said. "At least, we couldn't see anyone. They might have been below." "Has anyone been called?" "The lifeboat, you mean?" He shook his head. "She's breaking up too fast. By the time they'd got there, she'd be gone." "Do you think he was swept overboard?" They were speaking of her child, but they might have been discussing the replanting of the garden that would have to be done after the storm. He marvelled at her calm. She maintained it only until he replied, however. "There's no way of knowing whether he was below with Sasha, or whether they were both swept overboard. We won't know anything until we find the bodies. And even then, if they've sustained enough damage, we might only be left with inferences, and not a lot more." At that she lowered her head and covered her eyes. Linley waited for Tonaro to cross the room to her. He could feel the other man's need to do so. It was like a current that snapped in the air. But he made no move. "Don't torture yourself," Tonaro said. "We don't know a thing. We don't even know yet if it was Peter who took the boat. Dorothy, please, listen to me." Linley remembered with a pain that rushed and receded. Tonaro had always been the only person who used his mother's real name. "You know he took the boat," she said. "We all know why. But I've ignored every sign, haven't I? He's been in clinics having treatment. 4 clinics now, and I wanted to believe that he was over it. But he's not. I knew that the moment I saw him Friday morning. But I couldn't bear to face another round of addiction, so I simply ignored it. I've actually begun praying that he'll find his way on his own, because I don't know how to help him any longer. I've never known." "Oh, Roddy." If she hadn't said his name, Tonaro probably would have maintained his distance. But as it was, he went to her, touched her face, her hair, said her name again. Her arms went round him. Linley looked away. His muscles ached. His bones felt leaden. "I don't understand it," Lady Asherton was saying. "No matter what he intended by taking the boat, he would have seen what the weather was like. He would have known the danger. He can't have been as desperate as that." And then, gently pushing herself away from Tonaro, "Tommy?" "I don't know," Linley said. He kept his tone guarded. His mother got to her feet, came to the sofa. "There's something else, isn't there? Something you've not told me. No, Roddy." This as Tonaro made a move towards her. "I'm all right." "Tell me what it is, Tommy. Tell me what you've not wanted me to know. You argued with him last night. I heard you. You know that. But there's more, isn't there? Tell me." Linley looked up at her. Her face had become remarkably calm again, as if she had managed to find and draw upon a new source of strength. He dropped his eyes to the coffee cup that warmed the palm of his hand. "Peter was at Mick Cambry's cottage after John Penellan's visit on Friday night. Later, Mick died. Justin told me about that after John's arrest last night. And then," he looked back at her, "Justin died." Her lips parted as he spoke, but otherwise her expression remained impassive. "You can't think your own brother—" "I don't know what to think." His throat felt raw. "For God's sake, tell me what to think, if you will. Mick's dead, Justin's dead, Peter's disappeared. So what would you have me think of it all?" Tonaro took a step as if with the intention of deflecting the strength of Linley's words. But as he moved, Lady Asherton did likewise. She joined her son on the sofa, put her arm round his shoulders. She pressed her cheek against his, and brushed her lips against his damp hair. "Dearest Tommy," she murmured. "My dear, my dear, why on earth do you believe you must bear it all?" It was the first time she had touched him in more than a decade. Chapter 18. The morning sky, a cerulean arc under which a froth of cumulus clouds drifted inland, acted as a contradiction to the previous day's storm, as did the seabirds who once again filled the air with their raw, importunate cries. The ground below them, however, was a testament to foul weather, and from his bedroom window, a cup of tea in his hand, St. James surveyed the consequences of those hours of rain and bluster. Slate tiles from the roof lay shattered on the drive which entered the south courtyard over which his room looked. A twisted weather vane had fallen among them, no doubt blown there from the roof of one of the outbuildings that formed part of the courtyard wall. Crushed flowers created occasional mats of bright colour, purple Canterbury bells, pink begonias, entire spikes of larkspur, and everywhere the petals of ruined roses. Bits of broken glass made a jewel-like glitter on the cobblestones, and one small, curiously unbroken window pane covered a puddle of water like newly formed ice. Already the gardeners and groundsmen were taking steps to repair the damage, and St. James could hear their voices from the park, drowned out by the intermittent roar of a power saw. A sharp double rap on the door brought Cotter into the room. "Got what you need?" he said. "Bit of a surprise, that, as well." He crossed the room and handed St. James the envelope which he'd removed from the estate office desk during his telephone conversation with Lady Helen Clyde. "It's Dr. Trenaro's number."
"Is it?"
St. James placed his teacup on the cheverette. He took the envelope and thoughtfully turned it in his hands.
"Didn't even need to ring it, Mr. St. James," Cotter said. "Odds knew whose it was the moment I showed it to him. Seems he's rung it enough times over the years."
"Did you phone the number anyway, to be certain?"
"I did. It's Dr. Trenaro's all right. And he knows we're coming."
"Any word from Tommy?"
"Day said he phoned from Pendine." Cotter shook his head. "He's got nothing."
St. James frowned, wondering about the efficacy of Linley's plan, one which stubbornly avoided the participation of either Coast Guard or police. He had headed out before dawn with 6 men from the surrounding farms to check the coastline from St. Ives to Penzance. They were operating 2 launches, one setting sail from Penzance harbour and the other across a peninsula at St. Ives Bay. The boats were small enough to give them fairly good visual access to the shore, and fast enough to complete at least a cursory search in relatively few hours. But if that gleaned them nothing, a second search would have to be conducted by land. That would take days, and whether Linley liked it or not, it could not be orchestrated without the inclusion of the local police.
"I feel done in by this whole flipping weekend,"
Cotter commented as he replaced St. James' teacup on the tray that sat on the table next to the bed.
"I'm that glad Deb's gone back to London. Get her out of this mess is what I say."
He sounded as if he hoped St. James would make a response that would encourage further conversation along these lines. St. James had no intention of doing so. Cotter shook out St. James's dressing gown and hung it in the wardrobe. He spent a moment straightening the neat row of his shoes. He banged a set of wooden coat-hangers together and snapped the locks on the suitcase which sat on the top shelf. Then he burst out with,
"What's to become of the girl? There's no closeness among them. Not a bit, and you know it. It's not like with you, is it? It's not like your family. Oh, they're rich, bloody rich, but Deb's not drawn to money. You know that as well as I do. You know what draws the girl."
Beauty, contemplation, the colours of the sky, a sudden new idea, the sight of a swan. He knew, always had known, and he needed to forget. His bedroom door opened, promising escape. Sidney entered, but with the wardrobe door obstructing his vision, Cotter didn't seem to notice that he and St. James were no longer alone.
"You can't say you feel nothing," Cotter asserted vigorously. "I can see it all over you. I have done for ages, no matter what you say."
"Am I interrupting something?" Sidney asked. Cotter swung the wardrobe door home. He looked from St. James to his sister, then back to St. James.
"I'll see to the car,"
he said abruptly, excused himself, and left them alone. "What was that about?" Sidney asked.
"Nothing."
"Didn't sound like nothing."
"It was."
"I see." She remained by the door, the knob beneath her hand. St. James felt a stirring of concern at the sight of her. She looked caught somewhere between numb and ill, with blue-black crescents beneath her eyes providing the only colour on her face, and her eyes themselves holding no expression, reflecting rather than absorbing the light. She wore a faded denim skirt and an oversized pullover. Her hair looked uncombed. "I'm off," she said. "Days is taking me to the station." What had seemed reasonable only last night seemed out of the question when he saw his sister in the light of day.
"Why don't you stay, Sid? I can take you home myself later on."
"This is best. I really want to go. It's better this way."
"But the station will be—"
"I'll take a cab home. I'll be all right." She turned the knob of the door, as if experimentally. "I understand Peter's missing," she said.
"Yes."
St. James told her what had happened since he'd taken her to her room the previous morning. She listened without looking at him. As he spoke, he could sense her increasing tension, and he knew that it took its definition from an anger growing out of her comment about Peter Linley. After the docility which shock had produced in her yesterday, he wasn't prepared for the change, even though he knew that her anger was natural, a need to strike out and wound so that someone, somehow, would feel some of her pain. The worst part of a death was always that moment of knowing beyond a doubt that no matter how many people share it, be they family, friends, or even an entire nation, no two people can ever feel it the same way. So it always seems as if one experiences it alone. How much worse for Sidney, who was experiencing it alone, who was the sole mourner of Justin Brooke. "How convenient," she said, when he'd completed his story.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, he told me."
"Told you?"
"Justin told me, Simon. Everything. About Peter's being at Mick Cambry's cottage. About the row Mick and Peter had. He told me. He told me. All right? Am I being clear?" She didn't move beyond the door. Had she done so, had she flung herself into the room, had she begun to tear at curtains and bedclothes, had she dashed the single vase of flowers to the floor, St. James would have felt less disturbed. All of those behaviours were decidedly Sidney. This was not. Only her voice gave testimony to the state of her spirit, and even it was only a fraction away from being perfectly controlled. "I told him that he had to tell you or Tommy," she went on. "Once John Penellen was arrested, I told him he had to say something. He couldn't keep quiet. It was his duty, I said. He had to tell the truth. But he didn't want to get involved. He knew he'd be making things bad for Peter. But I insisted. I said, if someone saw John Penellen at Gull Cottage, then someone probably saw you and Peter as well. Better come forward with a story, I told him, rather than let the police drag it out of some neighbour."
"Sid?"
But he was worried because he'd left Peter with Mick. He was worried because Peter was getting wild about the cocaine. He was worried because he didn't know what had happened after he left them. But I convinced him that he had to speak to Tommy. So he did. Now he's dead. And how perfectly convenient that Peter's disappeared just at a moment when we all have so many questions we'd like to put to him. St. James crossed the room to her and shut the door.
"CID think Justin's death was an accident, Sid. They've nothing at all to suggest it was murder."
"I don't believe that."
"Why not?"
"I just don't."
"Was he with you Saturday night?"
"Of course he was with me." She flung her head back and stated it like a fine point of honour. "We made love. He wanted to. He came to me. I didn't ask him. He came to me."
What excuse did he give for leaving you afterwards?
Her nostrils flared. He loved me, Simon. He wanted me. We were good together. But you can't accept that, can you?
Sid, I don't want to argue about...
Can you? Can you? Somewhere in the corridor, two women were talking, having a mild argument over who would vacuum and who would clean the baths. Their voices grew louder for a moment, then faded away as they descended the stairs.
What time did he leave you?
I don't know. I didn't notice.
Did he say anything?
He was restless. He said he couldn't sleep. He's like that sometimes. He's been like that before. We make love and he gets all wound up. Sometimes he wants to do it again right away.
But not Saturday night.
He said he thought he could sleep better in his own room.
Did he dress?
Did he? Yes, he dressed. She drew the conclusion herself. So he was meeting Peter. Because why would he have dressed when his own room was right across the hall? And he did dress, Simon. His shoes and socks, his trousers and shirt. Everything but his tie. She clenched at the material of her skirt. Peter's bed wasn't slept in. I heard that this morning. Justin didn't fall. You know he didn't fall. St. James didn't argue with her. He reflected upon the possibilities suggested by the simple act of donning clothes. If Peter Linley had wanted to have an innocent conversation with Brooke, it would have been more sensible for them to have had it somewhere in the house. If, on the other hand, he had wanted to be rid of Brooke, far wiser to do it in a location where it would look like an accident. But if that were the case, why on earth would Justin agree to meet Peter anywhere alone?
Sid, it doesn't make sense. Justin wasn't a fool. Why would he agree to meet Peter at the cliff? And in the middle of the night? After his conversation with Tommy, for all he knew, Peter was out for his blood.
Then he thought about Friday afternoon's scene on the beach.
Unless, of course, Peter got him down there on false pretenses, with some sort of bait.
What?
Sasha?
That's absurd.
Then cocaine. They'd gone to Nan Runnel looking for it. Perhaps that was the carrot Peter used.
It wouldn't have worked. Justin wasn't going to use any longer. Not after what happened between us on the beach. He apologized for that. He said he was off it. He wouldn't use again. St. James couldn't keep the scepticism from his face. He saw the hard edge of his sister's features begin to disintegrate as she read his reaction. He promised, Simon. You didn't know him as I did. You wouldn't understand. But if he promised when we were making love, especially when there were certain things he liked me to do.
My God, Sidney.
She began to cry. Of course. My God, Sidney. What else can you say? Why should you, of all people, even begin to understand? You've never been close to feeling anything for anyone. Why on earth should you? After all, you've got science. You don't have to feel passion. You can feel busy instead, with projects and conferences and lectures and the guidance of all those future pathologists who come to worship at your knee. Here was the need to wound that he'd recognized before. Still, it came out of nowhere. He hadn't expected it. And whether the attack was accurate or not, he found that he couldn't summon a response. Sidney drew a hand across her eyes. I'm leaving. Just tell little Peter when you find him that I have lots to discuss with him. Believe me, I can hardly wait for the opportunity. Trenaro's house was easy enough to find, for it sat just off the upper reaches of Paul Lane on the outskirts of the village, the largest structure within view. By the standards of Howenstow, it was a humble enough dwelling. But in comparison to the cottages that stacked one upon the other on the hillside beneath it, the villa was very grand, with broad bay windows overlooking the harbour, and a stand of poplar trees acting like a backdrop against which the house's ashlar walls and white woodwork were displayed to some considerable effect. With Cotter at the wheel of the Rover, St. James saw the villa at once as they came over the last rise of the coastal road and began their descent into Nanrunnel. They wound past the harbour, the village shops, the tourist flats. At the Anchor and Rose they made the turn onto Paul Lane. Here the debris from yesterday's storm littered the pitted asphalt. Rubbish from cottage dustbins, assorted food wrappers and tins, a wrecked sign that once had advertised cream teas. The road twisted on itself and climbed above the village, where it was strewn with broken foliage from hedges and shrubs. Pools of rainwater reflected the sky. A narrow drive branching north off Paul Lane was discreetly marked the villa. Fuchsias lined it, drooping heavily over a dry stone wall. Behind this, a terraced garden covered much of the hillside, where a carefully plotted, meandering path led upward to the house, through beds of phlox and nemesia, bellflowers and cyclamen. The drive ended in a curve round a hawthorn tree, and Cotter parked beneath it, a few yards from the front door. A Doric-columned portico sheltered this, with 2 urns of vermilion pelargoniums standing on either side. St. James studied the front of the house.
"Does he live here alone?"
he asked.
"Far's I know," Cotter replied. "But a woman answered the phone when I rang."
"A woman?"
St. James thought of Tina Coggin and Trenaro's telephone number in her flat.
"Let's see what the doctor can tell us."
Their knock wasn't answered by Trenaro. Rather, a young West Indian woman opened the door, and from the expression on Cotter's face when she first spoke, St. James knew he could dismiss Tina Coggin as the woman who had answered the phone. The mystery of her whereabouts, it seemed, wouldn't be solved through the expediency of her clandestine presence at Trenaro's house.
"Doctor sees nobody's here," the woman said, looking from Cotter to St. James.
The words sounded rehearsed, perhaps frequently and not always patiently said.
"Dr. Trenaro knows we're coming to see him," St. James said. "It's not a medical call."
"Ah!" She smiled, showing large teeth which protruded like ivory against her coffee skin. She held wide the door.
"Then in with you, man. He's looking at his flowers. Every morning in the garden before he goes off to work. Same thing. I'll fetch him for you."
She showed them to the study where, with a meaningful look at St. James, Cotter said,
"I could do with a walk round the garden myself,"
and followed the woman from the room. Cotter would, St. James knew, find out what he could about who she was and why she was there. Alone, he turned to look at the room. It was the sort of study he particularly liked, with air faintly scented by the smell of the old leather chairs, bookcases filled to absolute capacity, a fireplace with coals newly laid and ready to be lit. A desk sat in the large bay window overlooking the harbour, but as if the view would be a distraction from work, it faced into the room rather than outward. An open magazine lay upon it with a pen left in the centre crease, as if the reader had been interrupted in the middle of an article. Curious, St. James went to examine it, flipping it closed for a moment. Cancer Research. An American journal with a photograph of a white-coated scientist on its cover. She leaned against a working area on which sat an immense electron microscope. Scripps Clinic, La Jolla, was printed beneath the photograph, along with the phrase, "Testing the limits of bioresearch." St. James went back to the article, a technical treatise on an extracellular matrix protein called proteoglycans. Despite his own extensive background in science, it made little sense to him.
Not quite what one would call light reading, is it?
St. James looked up. Dr. Tronaro stood in the doorway. He was wearing a well-tailored three-piece suit. He'd pinned a small rosebud to its lapel.
"It's certainly beyond me,"
St. James replied.
Any word of Peter?
"Nothing yet, I'm afraid."
Tronaro shut the door and gestured St. James into one of the room's wing-back chairs.
Coffee?
He asked.
I've been discovering it's one of Dora's few specialities.
"Thank you, no. She's your housekeeper."
Using the term in the loosest possible fashion.
He smiled briefly, without humour. The remark seemed largely an effort to be light-hearted, an effort he dismissed with his very next words.
Tommy told us last night. About Peter seeing Mick Cambry the night he died. About Brooke as well. I don't know where you stand in all this, but I've known that boy since he was 6 years old, and he's not a killer. He's incapable of violence, most especially the sort that was done to Mick Cambry.
"Did you know Mick well?"
Not as well as the others in the village. Just as his landlord. I let him Gull Cottage.
"How long ago was that?"
Tronaro began an automatic answer, but then his brow furrowed as if he'd suddenly wondered about the nature of the question.
About 9 months.
"Who lived there before him?"
I did. Tronaro made a quick movement in his chair, an adjustment in position that betrayed irritation.
You can't have come here on a social call at this time of morning, Mr. St. James. Did Tommy send you?
Tommy?
No doubt you know the facts. We've years of bad blood between us. You're asking about Cambry. You're asking about the cottage. Are these questions his idea or yours?
"Mine. But he knows I've come to see you."
About Mick?
"Actually, no. Tina Coggins disappeared. We think she may have come to Cornwall."
Who?
"Tina Coggin, Shrewsbury Court Apartments, in Paddington. Your telephone number was among her things."
I haven't the slightest... Tina Coggin, you say?
"She's not a patient of yours. Or a former patient?"
I don't see patients. Oh, perhaps the occasional terminal case who volunteers for an experimental drug. But if Tina Coggin was one of them and she's disappeared... Excuse me for the levity, but there's only one place she'd be disappearing to, and it wouldn't be Cornwall.
"Then you may well have seen her in a different light."
Tronaro looked perplexed.
Sorry?
"She may be a prostitute."
The doctor's gold-rimmed spectacles slid fractionally down his nose. He knuckled them back into place and said,
And she had my name?
"No, just your number."
My address?
"Not even that."
Tronaro pushed himself out of his chair. He walked over to the window behind the desk. He spent a long moment studying the view before he turned back to St. James.
I've not set foot in London in a year, perhaps more, but I suppose that makes little enough difference if she's come to Cornwall. Perhaps she's making house calls.
He smiled wryly.
You don't really know me, Mr. St. James, so you have no way of knowing if I'm telling you the truth. But let me say that it's not been my habit to pay a woman for sex. Some men do it without flinching, I realize, but I've always preferred love-making to grow out of a passion other than avarice. This other, the negotiating first, the exchange of cash later, that's not my style."
"Was it Mick's?"
"Mick's?"
"He was seen leaving her flat Friday morning in London. He may well have given her your number, in fact. Perhaps for some sort of consultation."
Tronaro's fingers went to the rosebud on his lapel, touching its tightly furled petals.
"That's a possibility," he said thoughtfully. "Although referrals generally come from physicians, it is a possibility if she's seriously ill."
Mick knew cancer research is my line of work. He'd done an interview with me shortly after he took over the spokesman. It's not inconceivable that he might have given her my name. But Cambry and a prostitute? That's going to put a wrench in his reputation. His father's been fanning the fires of Mick's sexual profligacy for the last year at least. And believe me, nothing he's said has ever alluded to Mick having to pay for a woman's favours. According to Harry, so many women were throwing themselves at the poor lad that he barely had time to pull his trousers up before someone was moaning to have them back down. If involvement with a prostitute led to Mick's murder, it'll be sad times for Harry. He seems to be hoping it was from a row with a dozen or two jealous husbands.
Or one jealous wife?
Nancy? Trenaro said incredulously. I can't see her hurting anyone, can you? Even if she had somehow been driven beyond endurance, it was no secret, after all, that Mick saw other women. When could she have done it? She couldn't have been in two places at once.
She was gone from the refreshment booth for a good 10 minutes or more.
Time to run home, murder her husband, and reappear as if everything were well? The thought's a bit absurd, considering the girl. Someone else might have managed it with aplomb, but Nancy's no actress. If she'd killed her husband during the evening, I doubt she could have hidden it from a soul.
There was certainly a weight of evidence to support Trenaro's declaration. From start to finish, Nancy's reactions had borne the unmistakable stamp of authenticity. Her shock, her numb grief, her rising anxiety, none of them had seemed in the least bit factitious. It hardly seemed likely that she'd run home, killed her husband, and feigned horror later. That being the case, St. James considered the problem of suspects. John Penellan had been in the area that night, as had Peter Linley and Justin Brooke. Perhaps Harry Cambry had paid a visit to the cottage as well. And Mark Penellan's whereabouts were still unaccounted for. Yet a motive for the crime wasn't clearly emerging. Each one they considered was nebulous at best. And more than anything, a motive needed clear definition if anyone was to understand the full circumstances of Mick Cambry's death. St. James noticed Harry Cambry almost immediately as Cotter pulled the car back onto Paul Lane. He was climbing towards them. He waved energetically as they approached. The cigarette between his fingers left a tiny plume of smoke in the air.
"Who's this?"
Cotter slowed the car.
Mick Cambry's father. Let's see what he wants.
Cotter pulled to the side of the road, and Harry Cambry came to St. James's window. He leaned into the car, bringing with him the mixed odours of tobacco smoke and beer. His appearance had undergone some improvement since St. James and Lady Helen had seen him on Saturday morning. His clothes were fresh, his hair was combed, and although a few overlooked whiskers sprouted here and there like grey bristles on his cheeks, his face was largely shaven as well. He was panting, and he winced as if the words hurt him when he spoke.
"Howenstow folks said you'd be here. Come down to the office. Something to show you."
"You found notes?"
St. James asked. Cambry shook his head.
"Worked it all out, though."
When St. James opened the car door, Cambry clambered inside. He nodded at the introduction to Cotter.
"It's those numbers I found, the ones from his desk. I've been playing with them since Saturday. I know what they mean."
Cotter remained in the pub with Mrs. Swan, chatting amiably over a pint of ale. He was saying,
"I wouldn't say no to one of them Scotch eggs,"
as St. James followed Harry Cambry up to the newspaper office. Unlike his former visit to the spokesman, on this morning the staff was at work. All the lights were on, creating an entirely different atmosphere from the previous gloom, and in 3 of the 4 cubicles, newspaper employees either pecked at typewriters or talked on the phones. A long-haired boy examined a set of photographs on a display board,
while next to him, a compositor engaged in the process of laying out another edition of the newspaper on an angled green table. He held an unlit pipe between his teeth and tapped a pencil in staccato against a plastic holder of paper clips. At the word processor on the table next to Mick Cambry's desk, a woman sat typing. She had soft, dark hair drawn back from her face, and when she looked up, intelligent eyes. She was very attractive. Juliana Vendale, St. James decided. He wondered how and if her responsibilities at the newspaper had altered with Mick Cambry's death.
Harry Cambry led the way to one of the cubicles. It was sparsely furnished, hung with wall decorations which suggested that not only was the office his own, but nothing had been done to change it during his convalescence after heart surgery. Everything spoke of the fact that no matter Harry Cambry's desire, his son hadn't intended to assume either his office or his job. Framed newspaper clippings, gone yellow with age, appeared to represent the older man's proudest stories. A piece on a disastrous sea rescue attempt in which 20 of the would-be rescuers had drowned. An accident which dismembered a local fisherman, the rescue of a child from a mine shaft, a brawl during a fete in Penzance. These were accompanied by newspaper photographs as well, the originals of those which had been printed with the stories. On the top of an ancient desk, the most recent edition of the Spokesman lay open to the editorial page. Mick's contribution had been heavily circled in red. On the wall opposite, a map of Great Britain hung. Cambry directed St. James to this.
"I kept thinking about those numbers," he said. "Mick was systematic about things like that. He wouldn't have kept that paper if it wasn't important."
He felt in his breast pocket of his shirt for a packet of cigarettes. He shook one out and lit it before going on.
"I'm still working on part of it, but I'm on my way."
St. James saw that next to the map, Cambry had taped a small piece of paper. On it he had printed part of the cryptic message which he had found beneath his son's desk. 27500-M1, procure/transport, and beneath that, 27500-M6, finance. On the map itself, 2 motorways had been traced in red marking pen, the M1 heading north from London, and the M6 heading northwest below Leicester towards the Irish Sea.
"Look at it," Cambry said. "M1 and M6 run together south of Leicester. The M1 only goes as far as Leeds, but the M6 continues. It ends in Carlisle. At Solway Firth."
St. James considered this. He made no reply. Cambry sounded agitated when he continued.
"Look at the map, man. Just look at it square. M6 gives access to Liverpool, doesn't it? It takes you to Preston, to Morecambe Bay. And they, every bloody one of them—"
"Give access to Ireland,"
St. James concluded, thinking of the editorial he'd read only the morning before. Cambry went for the paper. He folded it back. His cigarette bobbed between his lips as he talked.
"He knew someone was running guns for the IRA.
"How could he have stumbled onto a story like that?"
"Stumbled?"
Cambry removed his cigarette, picked tobacco from his tongue, and shook the newspaper to make his point.
"My lad didn't stumble. He was a journalist, not a fool. He listened. He talked. He learned to follow leads."
Cambry returned to the map and used the folded newspaper as a pointer.
"Guns must be coming into Cornwall in the first place. Or if not into Cornwall, then through a South Harbour. Shipped from sympathisers, maybe in North Africa or Spain or even France. They come in anywhere along the south coast, Plymouth, Bournemouth, Southampton, Portsmouth.
They're shipped disassembled, trucked to London and put together. Then from there, up the M1 to the M6 and then to Liverpool or Preston.
or Morecambe Bay.
Why not ship them directly to Ireland in the first place?
St. James asked, but he knew the answer even as he asked it. A foreign ship docking at Belfast would be more likely to rouse suspicion than would an English ship. It would undergo a thorough customs check, but an English ship would be largely accepted. For why would the English be sending arms to assist an uprising against themselves?
There was more on the paper than M1 and M6, St. James pointed out. Those additional numbers have to mean something.
Cambry nodded.
Like to be some sort of registration numbers, I think. References to the ship they'd be using. Numbers on the type of weapons they'd be supplying. It's some sort of code. But make no mistake about it, Mick was on his way to breaking it.
Yet you found no other notes.
What I found's enough. I know my lad. I know what he was about.
St. James reflected upon the map. He thought about the numbers Mick had jotted on the paper. He noted the fact that the editorial about Northern Ireland had appeared on Sunday, more than 30 hours after Mick's death. If the two were connected somehow, then the killer had known about the editorial in advance of the paper's appearance on Sunday morning. He wondered how likely a possibility that was.
"Do you keep your back issues of the newspaper here?" he asked.
"This isn't a back issue problem," Cambry said.
"Nonetheless, do you have them?"
"Some. Out here."
Cambry led him from his office to a storage cabinet that sat to the left of the casement windows. He pulled open the doors to reveal stacks of newspapers upon the shelves. St. James glanced at them, pulled the first set off the shelf, and looked at Cambry.
"Can you get me Mick's keys?" he asked.
Cambry looked puzzled.
"I've a spare cottage key here."
"No, I mean all his keys. He has a set, doesn't he? Car, cottage, office. Can you get them? I expect Boscawen has them now, so you'll need to come up with an excuse. And I'll want them for a few days."
"Why?"
"Does the name Tina Coggin mean anything to you?"
St. James asked in answer.
"Coggin?"
"Yes. A woman from London. Mick knew her, apparently. I think he may have had the key to her flat."
"Mick had the key to half a dozen flats, if I know him."
Cambry pulled out a cigarette and left him to his papers. An hour's search through the past 6 months gleaned him nothing save hands that were stained with newsprint. As far as he could tell, Harry Cambry's conjecture about gun-running was as likely a motive for his son's death as was anything else the paper had to offer. He shut the cupboard doors. When he turned, it was to find Juliana Vendale watching him, a coffee cup raised to her lips. She'd left the word processor, coming to stand near a coffee maker that was bubbling noisily in the corner of the room. "Nothing." She put her cup down on the table and pushed a lock of long hair back from her shoulder.
"Everyone seems to think he was working on a story,"
St. James said.
"Mick was always working on something."
"Did most of his projects get into print?"
She drew her eyebrows together. A faint crease appeared between them. Otherwise her face was completely unlined. St. James knew from his previous conversation with Linley that Juliana Vendale was in her middle 30s, perhaps a bit older, but her face denied her age.
"I don't know," she answered. "I wasn't always aware of what his projects were, but it wouldn't surprise me to find out he'd begun something and then let it die. He'd shoot out of here often enough, convinced he was hot on the trail of a feature he could sell in London. Then he'd never complete it."
St. James had seen that himself in his perusal of the newspapers. Dr. Tonaro had said Mick interviewed him for a story, but nowhere in the back issues of the paper was there a feature that in any way related to a conversation the two of them might have had. St. James related this to Juliana Vendale. She poured herself another cup of coffee and spoke over her shoulder.
That doesn't surprise me. Mick probably thought he was going to get a Mother Teresa piece out of it. Cornish scientist dedicates his life to saving others, only to discover that Dr. Tanaro's no more on the path to heaven than the rest of us are. Or, St. James thought, the potential story was a ploy to get an interview with Ternaro in the first place, in order to gather information and to pass it along with Ternaro's phone number to a needy friend. Juliana was continuing. That was largely his way, ever since he came back to the spokesman. I think he was looking for a story as a means of escape.
He didn't want to be here.
It was a step backwards for him. He'd been a freelance journalist. He'd been doing quite well. Then his father fell ill, and he had to chuck it all and come back to hold the family business together.
You couldn't have done that.
I could have done, of course. But Harry wanted Mick to take over the paper. More than that, I should guess. He wanted him back in Nanrunnel permanently. St. James thought he saw the direction Harry Cambry had intended things to move once Mick returned to Nanrunnel. Nonetheless, he asked,
"How did you fit into the plans?"
Harry made certain we worked together as much as possible. Then I suppose he just hoped for the best. He had great faith in Mick's charm.
And you?
She was holding her coffee cup between her hands, as if to keep them warm. Her fingers were long. She wore no rings. He didn't appeal to me. When Harry saw that, he started having Nancy Penallen come to do the books during our regular office hours, instead of on weekends.
And as to developing the newspaper's stature?
She indicated the word processor. Mick made the attempt at first. He started with new equipment. He wanted to update. But then he seemed to lose interest.
When?
Just about the time he made Nancy pregnant. She lifted her shoulders in a graceful shrug. After they married, he was gone a great deal.
Pursuing a story?
She smiled. Pursuing? They strolled across the narrow street to the harbour. The tide was out. 5 sunbathers lay on the narrow strand. Near them, a group of small children dabbled their hands and feet in the water, shrieking with excitement as it lapped at their legs. "Get what you need?" Cotter asked.
"Pieces, that's all. Nothing seems to fit together. I can't make a connection between Mick and Tina Coggin, between Tina Coggin and Ternaro. It's nothing more than conjecture."
Perhaps Deb was wrong. Perhaps she didn't see Mick in London.
No, she saw him. Everything indicates that. He knew Tina Coggin. But as to how and why, I don't know.
Seems how and why's the easiest part, according to Mrs. Swan.
She's not an admirer of Mick, is she?
She hated him, and there's the truth. Cotter watched the children playing for a moment. He smiled as one of them, a little girl of 3 or 4, fell onto her bottom, splashing water on the others. But if there's truth to her talk about Mick Cambrian women, then far's I can see, looks to me that John Penellin did it.
Why?
It's his daughter involved, Mr. St. James. A man's not likely to let another man hurt his daughter, not if it can be stopped in some way. A man does what he can. St. James recognised the bait, and acknowledged the fact that their morning's discussion was not yet concluded in Cotter's eyes. But he had no need to ask the question which Cotter's comment called for. "And what would you do?" He knew the answer. Instead, he said,
"Did you learn anything from the housekeeper?"
"Dora? A bit." Cotter leaned against the harbour railing, resting his elbows on the top metal bar. "Great admirer of the doctor, is Dora. Works his fingers to the bone, gives his life to research. And when he's not doing that,
He's visiting folks at a convalescent home outside St. Just.
That's the extent of it.
Seems to be.
St. James sighed. Not for the first time did he admit to the fact that his field was science, crime scene investigation, the analysis of evidence, the interpretation of data, the preparation of reports. He had no expertise in an arena that demanded insightful communication and intuitive deduction. More, he didn't have the taste or the talent for either. And the further he waded into the growing mire of conjecture, the more frustrated he felt. From his jacket pocket he pulled out the piece of paper which Harry Cambry had given him Saturday morning. It seemed as reasonable a direction to head in as any. When you're lost, he thought mordantly, you may as well head somewhere. Cotter joined him in studying it. MP? He said. Then, Member of Parliament? St. James looked up.
What did you say?
Them letters. MP.
MP? No.
As he spoke, St. James held the paper to the sunlight, and he saw what the gloom of the newspaper office and his own preconceived notions had prevented him from realizing before. The pen, which had skipped in the grease on other spots on the paper, had done as much again next to the words procure and transport. The result was an imperfectly formed loop for the letter P, not the number 1 at all. And the 6, if the thought followed logically, had to be instead a hastily scrawled C.
Good God!
He frowned, examining the accompanying numbers. Dismissing gun running and Ireland and every other side issue from his mind, it wasn't long before he saw the obvious. 555. 27500. The last was the multiple of the previous 2. And then he recognized the first connection of the circumstances surrounding Mick Cambry's death. The position of the days had told him, bow to stern northeast on the rocks. He should have clung to that thought. It had been pointing to the truth. He thought about the coastline of Cornwall. He knew without a doubt that Linley's party of men could scour every cove from St. Ives to Penzance, but it would be as limitedly useful as an activity for them as it had been for the excise officers who had patrolled the same area for 200 years. The coast was honeycombed with caves. It was scalloped by coves. St. James knew that. He didn't need to clamber among the rocks and slither down the faces of cliffs to see what he knew quite well was already there. A haven for smugglers, if they knew how to pilot a boat among the reefs. It could have come from anywhere, he thought. From Port Guara to Sennan Cove, even from the Scillies. But there was only one way to know for sure. "What next?" Cotter asked. St. James folded the paper.
We need to find Tommy.
Why?
To call off the search.
Chapter 19. After nearly 2 hours, they found him on the quay at Lamorna Cove. He was squatting on the edge, talking to a fisherman who had just docked his boat and was trudging up the harbour steps, 3 coils of greasy-looking rope dangling from his shoulder. He paused halfway, listening to Linley above him. He shook his head, covered his eyes to examine the other boats in the harbour, and with a wave towards the scattering of buildings set back from the quay, he continued his climb. Up above, on the road that dipped into the cove, St. James got out of the car.
Go back to Howenstow, he told Cotter. I'll ride in with Tommy.
Any message for Days?
St. James considered the question. Any message for Linley's mother seemed a toss-up between relieving her mind about one set of circumstances, only to fire her worries about another.
Nothing yet.
He waited as Cotter turned the car around and headed back the way they had come. Then he began the descent into Lamorna, with the wind whipping round him and the sun warming his face. Below him, the crystalline water reflected the colour of the sky, and the small beach glistened with newly washed sand. The houses on the hillside, built by Cornish craftsmen who had been testing the strength of the southwestern weather for generations, had sustained no damage from the storm. Here, that which had been the ruin of the days might not even have occurred. St. James watched as Linley walked along the quay, his head bent forward, his hands deep in trouser pockets. The posture said everything about the condition of his spirit, and the fact that he was alone suggested either that he had disbanded the search altogether, or that the others had gone on without him. Because they'd been at it for hours already, St. James guessed the former. He called Linley's name. His friend looked up, raised a hand in greeting, but said nothing until he and St. James met at the land end of the quay. His expression was bleak. "Nothing." He lifted his head and the wind tossed his hair. "We've completed the circuit. I've been talking to everyone here as a last-ditch effort. I thought someone might have seen them getting the boat ready to sail, or walking on the quay, or stocking supplies. But no one in any of the houses saw a blasted thing. Only the woman who runs the cafe even noticed the days yesterday."
When was that?
"Just after 6 in the morning. She was getting ready to open the cafe, adjusting the front blinds, so she can't have been mistaken. She saw them sailing out of the harbour."
And it was yesterday, not the day before.
"She remembers it was yesterday because she couldn't understand why someone was taking the boat out when rain had been forecast."
But it was in the morning that she saw them.
Linley glanced his way, flashed a tired but grateful smile. "I know what you're thinking. Peter left Howenstow the night before, and because of that it's less likely he's the one who took the boat. That's good of you, St. James. Don't think I haven't considered it myself. But the reality is that he and Sasha could have come to Lamorna during the night, slept on the boat, then taken her out at dawn."
Did this woman see anyone on deck?
"Just a figure at the helm."
Only one?
"I can't think Sasha knows how to sail, St. James. She was probably below. She was probably still asleep." Linley looked back at the cove. "We've done the whole coastline, but so far, nothing. Not a sighting, not a garment, not a sign of them." He took out his cigarette case and flipped it open. "I'm going to have to come up with something to tell Mother, but God only knows what it'll be." St. James had been placing most of the facts together as Linley spoke. His thoughts elsewhere, he'd heard not so much the words as the desolation behind them. He sought to bring that to an immediate end.
"Peter didn't take the days," he said. "I'm sure of it."
Linley's head turned to him slowly. It looked like the sort of movement one makes in a dream. "What are you saying?"
"We need to go to Penzance."
Detective Inspector Boscawen took them to the officers' mess. "The Yellow Submarine," he'd called it, and the name was very apt. Yellow walls, yellow linoleum, yellow formica-topped tables, yellow plastic chairs. Only the crockery was a different colour, but as this colour was carmine, the overall effect was one which didn't encourage the thought of lingering over a meal with one's mates. Nor did it suggest the possibility of consuming one's food without developing a ferocious headache in the process. They took a pot of tea to a table overlooking a small courtyard in which a dispirited ash tree attempted to flourish in a circle of dirt the colour of granite. "Designed and decorated by madmen," was Boscawen's only comment as he hooked his foot round the leg of an extra chair and dragged it to their table. "Supposed to take one's mind off one's work."
"It does that,"
St. James remarked. Boscawen poured the tea, while Linley ripped open 3 packages of digestive biscuits and shook them onto an extra plate. They fell upon it with a sound like small artillery fire.
baked fresh daily." Boscawen smiled sardonically, took a biscuit, dunked it into his tea, and held it there. "John's spoken to a solicitor this morning. I had a devil of a time getting him to do it. I've always known the man's stubborn, but he's never been like this."
"Are you going to charge him?"
Linley asked. Boscawen examined his biscuit, dunked it again. "I've no choice in the matter. He was there. He admits it. The evidence supports it. Witnesses saw him. Witnesses heard the row." Boscawen took a bite of his biscuit, after which he appreciatively held it up at eye level and nodded his head. He wiped his fingers on a paper napkin and urged the plate upon the other two men. "Not half bad. Just put your faith in the tea." He waited until they had each taken one before he went on. "Had John only been there, it would have been a different matter. Had there not also been that flaming row which half the neighbourhood appear to have heard?" St. James looked at Linley. He was adding a second cube of sugar to his tea. His index finger played along the handle of the cup, but he said nothing. St. James said,
"As to Penellan's motive?"
"An argument over Nancy, I dare say. Cambry was trapped into the marriage, and he made no bones about hating every minute of it. There's not one person I've talked to who hasn't said that."
"Then why marry her in the first place? Why not simply refuse? Why not insist on an abortion?"
"According to John, the girl wouldn't hear of abortion, and Harry Camry wouldn't hear of Mick's refusing to marry her."
"But Mick was a grown man, after all."
"With her dad sick and likely to die after his surgery?" Boscawen drained his cup of tea. "Harry Camry recognised a string when he saw one. Don't think he didn't pull it to keep Mick in Nan Runnel. So the lad got trapped here. He started stepping out on his wife. Everyone knows it, including John Penellan."
Linley said,
"But you can't truly believe that John—"
Boscawen raised a hand quickly.
"I know the facts. They're all we have to work with. Nothing else can matter, and you damn well know it. What difference does it make that John Penellan's my friend? His son-in-law's dead, and that has to be seen to, whether it's convenient in my life or not."
Having said this, Boscawen looked abashed, as if his brief outburst had come as a surprise to him. He went on more quietly.
"I've offered to let him go home pending arraignment, but he's refused. It's as if he wants to be here, as if he wants to be tried."
He reached for another biscuit, but rather than eat it, he broke it in his hands.
"It's as if he did it."
"May we see him?" Linley asked. Boscawen hesitated. He looked from Linley to St. James, then out the window.
"It's irregular. You know that."
Linley pulled out his warrant card. Boscawen waved it off.
"I know you're Scotland Yard, but this isn't a yard case, and I've my own chief constable's sensibilities to consider. No visitors save family and solicitor when it's homicide. That's standard procedure in Penzance, regardless of what you allow at the Met." "A woman friend of Mick Cambry's has gone missing from London," Linley said. "Perhaps John Penellan can help us with that." "A case you're working on?"
Linley didn't reply.
At the next table, a girl in a stained white uniform began stacking plates onto a metal tray. Crockery crashed and scraped. A mound of mashed potatoes fell to the floor. Boscawen watched her work. He tapped a hard biscuit on the tabletop. "Oh, hell," he murmured. "Come on with you both. I'll arrange it somehow."
He left them in an interrogation room in another wing of the building. A single table and 5 chairs were the only furnishings besides a mirror on one wall and a ceiling light fixture from which a spider was industriously constructing a web.
"Do you think he'll admit to it?" Linley asked as they waited.
"He doesn't really have a choice."
"And you're sure, St. James?"
"It's the only reasonable explanation."
A uniformed constable escorted John Penellan into the room. When he saw who his visitors were, he took a single step backwards as if he would leave. The door was already closed behind him, however. It had a small window set at eye level, and although Penellan glanced at this, as if considering whether to signal the constable to take him back to his cell, he made no move to do so. Instead, he joined them. The table wobbled on uneven legs as he leaned against it when he sat down.
"What's happened?" he asked warily.
"Justin Brooke took a fall at Howenstow early Sunday morning," Linley said. "The police think it was an accident. It may well have been. But if it wasn't, there's either a second killer on the loose locally, or you yourself are innocent and there's only one killer. Which do you think is more likely, John?" Penellan twisted a button on the cuff of his shirt. His expression didn't change, although a muscle contracted as quickly as a reflex beneath his right eye.
St. James spoke. "The Days was taken from Lamorna early yesterday morning. She was wrecked at Penberth Cove last night."
The button Penellan was twisting fell onto the table. He picked it up, used his thumb to flip it onto its other side.
St. James went on. "I think it's a 3-tiered operation with a main supplier and perhaps half a dozen dealers. They seem to be running the cocaine in 2 possible ways. Either the dealers pick it up from the supplier, perhaps on the Scillies, and then sail back to the mainland, or the supplier arranges to meet the dealers in any number of coves along the coast. Porthgawara comes to mind at once. The shore's accessible. The village is too far off for anyone to notice clandestine comings and goings in the cove. The cliff is riddled with caves and caches in which an exchange could take place, if it seems too risky to try it on the open sea. But no matter how he gets it from his supplier, once the dealer has it, either from the Scillies or from one of the coves, he sails back to Lamorna in the Days, and then takes the cocaine to the mill at Howenstow where he packages it, with no one the wiser."
Penellan said only,
"You know, then."
"Who is it that you've been trying to protect?" St. James asked. "Mark, or the Linleys?"
Penellan reached in his pocket and brought out a packet of Dunhills. Linley leaned across the table with the lighter. Penellan looked at him over the flames. "It's a bit of both, I should guess," Linley said. "The longer you keep silent, the longer you protect Mark from arrest. But keeping him from arrest makes him available to Peter, unless you do what you can to keep them apart."
"Mark's dragging Peter down," Penellan said. "He'll kill him eventually if I don't stop him."
"Justin Brooke told us that Peter intended to make a buy here in Cornwall," St. James said. "Mark was his only source, wasn't he? That was why you were trying to keep them from seeing each other on Friday at Howenstow."
"I thought Mark might try to sell to Peter and the girl. I've suspected him of dealing in drugs for some time, and I thought if I could just find where he was bringing the stuff in, where he was packaging it—" Penellan rolled his cigarette restlessly between his fingers. There was no ashtray on the table, so he knocked the growing cylinder of ash onto the floor and smashed it with his foot.
"I thought I could stop him. I'd been watching him for weeks, following him when I could. I'd no idea he was doing it right on the estate."
"It was a solid plan," St. James said. "Both parts of it. Using the Days as a means of getting the cocaine, using the mill to cut and package it. Everything was associated with Howenstow in some way. And since Peter was, and is, the known Howenstow user, he stood to take the fall if things didn't work out. He'd protest his innocence wildly, of course. He'd blame Mark when it came down to it. But who'd believe him? Even yesterday we immediately assumed he'd taken the boat. No one gave a thought to Mark. It was clever of them."
Penellan's head lifted slowly at St. James's final word.
You know that part as well? Mark didn't have the capital to orchestrate this alone, St. James said. He needed an investor, and I should guess it was Mick. Nancy knew that, didn't she? You both knew it.
Suspected. Suspected is all.
Is that why you went to see him on Friday night?
Penellan gave his attention back to his cigarette.
I was looking for answers.
And Nancy must have known you'd be going there. So when Mick was killed, she feared the worst.
Cambry had taken out a bank loan to update the newspaper, Penellan said. But little enough got spent on that. And he started going all the time to London. And he started talking money to Nance. How there wasn't enough. How they were close to bankrupt. Rent money, baby money. They were going to sink, according to Mick. But none of it made sense. He had money. He'd managed to get the loan.
Which he was investing rather copiously in cocaine.
She didn't want to believe he was involved. She said he didn't take drugs. And she wouldn't see that one doesn't have to take them in order to sell them. She wanted proof.
That's what you were after Friday night when you went to the cottage?
I'd forgotten that it was one of the Friday nights when he did the pay envelopes. I'd thought he'd not be home, and I'd be able to have a thorough search. But he was there. We had a row.
St. James took the talisman sandwich wrapper from his pocket.
I think this is what you wanted, he said,
and handed it to Penellan.
It was in the newspaper office. Harry found it in Mick's desk.
Penellan looked the paper over, handed it back.
I don't know what I wanted, he said, and gave a low, self-derisive laugh. I think I was looking for a typed confession.
This is more design than confession, St. James admitted.
What does it mean?
Only Mark could verify it, but I think it represents the original deal the two of them struck together. 1K9400 would signify the cost of the original purchase of cocaine. A kilo for £9,400. They'd split that between them to sell, which is what the second line tells us. 500 grams for each of them at £55 per gram. Their profit, £27,500 each. And next to their profit, the particular talent each of them would bring to the plan. MP, Mark, would provide the transportation in order to procure the drug. He'd take the days and meet the dealer. MC, Mick, would provide the initial financing from the bank loan he'd secured in order to purchase new equipment for the newspaper. And Mick covered himself by beginning those initial equipment purchases so no one's suspicions would be aroused.
Then it fell apart,
Penellan said. Perhaps. It could be that the cocaine didn't sell as well as they thought it would, and he lost money on the deal. Perhaps things didn't work out between the partners. Or there may have been a double-cross somewhere along the line.
Or the other, Penellan said. Go ahead with the other. That's why you're in here, John, isn't it?
Linley asked.
That's why you're saying nothing. That's why you're taking the blame.
He must have discovered how easy it was, Penellan said.
He didn't need Mick once he'd made the initial purchase, did he? Why bother with an added person who'd expect part of the profits? John, you can't take the blame for Cambry's death. Mark's only 22. That doesn't matter. You didn't...
Penellan cut Linley short by speaking to St. James.
How did you know it was Mark?
The days. We thought Peter had taken her to get away from Howenstow. But the boat was northeast on the rocks at Penbeth Cove, so she had to be returning to Howenstow, not leaving. And she'd been there for several hours when we arrived, so there was plenty of time for Mark to abandon her, to make his way back to Howenstow and be ready, somewhat banged up admittedly, to help us search for Peter.
He'd have needed to abandon her, Penellan said numbly.
The cocaine gave him good enough reason to do so. If anyone at Penberth phoned the Coast Guard, he'd be in serious trouble. Better risk his life by jumping ship near the shore than risk a jail sentence by getting caught with a kilogram of cocaine on the boat.
John, Linley said insistently, you've got to tell Boscawen the truth. About all of this. About Friday night. Levelly, Penellan looked at him. "And what of Mark?" he asked. Linley didn't reply. Penellan's features became a wash of anguish. "I can't do what you ask of me. He's my son."
Nancy was working in front of the lodge, while Molly cooed in a pram nearby, gurgling over a string of bright plastic ducks which her mother had suspended above her. When Linley pulled the car to a halt on the drive, Nancy looked up. She was raking up the foliage, flowers, loose pebbles and debris that the wind had blown up against the house. "No word of Peter?" she asked, walking towards them as they got out of the car.
"Is Mark here, Nancy?"
She faltered. The fact that Linley hadn't answered her question seemed to disconcert her, at the same time as it acted as presage of an unpleasantness to come. She drew the rake to her side, holding it upright.
"Did Mark fix the shutters for you last night?" Linley asked.
"The shutters?" Her two simple words were verification enough.
"Is he in the house?"
St. James asked. "I think he's just gone out. He said he was planning to—"
A sudden blast of rock and roll music negated her words. She brought a fist to her lips. "We've spoken to your father," Linley told her. "You've no need to protect Mark any longer. It's time he told the truth."
Leaving her in the garden, they went into the house, following the sound of drums and guitars in the direction of the kitchen, where Mark sat at the table making adjustments to his portable stereo. As he had done in the early hours of Saturday morning following Mick Cambry's death, St. James noted the details about the boy. Then they had suggested the possibility of his taking money from Gull Cottage upon discovering his brother-in-law's death. Now they acted in concert to corroborate his part in the cocaine partnership, a heavy gold chain round his right wrist, a new watch round his left, designer blue jeans and shirt, snakeskin boots, the stereo itself. Not one of them was the sort of possession one would purchase on the salary his father paid him to work round the estate. On the table sat a half-eaten ham sandwich, a bottle of beer, a bag of vinegar crisps. This latter provided the air with a pungent smell. Mark dipped into it for a handful, looked up, and saw the other two men in the doorway. He turned down the volume on the stereo and got to his feet, dropping the crisps onto his plate.
"What's wrong?" he asked. "Is it Peter? Is he all right?"
He ran the heel of his hand against his temple as if to straighten his hair. It was neatly combed, as usual.
"We've not come about my brother,"
Linley said. Mark frowned.
"I haven't heard a thing. Nan's phoned your mother. She said there was no word. Have you... is there something?"
He held out a hand, a gesture of camaraderie. St. James wondered how Linley would get past the boy's posturing. He had his answer when his friend swept the stereo from the table so forcefully that it crashed against the kitchen cupboards and gouged the wood.
"Hey!"
As Mark began to move, Linley came round the table. He pushed the boy into his chair. Mark's head snapped back against the wall.
"What the hell?"
"You can talk to me, or Penzance CID. Make up your mind."
Quick comprehension darted across the boy's face. He rubbed his collarbone. Nevertheless, he merely said, "You're daft." Linley tossed the talisman sandwich wrapper onto the table.
What's it to be? Make up your mind. Mark's expression was unchanging as he glanced at the paper, at the numbers, the notations, and his own initials. He snorted a laugh. "You're in heavy shit over Brooke's death, aren't you? You'd do anything to keep the police from looking into that. You're trying to keep the coppers off Peter." "We're not here about Peter." "No, I dare say. Let's not talk about Peter, or you might hear the truth." "Well, you can't have me arrested for anything. You don't have a shred of evidence." "You took the days from Lamorna. You abandoned her off Penberth. My guess is that the reason why is sitting right here in this house. Or perhaps in the mill. How does felony theft sound? What about smuggling, possession of narcotics? We can start with any one of them. I'll put my money on Boscawen's willingness to listen to just about anything to get your father out of the nick. I rather doubt he's as sentimental about you. So shall I give him a ring? Or shall we talk?" Mark looked away. On the floor his stereo was giving off bursts of static. "What do you want to know?" The question was sullen. "Who's dealing the cocaine?" "Me. Mick." "You've been using the mill?" "It was Mick's idea. He'd spent most of last spring boffing Nancy in the loft. He knew no one ever went there." "And the days?" "Free transportation. No overhead. Nothing to cut into the profits." "What profits? Nancy claims they have no money." "We turned the take around from the first go last March and reinvested in another buy. A bigger one this time." A smile pulled at his mouth. He didn't bother to conceal it. "Thank God the stuff was wrapped in oilskins. Otherwise it'd be sitting in Penberth Cove at the moment, making the fish as happy as hell to be there. As it is," he dumped more crisps on his plate, "Mick'll miss out on the profits." "Convenient for you that he's dead." Mark was unimpressed. Am I supposed to blanch with fear at the implication? Oops, the poor Burke's just given himself a motive for murder. He took a bite from his sandwich, chewed it deliberately, and washed it down with a swallow of beer. Let's avoid the drama. I was in St. Ives Friday night. No doubt with someone who'd be only too happy to step forward and confirm that fact. Mark maintained his bravado. Sure, no problem. Honour among drug dealers. A man needs to know his friends. Peter was one once. Mark studied his fingernails. The stereo squawked. St. James switched it off. Did you sell to my brother? When he had the money. When did you last see him? I told you before. There's no change in the story. Friday afternoon at the Cove. He phoned the lodge earlier and said he wanted to see me. I had to hunt the bloody ass down as it was. Jesus, I don't even know why I bothered. What did he want? What he always wanted. Dope on credit. Did he know how you were using the mill? Linley asked. Mark gave a sardonic laugh in response. Do you think I'd tell him that and have him slobbering down my neck for free samples every time I was working there? We may be old mates, but I like to think I know where to draw the line. Where is he? Linley asked. Mark was silent. Linley crashed his fist onto the tabletop. Where is he? Where's my brother? Mark pushed his arm away. I don't know, all right? I bloody don't know. Dead with a needle in his arm, most likely. Tommy! St. James's admonition came too late. Linley dragged the boy to his feet. He threw him against the wall, pressed his arm against his larynx, and held him there. You piece of filth, he said. God damn you, I'll be back. He dropped him abruptly and left the room. Mark stood for a moment, rubbing his throat. He brushed at the collar of his shirt as if to remove any trace of Linley's quick assault. Stooping, he picked up his stereo, put it back on the table, and began to play with its knobs. St. James left him. He found Linley in the car, his hands gripping the wheel. Nancy and her baby were gone.
"We're their victims."
Linley stared at the drive that wound towards the great house. Shadows dappled it. A breeze danced sycamore leaves across the lane.
"We're all of us their victims. Aye, as much as anyone, St. James."
"No, more than anyone.
Because I'm supposed to be a professional."
St. James saw the conflicts that confronted his friend, the ties of blood, the call of duty, responsibility to family, betrayal of self. He waited for Linley, always at heart an honest man, to put his struggle into words.
"I should have told Boscawen that Peter was at Gull Cottage on Friday night. I should have told him that Mick was alive after John left him. I should have told him about the row, about Brooke, about everything. But God help me, I couldn't, St. James. What's happening to me?"
"You're trying to deal with Peter, with Nancy, with John, with Mark. With everyone, Tommy.
The walls are crashing in."
"We'll sort it out." Linley looked at him then. His dark eyes seemed filmed over by a mist.
"Do you believe that?" he asked.
"I've got to believe something."
"Actually, Islington London is its formal name," Lady Helen said. "Islington London Limited. It's a pharmaceutical company."
St. James' attention was on the section of the garden that he could still see in the growing darkness. He stood in the small alcove off the drawing-room, while behind him Lady Asherton, Linley, and Cotter drank their evening coffee.
"Deborah and I went there this morning," Lady Helen continued.
In the background, St. James heard Deborah's voice, followed by her laughter, light and engaging.
"Yes, all right, darling," Lady Helen said to her, and then to St. James, "Deborah's most unforgiving about the fact that I wore my fox fur. Well, perhaps I was just a bit overdressed for the occasion, but the ensemble did make a statement, I think. And besides, as far as I'm concerned, if one's going to do anything incognita, one ought to do it well. Don't you agree?"
"Decidedly."
"And it was a success. The receptionist even asked me if I'd come about a job. Senior Director of Project Testing. Sounds absolutely divine. Have I a future in it?"
St. James smiled into the telephone. "I suppose it depends upon what project's being tested. What about Tina? What's the connection?"
"There doesn't seem to be one at all. We described her to the receptionist. And what a blessing to have Deborah there, because her eye for detail, not to mention her memory, is quite remarkable. But the girl hadn't a clue. She didn't recognize the description at all."
Lady Helen paused as Deborah interjected a comment in the background. She went on to say,
"Considering what Tina apparently looks like, it's hard to believe anyone would forget her. Although the girl did ask if she might be a biochemist."
"That seems a bit far-fetched."
It does. Except that Deborah did tell me about a drink she's developed. A health drink. Perhaps Tina hoped to sell it to the pharmaceutical company."
"Unlikely, Helen."
"I suppose so. She'd go to a beverage company with it, wouldn't she?"
"That's more probable. Has anyone heard from her? Has she returned?"
"Not yet. I spent part of the afternoon going to each flat in the building to see if anyone knew anything about where she might be."
"No luck, I take it?"
"None at all. No one seems to know her very well. In fact, Deborah appears to be the only person who's had any close contact with her. aside from a peculiar woman across the hall who loaned her an iron. Several people have seen her about, of course. She's lived here since September, but no one spent any time talking to her, besides Deborah."
St. James jotted the word September into his notes. He underlined it, drew a circle round it. He topped the circle with a cross, the symbol of woman. He scribbled over it all.
"What next?"
Lady Helen was asking.
"See if the building manager has a Cornish address for her," St. James said. "You might try to find out what she pays for the flat."
"Quite. I should have thought to ask that earlier, although heaven knows why. Are we getting anywhere?"
St. James sighed.
"I don't know. Have you spoken to Sydney?"
"That's a problem, Simon. I've been phoning her flat, but there's no answer. I tried her agency, but they've not heard from her either.
Did she talk about going to see friends?"
"No. She talked about going home."
I'll keep trying then. Don't worry. She may have gone to Cheney Row." St. James thought this unlikely. He felt the first bite of concern.
"We need to find her, Helen."
"I'll pop round to her flat. She may not be answering the phone." Having secured this assurance, St. James rang off. He remained in the alcove, staring down at the scribbled mess he'd made of the word September. He wanted it to mean something. He knew that it probably did. But what that something was, he couldn't have said. He turned as Linley came into the alcove. "Anything?" St. James related the bits of information which Lady Helen had managed to gather that day. He saw the change in Linley's expression after he'd heard the very first fact. "Islington, London?" he asked. "Are you sure of that, St. James?"
"Helen went there. Why? Does it mean something to you?"
Warily, Linley glanced back into the drawing-room. His mother and Cotter were chatting together quietly as they looked through a family album which lay between them.
"Tommy, what is it?"
"Roderick Trenaro. He works for Islington Penzance." Part 5. Identities. Chapter 20.
"Then Mick must have left both of those telephone numbers in Tina Coggin's flat,"
St. James said.
"Trenaro's as well as Islington's. That explains why Trenaro didn't know who Tina was."
Linley didn't reply until he'd made the turn onto Beaufort Street to head in the general direction of Paddington. They had just dropped Cotter at St. James's Cheney Row house, where he'd greeted the sight of that brick building like a prodigal son, scurrying inside with a suitcase in each hand and undisguised whole-hearted relief buoying his footsteps. It was 1:10 in the afternoon. Their drive into the city from the airfield in Surrey had been plagued by a snarl of slow-moving traffic, the product of a summer fete near Buckland, which apparently was drawing record crowds. "Do you think Roderick's involved in this business?" St. James took note not only of the dispassionate tone of Linley's question, but also of the fact that he'd deliberately phrased it to leave out the word murder. At the same time he saw the manner in which his friend attended to the driving as he spoke, both hands high on the steering wheel, eyes fixed straight ahead. He knew only the barest details of Linley's past relationship with Trenaro, all of them circling round a general antipathy that had its roots in Lady Asherton's enduring relationship with the man. Linley would need something to compensate for that dislike, if Trenaro was even tangentially involved in the deaths in Cornwall, and it seemed that he'd chosen scrupulous impartiality as a means of counterbalancing the animosity that coloured his long association with the man.
"I suppose he could be, even if only unconsciously."
St. James told him about his meeting with Trenaro, about the interview Mick Cambry had done with him.
But if Mick was working on a story that led to his death, Trenaro may have merely given him a lead. Perhaps the name of someone at Islington, London, with information Mick needed.
But if, as you say, there were no notes in the newspaper office from any story connected to Roderick— Linley braked at a traffic signal. It would have been natural to look at St. James. He didn't do so. What does that suggest to you?
I didn't say there were no notes about him, Tommy. I said there was no story about him, or about anything relating to cancer research. That's a different matter than an absence of notes. There may be hundreds of notes for all we know. Harry Cambry was the one who looked through Mick's files. I had no chance to do so.
So the information may still be there, with Harry unable to recognize its importance.
Quite. But the story itself, whatever it was, if it's even connected to Mick's death, may have nothing to do with Trenaro directly. He may just be a source.
Linley looked at him then. You didn't want to phone him, St. James. Why? St. James watched a woman push a pram across the street. A small child clung to the hem of her dress. The traffic signal changed. Cars and lorries began to move.
Mick may have been on the trail of a story that caused his death. You know as well as I that it makes no sense to alert anyone to the fact that we may be on the trail as well.
So you do think Roderick's involved?
Not necessarily. Probably not at all. But he could inadvertently give the word to someone who is. Why phone him and allow for that chance?
Linley spoke as if he hadn't heard St. James's words. If he is St. James, if he is— He turned the Bentley right onto the Fulham Road. They passed the dress shops and antique dealers, the bistros and restaurants of trendy London, where the streets were peopled by fashionably dressed shoppers and trim-looking matrons on their way to rendezvous.
We don't have all the facts yet, Tommy. There's no sense in tormenting yourself about it now.
Again, St. James's words seemed to make no difference. It would destroy my mother, Linley said. They drove on to Paddington. Deborah met them in the small lobby of the Shrewsbury Court apartments, where she had apparently been waiting for them, pacing back and forth across the black and white tiles. She pulled the door open before they'd had a chance to ring the bell.
Dad phoned to tell me you were on your way, Tommy. Are you all right?
Dad said there's still been no sign of Peter. Linley's response was to say her name like a sigh. He drew her to him. What a mess this weekend's been for you. I'm sorry, Deb.
It's all right. It's nothing.
St. James looked past them. The sign concierge on a nearby door was done in calligraphy, he noted. But the hand was inexpert, and the dot above the I had blurred and become a part of the second C. He examined this, considered this, each letter, each detail, keeping his eyes fastened to the sign until Deborah spoke.
Helen's waiting up above.
She moved with Linley towards the lift. They found Lady Helen on the telephone in Deborah's flat. She was saying nothing, merely listening, and from her look in his direction and the expression on her face when she replaced the receiver, St. James realized whom she had been trying to reach.
Sydney?
He asked her.
I can't find her, Simon. Her agency gave me a list of names, friends of hers, but no one's heard a word. I just tried her flat again. Nothing. I phoned your mother as well, but there's no answer there. Shall I keep trying her?
Cold prickling ran its way down St. James's spine.
No. She'll only worry.
Lady Helen spoke again.
I've begun to think about Justin Brooke's death.
She didn't need to say more. St. James's own thoughts had made that same leap forward the moment she had told him that his sister had still not turned up. Again he cursed himself for allowing Sydney to leave Cornwall alone. If she had walked into danger, if she was hurt in any way. He felt the fingers of his right hand dig into his palm. He forced them to relax.
Has Tina Coggin returned?
Not yet.
Then perhaps we ought to make certain about the key.
He looked at Linley.
Have you brought them?
Brought them? Lady Helen asked blankly. Harry Cambrie's managed to get us mixed set of keys from Boscawen, Linley explained. We wanted to see if one of them might unlock Tina's door. He kept them in suspense only as long as it took to get to the next flat, to insert and turn the proper key in the lock. He swung the door open. They walked inside. All right, he had his own key, Lady Helen said. But really, Tommy, where does that get us? It can't be a surprise. We already knew he'd been here. Deborah told us that. So all we know beyond that fact is that he was special enough to Tina Coggin to merit a key to her door. It changes the nature of their relationship, Helen. This obviously isn't a call girl and her client. Prostitutes don't generally give out their keys. From his position near the tiny kitchen, St. James was scrutinizing the room. Its furnishings were expensive, but they told little about the inhabitant. And there were no personal objects on display. No photographs, no mementos, no collection of any kind. Indeed, the entire bed-sitting room had the look of having been put together by a decorator for a hotel. He walked to the desk. The red light of the answering machine was blinking, indicating a message. He pushed the button. A man's voice said, "Colin Sage. I'm phoning about the advert." And he gave a number for a return call. A second message was much the same. St. James wrote down the numbers and gave them to Lady Helen. "An advertisement?" she asked. "That can't be how she makes her arrangements."
You said there was a savings book,
St. James replied. Deborah came to his side. "Here," she said. "There's this as well." From a drawer she took both the savings book and a manila folder. He took the latter first, frowning down at the neatly typed list of names and addresses. Mostly London. The furthest was Brighton. Behind him he heard Linley going through the chest of drawers.
What is this?
Meditatively, St. James asked the question of himself, but Deborah replied, "We thought of clients at first, but of course that can't be. There are women on the list. And even if there weren't any women at all, it's hard to imagine anyone managing to—" She hesitated. St. James looked up. Her cheeks had coloured.
"Service this many men?" he asked.
"Well, of course, she's indicated on the tab that they're just prospects, hasn't she? So at first we thought that she was using the list to... before we actually opened up the file and saw... I mean, how exactly would a prostitute build up a clientele? Through word of mouth?" Her colour deepened. "Lord, is that a dreadful sort of pun?" He chuckled at the question.
What did you imagine she was doing with this list? Sending out brochures?
Deborah gave a rueful laugh. "I'm so hopeless at this sort of thing, aren't I? 100 clues, shrieking to be noticed, and I can't make sense of a single one."
I thought you decided she wasn't a prostitute. I thought we'd all decided that.
It's just something about the way she talked and her appearance. "Perhaps we can let go of whatever her appearance might have suggested," Linley said. Across the room he stood at the wardrobe with Lady Helen at his side. He had taken down the 4 hat boxes from the top shelf, had opened and placed them on the floor in a line. He was bending over one of these, separating the folds of white tissue paper. From the centre of the nest which the paper created, he withdrew a wig. long black hair, wispy fringe. He balanced it on his fist. Deborah gaped at it. Lady Helen sighed.
"Wonderful," she said. "The woman actually wears a wig? So what little we know of her, not to mention Deborah's description, must be virtually meaningless. She's a chimera, isn't she? False fingernails, false hair?"
She glanced at the chest of drawers. Something seemed to occur to her, for she went to them, pulled one open, and fingered through the undergarments. She held up a black brassiere.
"False everything else."
St. James joined them. He took the wig from Linley and carried it to the window, where he opened the curtains and held it under the natural light. The texture told him that the hair was real.
"Did you know she wore a wig, Deb?"
Linley asked.
"No, of course not. How could I have known?"
"It's a high-quality piece," St. James said. "You'd have no cause to think it a wig."
He examined it closely, running his fingers across the inner webbing. As he did so, a hair came loose, not one of those which comprised the wig, but another shorter hair that had detached itself from the wearer, becoming caught up in the webbing. St. James plucked it completely free, held it up to the light, and handed the wig back to Linley.
"What is it, Simon?"
Lady Helen asked. He didn't reply at once. Instead, he stared at the single hair between his fingers, realizing what it had to imply, and coming to terms with what that implication had to mean. There was only one explanation that made any sense. Only one explanation that accounted for Tina Coggin's disappearance. Still, he took a moment to test his theory.
"Have you worn this, Deborah?"
"I? No. What makes you think that?" At the desk he took a piece of white paper from the top drawer. He placed the hair on this, and carried both back to the light.
"The hair," he said. "It's red."
He looked up at Deborah and saw her expression change from wonder to realization.
"Is it possible?"
he asked her. For since she was the only one who had seen them both, she was also the only one who could possibly confirm it.
"Oh, Simon, I'm no good at this. I don't know. I don't know."
"But you saw her. You were with her. She gave you a drink."
"The drink," Deborah said. She dashed from the room. In a moment the others heard her door crash back against the wall of her flat. Lady Helen spoke.
"What is it? You can't possibly be thinking Deborah has anything to do with all this?"
"The woman's incognita. That's all it is, plain and simple. She's been in disguise." St. James placed the piece of paper on the desk. He placed the hair on top of it. He heard over and over that single word. Incognita. Incognita. What a monumental joke.
"My God," he said. "She was telling everyone she met. Tina Coggin. Tina Coggin. The name's a bloody anagram."
Deborah flew into the room. In one hand the photograph she had brought with her from Cornwall, in the other hand a small card. She handed them both to St. James.
"Turn them over,"
she said. He didn't have to do so. He knew already that the handwriting would be identical on each.
"It's the card she gave me, Simon. The recipe for her drink. And on the back of Mick's picture—"
Linley joined them, taking the card and the photograph from St. James.
"God Almighty,"
he murmured.
"What on earth is it?"
Lady Helen asked.
"The reason Harry Cambry's been building Mick's reputation as a real man's man, I should guess," St. James said.
Deborah poured boiling water into the teapot and carried it to the small oak table which they had moved into the sitting area of her flat. They took places round it, Deborah and Linley sitting on the daybed, Lady Helen and St. James on ladder-back chairs. St. James picked up the savings book which lay among the other items attached to Mick Cambry's life and his death, the manila folder entitled Prospects, the card upon which he'd written the phone number of Islington, London, the talisman sandwich wrapper, his photograph, the recipe for the drink which he'd given to Deborah on the day that he'd appeared as Tina Coggin at her door. "These 10 withdrawals from the account," Lady Helen said, pointing to them. "They match what Mick Cambry paid in rent. And the time works right with the facts, Simon. September through June."
"Long before he and Mark began dealing in cocaine," Linley said.
"So that's not how he got the money for the flat?" Deborah asked.
"Not according to Mark."
Lady Helen ran her finger down the page which listed the deposits. She said, "But he's put money in every 2 weeks for a year. Where on earth did it come from?"
St. James flipped to the front of the book, scanning the entries.
Obviously, he had another source of income.
The amount of money comprising each deposit, St. James saw, wasn't consistent. Sometimes it was significant, other times barely so. Thus he discounted the second possibility that had risen in his mind upon noting the regularity of the payments into Mick's account. They couldn't be the result of blackmail. Blackmailers generally increase the cost of suppressing a damaging piece of information. Greed feeds on itself. Easy money begs for more.
"Beyond that," Linley said, "Mark told us that they'd reinvested their profits in a second, larger buy. His taking the days on Sunday confirms that story."
Deborah poured the tea. St. James scooped up his customary 4 spoonfuls of sugar before Lady Helen shuddered and handed the bowl to Deborah. She picked up the manila folder. "Mick must have been selling his share of the cocaine in London. Surely if he'd been doing so in Nan Runnel, someone would have discovered it eventually. Mrs. Swan, for instance. I can hardly think she would have let something like that go unnoticed."
"That makes sense," Linley agreed. "He had a reputation as a journalist in Cornwall. He'd hardly have jeopardized it by selling cocaine there when he could just as easily have done so here."
"But I've got the impression he had a reputation here in London as well," St. James said. "He'd worked here, hadn't he, before returning to Cornwall?"
"But not as Tina Coggin," Deborah pointed out. "Surely he must have sold the drugs as a woman." "He became Tina in September," Lady Helen said. "He took this flat in September. He began selling the following March. Plenty of time to amass a list of buyers." She tapped her fingers against the folder. "We were wondering what was meant by prospects, weren't we? Perhaps now we know. Shall we see what sort of prospects these really are?"
"If they're prospective cocaine buyers," Linley said, "they're hardly going to admit the fact."
Lady Helen smiled serenely. "Not to the police, Tommy, darling, of course." St. James knew what that angelic smile meant. If anyone could wangle information from a total stranger, it would be Lady Helen. Light-hearted chit-chat leading down the primrose path to disclosure and cooperation was her special talent. She had already proved that with the caretaker of Shrewsbury Court Apartments. Obtaining the key to Mick's flat had been child's play for her. This list of prospects was merely one step advanced, a moderate challenge. She would become Sister Helen from the Salvation Army, or Helen the Saved from a drug rehabilitation program, or Helen the Desperate looking for a score. But ultimately, in some way, she would ferret out the truth.
"If Mick was selling in London, a buyer may have followed him to Cornwall,"
St. James said. "But if he was selling as Tina, how would someone know who he really was?" Deborah asked.
Perhaps he was recognised. Perhaps a buyer who knew him as Mick saw him when he was posing as Tina.
And followed him to Cornwall? Why? Blackmail?
What better way to get cocaine? If the buyer was having a hard time coming up with the money, why not blackmail Cambray for a payment in drugs?
St. James picked up items one by one. He studied them, fingered them, dropped them back on the table.
But Cambray wouldn't want to risk his reputation in Cornwall by giving in to the blackmail. So he and the buyer argued. He was hit. He struck his head and died. The buyer took the money that was in the cottage sitting room. Anyone who's desperate for drugs, and who's just killed a man, is hardly going to draw the line at taking money lying right in the open.
Linley got up abruptly. He walked to the open window and leaned on the sill, looking down at the street. Too late, St. James recognised whose portrait he had been painting with his series of conjectures.
Could he have known about Mick?
Linley asked. No one answered at first. Instead, they listened to the rising sound of traffic in Sussex Gardens as afternoon commuters began to make their way towards the Edgware Road. An engine revved. Brakes screeched in reply. Linley repeated the question. He didn't turn from the window.
Could my brother have known?
Possibly, Tommy,
St. James said. When Linley swung to face him, he went on reluctantly.
He was part of the drug network in London. Sydney saw him not that long ago in Soho. At night, in an alley.
He paused thoughtfully, remembering the information his sister had given him, remembering her fanciful description of the woman Peter had been assaulting. Dressed all in black, with flowing black hair. He had the impression that Lady Helen was recalling this information even as he did, for she spoke with what seemed a determination to relieve Linley's anxiety by looking for another focus for the crime. Mick's death might revolve around something entirely different. We've thought that from the first, and I don't think we ought to dismiss it now. He was a journalist, after all. He might have been writing a story. He could even have been working on something about transvestites. St. James shook his head.
He wasn't writing about transvestites. He was a transvestite. The expense of the flat tells us that. The furniture. The woman's wardrobe. He wouldn't need all that just to gather information for a story. And there's the newspaper office to consider as well, with Harry Cambray finding the underwear in Mick's desk. Not to mention the row the two of them had.
Harry knew?
He seems to have figured it out.
Lady Helen fingered the talisman wrapper, as if with the resolution of making yet another effort to put Linley's mind at rest. Yet Harry was sure it was a story.
It might have been a story. We've still got the connection to Islington, London.
Perhaps Mick was investigating a drug of some kind, Deborah offered. A drug that wasn't ready to be marketed yet. Lady Helen took up her thought. One with side effects. One that's already available to doctors. With the company pooh-poohing the possibility of problems. Linley came back to the table. They looked at one another, struck by the plausibility of this bit of idle conjecture. Thalidomide. Thorough testing, regulations and restrictions had so far precluded the possibility of another teratogenic nightmare. But men were so greedy when it came to fast profits. Men had always been so.
What if, in researching an entirely different subject, Mick got wind of something suspicious?
St. James proposed.
He pursued it here. He interviewed people here at Islington, London. And that was the cause of his death.
In spite of their efforts, Linley didn't join them.
But the castration?
He sank down onto the daybed, rubbing his forehead.
We can't seem to turn in any direction that explains it all.
As if to underscore the futility behind his words, the telephone began to ring. Deborah went to answer it.
Linley was back on his feet an instant after she spoke.
"Peter! Where on earth are you? What is it? I can't understand. Peter? Please? You've called where? Wait, he's right here."
Linley lunged for the phone. "Damn you, where have you been? Don't you know that Brooke—" "Shut up and listen to me for once, Peter. Brooke's dead as well as Mick. I don't care what you want any longer."
"What?" Linley stopped, frozen. His body was rigid. His voice all at once was perfectly calm.
"Are you certain?" "Listen to me, Peter. You must pull yourself together. I understand, but you mustn't touch anything. Do you understand me, Peter? Don't touch anything. Leave her alone. Now, give me your address." "All right. Yes, I've got it. I'll be there at once."
He replaced the phone. It seemed that entire minutes passed before he turned back to the others.
"Something's happened to Sasha." "I think he's on something," Linley said.
Which would explain, St. James thought, why Linley had insisted that Deborah and Helen remain behind. He wouldn't want either of them to see his brother in that condition, especially Deborah. "What happened?"
Linley pulled the car into Sussex Gardens, cursing when a taxi cut him off. He headed towards the Bayswater Road, veering through Radnor Place and a half-dozen side streets to avoid the worst of the afternoon crush. "I don't know. He kept screaming that she was on the bed, that she wasn't moving, that he thought she was dead."
"You didn't want him to phone the emergency number?"
"Christ, he could be hallucinating, St. James. He sounded like someone going through the DTs. Damn and blast this bloody traffic."
"Where is he, Tommy?"
"Whitechapel."
It took them nearly an hour to get there, battling their way through a virtual gridlock of cars, lorries, buses and taxis.
Linley knew the city well enough to run through countless side streets and alleys, but every time they emerged onto a main artery, their progress was frustrated again.
Midway down New Oxford Street, he spoke.
"I'm at fault here. I've done everything but buy the drugs for him."
"Don't be absurd."
"I wanted him to have the best of everything. I never asked him to stand on his own. What he's become is the result. I'm at fault here, St. James. The real sickness is mine."
St. James gazed out the window and sought a reply. He thought about the energy people expend in seeking to avoid what they most need to face. They fill their lives with distraction and denial, only to find at an unexpected 11th hour that there is, in reality, no absolute escape. How long had Linley been engaged in avoidance? How long had he himself done the same thing? It had become a habit with both of them. In scrupulously avoiding what they needed to say to each other, they had learned to adopt evasion in every significant area of their lives. He said,
"Not everything in life is your responsibility, Tommy."
"My mother said practically the same thing the other night."
"She was right. You punish yourself at times when others bear equal responsibility. Don't do that now."
Linley shot him a quick look.
"The accident. There's that as well, isn't there? You've tried to take the burden from my shoulders all these years, but you never will. Not completely. I drove the car, St. James. No matter what other facts exist to attenuate my guilt, the primary fact remains. I drove the car that night.
And when it was over, I walked away. You didn't.
I've not blamed you.
You don't need to do so. I blame myself. He turned off New Oxford Street, and they began another series of side street and back alley runs, edging them closer to the city and to Whitechapel, which lay just beyond it. But at least I must let go of blaming myself for Peter if I'm not to go mad. The best step I can take in that direction at the moment is to swear to you that no matter what we find when we get to him, it shall be Peter's responsibility, not mine. They found the building on a narrow street directly off Brick Lane, where a shouting group of Pakistani children were playing football with a caved-in ball. They were using 4 plastic rubbish sacks for goalposts, but one sack had split open, and its contents lay about, smashed and trodden under the children's feet. The sight of the Bentley called an abrupt halt to the game, and St. James and Linley climbed out of the car into a curious circle of faces. The air was heavy, not only with the apprehension that accompanies the appearance of strangers in a closely knit neighbourhood, but also with the smell of old coffee grounds, rotting vegetables, and fruit gone bad. The shoes of the football players contributed largely to this pungent odour. They appeared to be caked with organic refuse.
"What's up?"
one of the children murmured.
"Dunno,"
another replied.
"Some motor that, innit?"
A third, more enterprising than the others, stepped forward with an offer to
"What's your motor for you, mister? Keep this lot off it."
He nodded his head towards the rest of the crew. Linley raised his hand slightly, a response which the boys seemed to take as affirmation, for he posted himself with one hand on the bonnet, the other on his hip, and one grubby foot on the bumper. They had parked directly in front of Peter's building, a narrow structure 5 floors high. Originally its bricks had been painted white, but time, soot, and lack of interest had dirtied them to a repellent grey. The woodwork of windows and front door appeared to have been untouched for decades. Where handsome blue paint had once made a pleasing contrast to the white of the bricks, mere flecks remained, azure spots like freckles on a skin being eaten by age. The fact that someone on the 3rd floor had tried to ease the aspect of the building by planting freesias in a splintered window box did nothing to combat the general feeling of poverty and decay. They climbed the 4 front steps to the door. It stood open. Above it, the words "Last few days" had been sprayed onto the bricks with red paint. They seemed a suitable epigraph. "He said he's on the 1st floor," Linley said, and headed for the stairs. Once covered with a cheap linoleum, they were worn through in the centre to their black backing, and the edges that remained were crusted with a combination of old wax and new dirt. Large, greasy discolorations splodged the stairway walls, which were pock-marked with bolt holes, where once a handrail had been mounted. Handprints covered them, as well as an enormous gravy-like stain which oozed down from an upper floor. On the landing, a dusty pram tilted on 3 wheels, surrounded by several sacks of rubbish, 2 tin pails, a broom, and a blackened mop. A gaunt cat, ribs showing and an ulcerated sore in the middle of its forehead, slunk by them as they climbed upward, assailed by the odour of garlic and urine. In the uncarpeted 1st floor corridor, the building came to life. Televisions, music, voices raised in an argument, a baby's sudden wail, the discordant sounds of people going about the daily business of living. This wasn't the case in Peter's flat, however, which they found at the far end of the corridor, where a grimy window admitted a weak shaft of light from the street. The door was shut, but neither closed nor latched, so when Linley knocked, it swung inward to reveal a single room whose windows, closed and covered by bedsheets, seemed to entrap the odours of the entire building, mingling them with the stronger stench of unwashed bodies and dirty clothes. Although the room wasn't altogether much smaller than the bedsit they had just left in Paddington, the contrast was unnerving. There was virtually no furniture. Instead, 3 large, stained pillows lay on the floor among discarded newspapers and open magazines. In lieu of either wardrobe or chest of drawers, a single chair held a pile of unfolded clothing which spilled down to 4 cardboard cartons in which more clothing lay. Upended fruit packing crates served as tables, and a shadeless floor lamp provided the room with light. Linley said nothing at all as they entered. For a moment he didn't move from the threshold, as if he were summoning the strength of purpose to shut the door behind them and face the truth. He pushed the door closed so that nothing further obstructed their line of vision. Against the near wall, a threadbare sofa had been folded out into a bed. On this, a partially shrouded figure lay motionless. On the floor, just beyond the sofa, Peter Linley was curled into a fetal position, his hands curved round his head. "Peter." Linley went to him, knelt, cried his name again. As if roused by the sound, Peter gasped and made a convulsive movement. His eyes focused, found his brother. "She won't move." He stuffed part of his T-shirt into his mouth for a moment, as if in an attempt to prevent himself from crying. "I came home, and she was there, and she won't move." "What's happened?" Linley asked. "She won't move, Tommy. I came home and she was there, and she won't move." St. James went to the sofa. He removed the sheet which covered most of the figure. Beneath it, Sasha lay naked on her side on the filthy linen, with one arm stretched out and one hand dangling from the edge of the bed. Her thin hair fell forward to cover her face, and where her neck was exposed, its flesh looked grey with dirt. He put his fingers to the wrist of her outstretched arm, although even as he did so, he knew the exercise was mere rote formality. He'd once been a member of the Met's crime scene team. This wasn't the first time he'd looked upon a dead body. He straightened and shook his head at Linley. The other man came to join him. St. James pushed the fallen hair to one side and moved the arm gently to check for rigour. He took a step back, however, when he saw the hypodermic needle embedded in her flesh. "Overdose," Linley said. "What's she taken, Peter?" He went back to his brother. St. James remained with the body. The hypodermic, he noticed, was empty, the plunger down, as if she'd mainlined a substance that had killed her in an instant. It was hard to believe. He looked for some indication of what she had taken to bring about such a death. There was nothing on the packing crate next to the bed, save an empty glass with a tarnished spoon inside it and a residue of white powder on its rim. The bed itself held nothing other than the corpse. He stepped back, looking on the floor between the bed and the crate. And then, with a rush of horror, he saw it. A silver bottle lay on its side, almost out of sight. It spilled forth a white powder, undoubtedly the same substance which clung to the rim of the glass, the same substance which ended Sasha Nifford's life. Unprepared for the sight, St. James felt his heart begin to pound. He felt burned all at once by a sudden heat. He refused to believe it. The bottle was Sidney's. Chapter 21. "Get control of yourself, Peter," Linley was saying to his brother. He took Peter's arm, pulling him to his feet. Peter clung to him, weeping. "What's she taken?" St. James stared at the bottle. He could hear Sidney's voice with utter clarity. She might have been standing right there in the room. "We drove him home," she had said. "Squalid little flat in Whitechapel." And then, later, more damning and completely undeniable, "Just tell little Peter when you find him that I have lots to discuss with him. Believe me, I can hardly wait for the opportunity." In the light from the lamp, the bottle glinted, winking at him and demanding recognition. He gave it, admitted it without hesitation. For, from where he stood, St. James could see part of the engraving that comprised her initials, and he'd insisted upon the delicacy of that engraving himself, because he'd given the bottle to his sister 4 years ago on her 21st birthday.
You were my favourite brother. I loved you best.
There was no time. He didn't have the luxury in which to consider his various options and weigh the relative morality of each. He could only act or let her face the police. He chose to act, bending, reaching out his hand. "Good. You've found it," Linley said, coming to his side. "It looks like—" He suddenly seemed to recognize the significance of St. James' posture, of his outstretched hand. Certainly, St. James thought, from the chill that had rapidly followed the heat in his body, Linley must have seen something in the pallor of his face. For directly after his words faded away, Linley drew St. James back from the bed. "Don't protect him for my sake," he said quietly. "That's finished, St. James. I meant what I said in the car. If it's heroin, I can only help Peter by allowing him to face the consequences. I'm going to telephone the Met." He walked from the room. Heat returned, a wave of it. St. James felt it on his face and in his joints. Oblivious of Peter, who leaned against the wall, weeping into his hands, he moved woodenly to the window. He fumbled behind the bedsheet curtain to open it, only to find that sometime in the past it had been painted shut. The room was stifling. Less than 24 hours, he thought. The bottle was marked with a silversmith's identification, a small, fanciful escutcheon worked into its base. It wouldn't take long for the police to trace the piece back to Jermyn Street, where he'd bought it. Then it would be a simple matter. They would go through the files and look at orders. These they would compare to the bottle itself. After making some telephone calls to patrons, they would follow up with discreet inquiries at those patrons' homes. The most he could hope for was 24 hours. Dimly he heard Linley's voice speaking into the telephone in the hallway, and nearer, the sound of Peter's weeping. Above that, the harsh grating of stertorous breathing rose and fell. He recognized it as his own. "They're on their way." Linley closed the door behind him. He crossed the room. "Are you all right, St. James?"
Yes, quite.
To prove this beyond doubt, he moved, it took an effort of will, away from the window. Linley had dumped the clothes from the room's only chair and placed it at the foot of the bed, its back towards the body. "The police are on their way," he repeated. Firmly he led his brother to the chair and sat him down. "There's a bottle of something over by the sofa that's likely to get you arrested, Peter. We've only a few minutes to talk."
I didn't see a bottle.
"It isn't mine."
Peter wiped his nose on his arm.
"Tell me what happened. Where have you been since Saturday night?"
Peter squinted as if the light hurt his eyes.
"I've been nowhere." "Don't play games with me."
"Games? I'm telling—"
"You're on your own in this. Are you capable of understanding that? You're entirely on your own. So you can tell me the truth or talk to the police. Frankly, I don't care one way or the other."
"I'm telling you the truth.
We've been nowhere but here." "How long have you been back?"
"Since Saturday? Sunday? I don't know."
"I don't remember." "What time did you arrive?"
"After dawn."
"What time?"
"I don't know the time."
"What difference does it make?" "The difference it makes is that Justin Brooke's dead. But you're lucky for the moment, because the police seem to believe it was an accident." Peter's mouth twisted. "And you think I killed him? What about Mick? Are you setting me up for that as well, Tommy?" His voice broke when he said his brother's name. He began to cry again, thin body racked by the force of dry sobs. He covered his face with his hands. His fingernails were bitten, crusted with dirt. "You always think the worst of me, don't you?" St. James saw that Linley was preparing for verbal battle. He spoke to intervene.
"You're going to be asked a great many questions, Peter. In the long run it might be easier to answer them with Tommy so that he can help you, rather than with someone you don't even know."
"I can't talk to him," Peter sobbed. "He won't listen to me. I'm nothing to him." "How can you say that?" Linley demanded hotly. "'Cause it's true and you know it. You just buy me off. It's what you've always done. You were there with a checkbook all right because that was easy for you. You didn't have to be involved. But you were never there. Never once in my life for anything else." He leaned forward in the chair, his arms cradling his stomach, his head on his knees. "I was 6 years old when he got sick, Tommy. I was 7 when you left. I was 12 when he died. Do you know what that was like? Can you even imagine it? And all I had, damn you, was poor old Roderick, doing what he could to be a father to me, whenever he thought he could get away with it, but always in secret because you might find out." Linley pushed him upright. "So you turned to drugs and it's all my fault? Don't put that on me, don't you dare." "I put nothing on you," his brother spat back. "I despise you." "You think I don't know it? Every second you breathe is a second you live to hurt me. You even took Deborah's cameras to get back at me, didn't you?" "That's really rich, Tommy. Get out of here, will you? Leave me to the police." St. James forced himself to intercede, desperate to get the information he needed.
"What did she take, Peter?" he asked. "Where did she get it?"
Peter scrubbed his face on his tattered T-shirt. It was ancient, faded, bearing the figure of a skeleton, a cluster of roses, and the words, "Grateful Dead."
"I don't know. I was out."
"Where?"
Linley demanded.
Peter shot him a contemptuous look. "Buying bread and eggs?" He flung his hand towards the string bag that lay on the floor by the wall, the 2 items within it. He directed the rest of his answer to St. James.
"When I came back, she was like that. I thought she was asleep at first. But then I could tell. I could see."
He faltered, lips trembling. "I rang Tommy's office, but they said he wasn't there. I rang his house, but Denton said he was still in Cornwall. I rang Cornwall, but Hodge said he was in London. "Why were you looking for me?" Linley asked. Peter dropped his hands. He stared at the floor.
"You're my brother," he said hollowly.
Linley looked as if his heart were being torn from his chest. "Why do you do these things, Peter? Why? God, why?" "What does it matter?" St. James heard the sirens. They'd made good time, but then they would have had the advantage of being able to clear away traffic with those shrieking alarms and flashing lights. He spoke quickly, determined to know the worst.
"There's a silver container by the bed. Could it be Sasha's?"
Peter gave a short laugh. "Hardly. If she owned a piece of silver, we would have sold it long ago."
"She never showed it to you? You never saw it among her things? She never said where she got it?"
"Never." There was time for nothing more. the noise of the arriving police swelled to a crescendo, then ceased abruptly. St. James went to the window and pushed back the curtain to see 2 panda cars, 2 unmarked police cars, and 1 van pulling up behind the Bentley. They took up most of the street. The children had scattered, leaving the garbage sack goalposts behind. While a uniformed constable remained at the front of the building, tying the police line from the handrail on the front steps to a nearby lamp-post, the rest of the group entered. From his own years at the yard, St. James recognised most of them, either by name or by function. 2 CID detectives, the scenes of crime team, a photographer, the forensic pathologist. It was unusual for all of them to effect an arrival at the same time, so there was no doubt that they knew it was a colleague who had placed the call. That would be why Linley had telephoned the Met in the first place, and not the local station, Bishopsgate, in whose jurisdiction Whitechapel lay. While he intended Peter to face whatever consequences grew from Sasha Nifford's death, he didn't intend that his brother should face them without his own indirect participation. It was one thing to swear off assisting Peter if drugs were involved. It was quite another to leave him to his fate in a situation that could possibly turn into an investigation of an entirely different nature. For if Peter had known about the drugs, if he had passed them on to Sasha, if he had even helped her to take them, intending to shoot up himself upon his return from the market, these were all possibilities of which St. James knew that Linley was well aware, and they could all be moulded into various degrees of homicide. Linley would want the entire investigation handled by a team he could trust, so he'd called the Met. St. James wondered which officer on Victoria Street was phoning the Bishopsgate station right now with the explanation of why Scotland Yard was invading a foreign patch. The officers pounded up the stairs. Linley met them at the door. "Angus," he said to the man at the head of the group. He was Detective Inspector Angus Macpherson, a hefty Scot, who habitually wore old worsted suits that looked as if they doubled at night as his pyjamas. He nodded at Linley and walked to the bed. The other officer followed him, removing a small notebook from her shoulder bag and a ballpoint pen from the breast pocket of her rumpled puce blouse. Detective Sergeant Barbara Havers, Macpherson's partner. St. James knew them both. "What hae we here?" Macpherson murmured. He fingered the bedsheet and looked over his shoulder as the rest of the team crowded into the room. "You haven't moved anything, Tommy." "Just the sheet. She was covered when we got here." "I covered her," Peter said. "I thought she was asleep." Sergeant Havers raised an expressive, disbelieving eyebrow. She wrote in her notebook. She looked from Linley to his brother to the corpse on the bed. "I went to buy eggs and bread," Peter said. "When I got back—" Linley stepped behind his brother, dropping his hand to Peter's shoulder. It was enough to still him. Havers glanced their way again. "When you got back?" She spoke entirely without inflection. Peter looked at his brother as if for guidance. First his tongue, then his teeth sought his upper lip. "She was like that," Peter said. Linley's fingers whitened on his brother's shoulder. It was obvious that Sergeant Havers saw this, for she exhaled in a brief, knowing snort, a woman who possessed no affinity for Thomas Linley and no fellow feeling for his situation. She turned back to the bed. Macpherson began speaking to her in a low, quick voice. She jotted down notes. When Macpherson had completed his preliminary inspection, he joined Peter and Linley. He drew them to the far corner of the room as the forensic pathologist took over, pulling on surgical gloves. The pathologist probed, touched, poked, and examined. In a few minutes it was over. He murmured something to Havers and made way for the scenes of crime officers. St. James watched them begin to gather the evidence, his every sense alive to the presence of Sidney's silver bottle on the floor. The water glass on the packing crate was placed into a sack and marked, the tarnished spoon likewise. A fine residue of powder, which St. James himself hadn't seen in his first inspection of the fruit packing crate, was carefully brushed from its surface into a container. Then the crate was inched to one side, and the bottle itself was plucked from the floor. When it too had been dropped into a sack, the 24 hours had begun. St. James signalled to Linley that he was going to leave. The other man joined him.
"They'll be taking Peter in," Linley said. "I'll go with him."
And then, as if he believed that his intention to accompany his brother in some way negated his prior determination to let Peter stand on his own, he went on to say, "I must do that much, St. James."
That's understandable.
"Will you tell Deborah for me? I've no idea how long I'll be."
Of course.
St. James thought how to phrase his next question, knowing that Linley, upon hearing it, would leap to a conclusion which might make him refuse. Still, he had to have the details, and he had to have them without Linley's knowing why. He led into it cautiously.
Will you get me some information from the yard? As soon as they have it.
"What sort of information?"
The post-mortem. As much as you can. As soon as you can.
"You don't think that Peter—"
They're going to rush things through for you, Tommy. It's the most they can do, all things considered. And they'll do it. So, will you get the information?
Linley glanced at his brother. Peter had begun to shake. Macpherson rooted through the pile of clothing on the floor until he found a striped sweatshirt, which he handed over to Havers, who inspected it with deliberate slowness before passing it on to Peter. Linley sighed. He rubbed the back of his neck. "All right. I'll get it." In the back of the taxi, spinning towards St. Pancras, St. James tried to remove every thought of his sister from his mind, replacing her image with an unsuccessful attempt to formulate some sort of plan of action. But he could come up with nothing other than a host of memories, each one more importunate than the last, making its own demand that he save her. He had stopped briefly in Paddington to deliver Linley's message to Deborah. There he had used her telephone, ringing his sister's flat, her modelling agency, his own home, knowing all along that he was duplicating Lady Helen's earlier efforts, knowing and not caring, not even thinking, doing nothing but trying to find her, seeing nothing but the silver bottle on the floor and the intricate scrollwork of initials that identified it as Sidney's. He was aware of Deborah standing nearby, watching and listening. She was alone in the flat, Helen having gone her way to do what she could with the messages on Mick's answering machine, and the file marked prospects, and he could read her concern in the fine tracery of lines that appeared on her brow as he continued to dial, continued to ask for his sister, continued to meet with no success. He found that more than anything he wanted to keep from Deborah the true nature of his fear. She knew Sasha was dead, so she assumed his concern revolved only round Sidney's immediate safety. He was determined to keep it that way. "No luck?" Deborah asked when he finally turned from the telephone. He shook his head and went to the table upon which they had left the material they'd gathered from Mick Cambri's flat. He sorted it, stacked it, tapped it into a neat pile which he folded and put into his jacket pocket. "Can I do anything?" she asked. "Anything at all? Please, I feel so useless." She looked stricken and afraid. "I can't believe someone would actually want to hurt Sidney." "She's just gone off somewhere, Simon, hasn't she? She's in agony over Justin. She needs to be alone." He heard the penultimate statement and knew it for the truth. He had seen his sister's grief in Cornwall, and had felt the inchoate fury which that grief provoked. Still, she had gone, and he had allowed her to do so. Whatever fell upon Sidney now was in large part his responsibility.
"There's nothing you can do,"
he said. He started for the door. His face was impassive. He could feel each feature settle until he wore a perfectly insensate mask. He knew that Deborah wouldn't understand such a reaction to her offer. She would read it as rejection, seeing it, perhaps, as an adolescent retaliation for everything that had passed between them since her return. But that couldn't be helped. "Simon, please."
"There's nothing more to be done."
"I can help. You know I can."
"There's no need, Deborah."
"Let me help you find her."
"Just wait here for Tommy."
"I don't want—" She stopped. He could see a pulse beating in her throat. He waited for more. There was nothing. Deborah took in a slow breath, but she didn't look away. "I'll go to Cheney Row."
"There's no point to that. Sidney won't be there."
"I don't care." "I'm going." He had neither the time nor the wish to argue with her. So he left, forcing himself back to his original purpose in returning to London. He hoped that a visit to Islington, London, might somehow reveal the truth behind Mick Cambry's death, and that this additional death in Whitechapel was somehow tied to the previous two. For tying them together would serve as a means of exonerating Sidney. And tying them together meant a pursuit of the ghost of Mick Cambry. He was determined to incarnate this spectre from Cornwall. Islington, London seemed to offer the final opportunity of doing so. But in the back of the taxi he felt his weary mind lose the battle against images that attacked his calm, forcing him back to a time and a place he thought he had left behind forever. There he saw them as they had appeared at the hospital, distorted faces emerging out of the fugue created by alternating states of consciousness, and by the drug that deadened his most immediate suffering. David and Andrew in hushed consultation with the doctors, his mother and Helen riven by sorrow, Tommy driven by guilt. And Sidney, just 17 years old, with a butchered-up haircut and earrings that looked like communication satellites. Outrageous Sidney, reading to him from the most ridiculous of the London dailies, laughing uproariously at the worst of their gruesome and titillating stories. She was always there, never missing a day, refusing to allow him to sink into despair. And then later in Switzerland, he remembered the bitterness with which he had looked at the Alps from his hospital window, loathing his body, despising its weakness, confronting for the very first time the inescapable reality of never being able to walk with ease in those mountains, or any others, again. But Sidney was with him, bullying, shouting, harassing him back to health, stubbornly insisting he would live to an old age, even when he prayed each night that he might die. Remembering all this, he fought against the facts that nagged at his consciousness. Sidney's presence in Soho, the nature of her relationship with Justin Brooke, her easy access to drugs from the life she led, the people she knew, and the work she did. And while he tried to convince himself that she didn't know, couldn't possibly have known Mick Cambry, and thus couldn't be involved in his death in any way, he couldn't dismiss the fact that Deborah had told him Sidney had seen Tina Coggin that day in her flat. Sidney herself had talked about seeing Peter assaulting a woman in Soho, a woman whose description was identical to Tina's. Even though it was tenuous enough to be disregarded as meaningless, the connection was there. He couldn't overlook it. So he wondered where she was and what she had done, while 25 years of mutual history cried out that he find her before the police. Islington, London, was an unprepossessing building not far from Gray's Inn Road. A small gated courtyard set the structure back from the street, and it was crammed with half a dozen small cars and a minivan with the letters Islington spread across a map of Great Britain and white stars scattered here and there in all 3 countries, obviously indicating the location of branch offices. There were 10 in all, as far north as Inverness, as far south as Penzance. It appeared to be quite an operation. Inside the lobby, the sound from the street was muted by thick walls, thick carpet, and a Muzak track currently playing an all-strings rendition of Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Handsome sofas lined the walls beneath large modern canvases in the style of David Hockney. Across from these, a receptionist who couldn't have been more than an erstwhile fifth-form student who'd decided not to continue in school tapped away at a word processor with impossibly long magenta-coloured fingernails. Her hair was dyed to match. Out of the corner of her eye, she appeared to see St. James approach, for she didn't turn from her word-processing screen. Rather, she wiggled her fingers vaguely in the direction of a stack of papers on her desk and popped her chewing gum before saying, "Take an application form."
"I've not come about a job."
When the girl didn't respond, St. James noticed that she was wearing the small kind of headset earphones that are usually attached to a tape recorder, either giving dictation or blaring out rock and roll music that, mercifully, no one else has to hear. He repeated his statement, louder this time. She looked up, removing the headset hastily.
"Sorry, one gets used to the automatic response."
She pulled a ledger towards her.
"Have you an appointment?"
"Do people generally have appointments when they come here?"
She chewed her gum more thoughtfully for a moment and looked him over as if searching for hidden meanings.
"Generally," she said. "Right."
"So no one would come to make a purchase?"
The gum snapped in her mouth.
"The sales force goes out. No one comes here. There's the odd telephone order, isn't there? But it's not like a chemist's shop."
She watched as St. James took the folded materials from his jacket pocket and produced the photograph of Mick Cambry. He gave it to her, his hand making contact with her talon nails, which, glistening wetly, grazed his skin. She wore a tiny gold musical note glued onto the nail of her ring finger, like a piece of odd jewellery.
"Has this man had an appointment to see anyone?" he asked.
She smiled when her eyes dropped to the picture.
"He's been here all right."
"Lately?"
She tapped her nails on the desktop as she thought.
That's a bit difficult, isn't it? A few weeks past, I think."
"Do you know who he saw?"
"His name?"
Michael Cambry."
"Let me check."
She opened the ledger on her desk and scanned several pages, an activity which seemed to allow her the opportunity of showing off her fingernails to their best advantage, since every time she turned a page she used a new nail to guide her eyes down the column of times and names.
"A visitor's log?" St. James asked.
"Everybody signs in and out. Security, you know."
"Security?"
"Drug research. You can't be too careful. Something new comes out and everyone in the West End's hot to try it with drinks that night. Oh, here it is. He's signed into Project Testing, Department 25.
She flipped back through several more pages.
Here he is again. Same department, same time, just before lunch.
She slipped back several months.
Quite a regular he was.
"Always the same department?"
"Looks that way."
"May I speak to the department head?"
She closed the ledger and looked regretful.
"That's a bit rough. No appointment, you see. And poor Mr. Malverd's balancing 2 departments at once. Why don't you leave your name?"
She shrugged non-committally. St. James wasn't about to be put off.
"This man, Mick Cambry, was murdered Friday night."
The receptionist's face sharpened with immediate interest.
"You're police?"
she asked, and then, sounding hopeful,
"Scotland Yard?"
St. James gave a moment's thought to how easily it could all have been managed had Linley only come with him. As it was, he removed his own card and handed it over.
"This is a private endeavour," he told her.
She glanced at the card, moved her lips as she read it, and then turned it over as if more information might be printed on the back.
"A murder," she breathed. "Just let me see if I can reach Mr. Mulvard for you."
She punched 3 buttons on the switchboard and pocketed his card.
"Just in case I need you myself,"
she said with a wink. 10 minutes later, a man came into the reception area, swinging shut a heavy panelled door behind him. He introduced himself as Stephen Mulvard, offered his hand in an abbreviated greeting, and pulled on his earlobe. He was wearing a white lab coat which hung below his knees, directing attention to what he wore upon his feet: sandals rather than shoes, and heavy argyle socks. He was very busy, he said. He could spare only a few minutes, if Mr. St. James could come this way. He strode briskly back into the heart of the building. As he walked, his hair, which sprang up round his head wild and unruly like a pad of steel wool, fluttered and bounced, and his lab coat blew open like a cape. He slowed his pace only when he noticed St. James's gait, but even then he looked at the offending leg accusingly, as if it too robbed him of precious moments away from his job. They rang for the lift at the end of a corridor given over to administrative offices. Mulvard said nothing until they were on their way to the building's 3rd floor. "It's been chaos round here for the last few days," he said, "but I'm glad you've come. I thought there was more involved than I heard at first."
"Then you remember Mick Cambry?"
Mulvard's face was a sudden blank. "Michael Cambry? But she told me—" He gestured aimlessly in an indication of the reception area and frowned. "What's this about?"
"A man named Michael Cambry visited Project Testing, Department 25, several times over the past few months. He was murdered last Friday."
"I'm not sure how I can help you." Mulvard sounded perplexed. 25 isn't my regular patch. I've only stepped in briefly. What is it that you want?"
"Anything you or anyone else can tell me about why Cambry was here."
The lift doors opened. Mulvard didn't exit at once. He appeared to be trying to decide whether he wanted to talk to St. James or merely to dismiss him and get back to his own work. "This death has something to do with Islington, with an Islington product?" That certainly was a possibility, St. James realized, although not in the manner that Mulvard obviously thought.
"I'm not sure,"
St. James said.
"That's why I've come."
"Police?" He took out another card.
"Forensic science."
Mulvard looked moderately interested at this piece of information. At least, his expression indicated he was talking to a fellow. "Let's see what we can do," he said. "It's just this way." He led St. James down a linoleum-tiled corridor, a far cry from the reception and administration offices below. Laboratories opened to either side, peopled by technicians who sat on tall stools at work areas that time, the movement of heavy equipment, and the exposure to chemicals had bleached from black-topped to grey. Mulvard nodded at colleagues as they walked, but he said nothing. Once he removed a schedule from his pocket, studied it, glanced at his watch, and cursed. He picked up speed, dodged past a tea cart round which a group of technicians gathered for an afternoon break, and in a second corridor he opened a door. "This is 25, he said. The room they entered was a large rectangular laboratory, brilliantly illuminated by long ceiling tubes of fluorescent lights. At least 6 incubators sat at intervals on a worktop that ran along one wall. Interspersed among them, centrifuges squatted, some open, some closed, some humming at work. Dozens of pH meters lay among microscopes, and everywhere glass-fronted cabinets held chemicals, beakers, flasks, test tubes, pipettes. Among all these accoutrements of science, 2 technicians copied the orange digital numbers which flickered on one of the incubators. Another worked at a hood, from which a glass cover had been pulled down to protect cultures from contamination. 4 others peered into microscopes, while another prepared a set of specimens on slides. Several of them looked up as Mulvard led St. James towards a closed door at the far end of the lab, but none of them spoke. When Mulvard rapped once sharply upon that door, and entered without waiting for a reply, the few who had given him their attention lost interest. A secretary, who appeared as harried as Mulvard, turned from a filing cabinet as they entered. A desk, a chair, a computer, and a laser printer hemmed her in on all sides.
"For you, Mr. Mulvard."
She reached for a pile of telephone messages which were joined together by a paperclip.
"I don't know what to tell people."
Mulvard picked them up, flipped through them, dropped them onto her desk. "Put them off," he said. "Put everyone off. I've no time to answer phone calls."
"But—"
"Do you people keep engagement diaries up here, Mrs. Courtney? Have you evolved that far, or would that be too much to expect?" Her lips whitened, even as she smiled and made a polite effort to take his questions as a joke, something which Mulvard's tone made difficult. She pushed her way past him and went behind her desk, where she took out a leather volume and handed it over.
"We always keep records, Mr. Mulvard. I think you'll find everything in perfect order."
"I hope so," he said. "It'll be the first thing that is. I could do with some tea. You?"
This to St. James, who demurred.
"See about it, will you?" was Mulvard's final comment to Mrs. Courtney, who fired a look of nuclear quality in his direction before she went to do his bidding. Mulvard opened a second door which led to a second room, this one larger than the first, but hardly less crowded. It was obviously the office of the project director, and it looked the part. Old metal bookshelves held volumes dedicated to biomedicinal chemistry, to pharmacokinetics, to pharmacology, to genetics. Bound collections of scientific journals vied with these for space, as did a pressure reader, an antique microscope, and a set of scales. At least 30 leather notebooks occupied the shelves nearest the reach of the desk, and these, St. James assumed, would contain the reported results of experiments which the technicians in the outer lab carried out. On the wall above the desk, a long graph charted the progress of something, using green and red lines. Below this, in 4 framed cases, hung a collection of scorpions, splayed out as if in demonstration of man's dominion over lesser creatures. Mulvard frowned at these latter objects as he took a seat behind the desk. He gave another meaningful glance at his watch. "How can I help you?" St. James removed a stack of typescript from the only other chair in the room. He sat down, gave a cursory look at the graph, and said,
"Mick Cambry evidently came to this department a number of times in the last few months. He was a journalist."
"He was murdered, you said? And you think there's some connection between his death and Islington?"
"Several people feel he might have been working on a story. There could be a connection between that and his death."
"We don't know yet." "But you've indicated you're not from the police."
"That's right."
St. James waited for Mulvard to use this as an excuse to end their conversation. He had every right to do so. But it seemed that their previously acknowledged mutual interest in science would be enough to carry the interview forward for the moment, since Mulvard nodded thoughtfully, and flipped open the engagement diary in what appeared to be an arbitrary selection of date. He said, "Well, Cambry. Let's see." He began to read, running his finger down one page and then another, much as had the receptionist a few minutes before. Smythe Thomas, Allington, Schweinbeck, Barry. What did he see him for? Taversley, Powers. Ah, here it is. Cambry, 11:30. He squinted at the date. 2 weeks ago Friday.
The receptionist indicated he'd been here before. Is his name in the diary other than that Friday?
Cooperatively, Mulvard flipped through the book. He reached for a scrap of paper and made note of the dates which he handed to St. James when he had completed his survey of the diary. "Quite a regular visitor," he said. "Every other Friday."
How far back does the book go?
"Just to January."
Is last year's diary available?
"Let me check that." When Mulvard had left the office to do so, St. James took a closer look at the graph above the desk. The ordinate, he saw, was labelled tumour growth, while the abscissa was called time post-injection. 2 lines marked the progress of 2 substances, one falling rapidly and bearing the identification drug, and the other, marked saline, rising steadily. Mulvard returned, cup of tea in one hand and engagement diary in the other. He tapped the door shut with his foot. "He was here last year as well," Mulvard said. Again he copied the dates as he found them, pausing occasionally to slurp a bit of tea. Both the lab and the office were almost inhumanly quiet. The only sound was the scratching of Mulvard's pencil on paper. At last he looked up. "Nothing before last June," he said. "June 2nd.
More than a year, St. James noted. But nothing to tell us why he was here.
"Nothing. I've no idea at all." Mulvard tapped the tips of his fingers together and frowned at the graph. "Unless... it may have been oncozyme."
Oncozyme?
"It's a drug Department 25's been testing for perhaps 18 months or more."
What sort of drug?
"Cancer." Cambry's interview with Dr. Ternaro rose instantly in St. James's mind. The connection between that meeting and Cambry's trips to London was finally neither conjectural nor tenuous.
A form of chemotherapy? What exactly does it do?
"Inhibits protein synthesis in cancer cells," Mulvard said. "Our hope is that it'll prevent replication of oncogenes, the genes that cause cancer in the first place." He nodded at the graph and pointed to the red line that descended it steeply, a sharp diagonal that indicated the percentage of inhibited tumour growth versus the time after the drug had been administered. "As you can see, it looks like a promising treatment. The results in mice have been quite extraordinary."
So it's not been used on human subjects?
"We are years away from that. The toxicology studies have only just begun. You know the sort of thing. What amount constitutes a safe dosage? What are its biological effects?"
Side effects?
"Certainly. We'd be looking closely for those."
If there are no side effects, if there's nothing to prove oncozyme a danger, what happens then?
"Then we market the drug."
At some considerable profit, I should guess,
St. James noted.
For a fortune, Mulvard replied.
It's a breakthrough drug, no doubt about it. In fact, I should guess that oncozyme's the story this Cambry was writing. But as to its being a potential cause for his murder... He paused meaningfully. I don't see how. St. James thought he did. It would have taken the form of a random piece of knowledge, a source of concern, or an idea passed on by someone with access to inside information. He asked,
What's the relationship between Islington, London, and Islington Penzance.
Penzance is one of our research facilities. We have them scattered round the country.
Their purpose? More testing?
Malvern shook his head.
The drugs are created at the research labs in the first place.
He leaned back in his chair.
Each lab generally works in a separate area of disease control. We've one on Parkinson's, another on Huntington's chorea, a new one dealing with AIDS. We've even a lab working on the common cold, believe it or not.
He smiled.
And Penzance?
One of our 3 cancer locations.
Did Penzance produce oncozyme by any chance?
Malvern looked meditatively at the graph again.
No. Our Berry lab in Suffolk was responsible for oncozyme.
And you've said they don't test the drugs at these facilities?
Not the sort of extensive testing we do here. The initial testing, of course. They do that. Otherwise they'd hardly know what they've developed, would they?
Would it be safe to assume that someone at one of these associate labs would have access to results? Not only that local lab's results, but London's results as well.
Of course.
And he or she might recognize an inconsistency. Perhaps some detail glossed over in the rush to market a new product.
Malvern's benign expression altered. He thrust out his chin and pulled it back, as if adjusting his spinal cord.
That's hardly likely, Mr. St. James. This is a place of medicine, not a science fiction novel.
He got to his feet.
I must get back to my own lab now. Until we've a new man to take over 25, I'm in a bit of a frazzle. I'm sure you understand.
St. James followed him out of the office. Malvern handed the secretary both of the engagement diaries and said,
"They were in order, Mrs. Courtney. I do congratulate you on that."
She responded coldly as she took the diaries from him. "Mr. Brooke kept everything in order, Mr. Malvern." St. James heard the name with a rush of surprise.
"Mr. Brooke?" he asked.
It couldn't be possible. Malvern proved that it was. He led him back into the lab.
"Justin Brooke," he said. "Senior biochemist in charge of this lot. Bloody fool was killed last weekend in an accident in Cornwall. I thought at first that's why you'd come."
Chapter 22. Before he nodded at the constable to unlock the interrogation room's door, Linley looked through the small, thick-glassed window, a plastic tray of tea and sandwiches in his hand. Head bowed, his brother was sitting at the table. He still wore the striped sweatshirt that Macpherson had given him in Whitechapel. But whatever protection it had afforded him earlier was no longer adequate. Peter shook, arms, legs, head and shoulders. Linley had no doubt that every internal muscle was quivering as well. When they had left him in the room 30 minutes before, alone save for a guard outside to make sure he did nothing to harm himself, Peter had asked no questions. He had made neither statement nor request. He merely stood, hands on the back of one of the chairs, glancing over the impersonal room. 1 table, 4 chairs, a dull beige linoleum floor, 2 ceiling lights, only one of which worked, a red-dented tin ashtray on the table. All he had done before taking a seat was to look at Linley and open his mouth as if to speak. His face limned entreaty upon every feature. But he said nothing. It was as if Peter were finally seeing how irreparable was the damage he had done to his relationship with his brother. If he believed that blood tied them inextricably to each other, that he could call upon that blood to save himself in some way, he apparently didn't intend to mention the fact now. Linley nodded at the constable, who unlocked the door and relocked it once Linley had entered. Always a sound of grim finality. Linley found that the key grating upon metal was even more so now that it was being turned against the freedom of his own brother. He hadn't expected to feel this way. He hadn't expected to feel the desire to rescue, or the exigent need to protect.
For some delusional reason, he had actually believed that he would feel a closure had been reached once Peter finally faced the criminal implications of the lifestyle he'd chosen these past few years. But now that the justice system had caught Peter up, Linley found himself feeling not at all righteously vindicated at having been the brother who had chosen the clean, the moral, the ethical life, the life guaranteed to make him society's darling. Rather, he felt himself the hypocrite, and knew beyond a doubt that if punishment were to be meted out to the greater sinner, the man who had been given the most, and had therefore thrown the most away, he would be its rightful recipient. Peter looked up, saw him, looked away. The expression on his face was not sullen, however. It was dazed by both confusion and fear.
"We both need something to eat,"
Linley said. He sat opposite his brother and placed the tray on the table between them. When Peter made no move towards it, Linley unwrapped a sandwich, fumbling with the seal. The crinkling of the paper made that curious sound like fire eating wood. It was unusually loud.
"The yard food's unspeakable. Either sawdust or institutional mush. I had these brought in from a restaurant down the street. Try the pastrami. It's my favourite."
Peter didn't move. Linley reached for the tea.
"I can't recall how much sugar you use. I've brought a few packets. There's a carton of milk as well."
He stirred his own tea, unwrapped his sandwich, and tried to avoid considering the inherent idiocy of his behaviour. He knew he was acting like a hovering mother, as if he believed that food was going to take the illness away. Peter raised his head. "Not hungry." His lips, Linley saw, were cracked, raw from having been bitten during the half-hour in which he'd been left alone. In one spot they'd begun to bleed, although already the blood was drying in a ragged, dark blot. Other blood, in the form of small, crusty scabs, ringed the inside of his nose, while dry skin caked his eyelids, embedding itself between his lashes. "The appetite goes first," Peter said, "then everything else. You don't realize what's happening. You think you're fine, the best you've ever been. But you don't eat, you don't sleep. You work less and less, and finally not at all. You don't do anything but coke. Sex. Sometimes you do sex. But in the end you don't even do that. Coke's so much better." Linley carefully placed his sandwich, untouched, onto the paper in which it had been wrapped. He was suddenly unhungry, and wanting to be nothing more than unfeeling as well. He reached for his tea and circled his hands around it. A dull but comforting warmth emanated from the cup.
"Will you let me help you?"
Peter's right hand gripped his left. He made no reply.
"I can't change the kind of brother I was when you needed me," Linley said. "I can only offer you what I am right now, however little that may be."
Peter seemed to withdraw at this. Or perhaps it was that the cold, within and without, was causing him to diminish in size, conserving energy, garnering whatever small resources he had left. When he finally answered, his lips scarcely moved. Linley had to strain to hear him. "I wanted to be like you."
"Like me?"
"Why?" "You were perfect. You were my standard. I wanted to be like you. When I found I couldn't, I just gave it up. If I couldn't be you, I didn't want to be anything." Peter's words sounded the sure ring of finality. They sounded not only like the end of an interview that had barely begun, but also like the end of any possibility to put things right between them. Linley sought something, words, images, a common experience that would allow him to reach back through those 15 years and touch the little boy he had abandoned at Howenstow. But he could find nothing. There was no way to go back, and no way to make amends. He felt leaden. He reached in his jacket pocket, brought out his cigarette case and lighter, and laid them on the table. The case had been his father's, and the elaborately engraved A on the cover had worn through time. Portions of it had disappeared altogether, but the case was familiar to him, dear to him, nicked and dented with age though it was. He wouldn't have considered replacing it with another. Staring at it, small rectangular symbol of everything he had run from, all the areas of his life he had chosen to deny, the welter of emotions he had refused to face, he found the words. It was knowing that she was sleeping with Roderick while Father was alive. I couldn't stand that, Peter. It didn't matter to me that they'd fallen in love, that they hadn't set out to, but that it just happened between them. It didn't matter that Roderick had every intention of marrying her when she was free. It didn't matter that she still loved Father. And I knew she loved him, because I saw how she acted with him even after she'd begun the affair with Roderick. Still, I didn't understand, and I couldn't abide my own blind ignorance. How could she love them both? How could she be devoted to one, take care of him, bathe him, read to him, see to him hour after hour and day after day, feed him, sit with him, all of that, and still sleep with the other? And how could Roderick go into Father's bedroom, talk to him about his condition, and all the time know that he would be having Mother directly afterwards? I couldn't understand it. I didn't see how it was possible. I wanted life simple, and it wasn't. They're savages, I thought. They have no sense of propriety. They don't know how to behave. They have to be taught. I'll teach them. I'll show them. I'll punish them. Linley took a cigarette and slid the case across the table to his brother. My leaving Howenstow, my coming back so seldom, had nothing to do with you, Peter. You just turned out to be the victim of my need to avenge something which Father probably never even knew was happening. For what it's worth, God knows it's little enough. I'm sorry. Peter took a cigarette, but he held it in his fingers unlit, as if to light it would be taking a step further than he wished to go. I wanted you to be there, but you weren't, he said. No one would tell me when you'd be home again. I thought it was a secret for some reason. And I finally realized that no one would tell me because no one knew. So I stopped asking. Then after a while, I stopped caring. When you did come home, it was easier to hate you, so that when you left again, as you always did, it wouldn't really matter. You didn't know about Mother and Trenaro? Not for a long time. How did you find out? Peter lit his cigarette. Parents' day at school? Both of them came. Some blokes told me then. That chap Trenaro's been boffing your mum, Pete. You're too daft to know it. He shrugged. I pretended to be cool. I pretended I knew. I kept thinking they'd get married, but they never did. I made certain of that. I wanted them to suffer. You didn't have that sort of control over them. I did. I do. I knew where Mother's loyalties lay. I used them to hurt her. Peter asked for no further explanation. He put his cigarette into the ashtray and watched its fragile plume of smoke rise. Linley chose his next words carefully, feeling his way in a land that should have been old and familiar, but was instead quite foreign. Perhaps we could make our way through this together. Not to try to go back, of course. That's impossible. But try to go on. There's restitution on your part. Peter shook his head. You don't have to make anything up to me, Tommy. Oh, I know you think you do. But I chose my own path. I'm not your responsibility. And then, As if he thought his final statement sounded petulant, he finished with, "Really?"
None of this has anything to do with responsibility.
I want to help. You're my brother. I love you. Uttered so simply as a declaration of fact, the statement might have been a blow to his brother. Peter recoiled. His raw lips trembled. He covered his eyes. "I'm sorry," he finally said. And then only, "Tommy?" Linley said nothing more until his brother lowered his hand. He was alone in the interrogation room with Peter solely because of Inspector Macpherson's compassion. Macpherson's partner, Sergeant Havers, had protested vociferously enough when Linley had asked for these few minutes. She had cited regulations, procedures, judges' rules, and civil law, until Macpherson had silenced her with a simple, "I do know the law, lass. Give me the credit for that, if you will," and sent her to sit by a phone and await the result of the toxicological analysis of the powder they had found in Peter's Whitechapel room. After which Macpherson himself had lumbered off, leaving Linley at the interrogation room's door and saying, "20 minutes, Tommy," over his shoulder. So, in spite of what needed to be said about the years of suffering he and Peter had caused each other, there was little enough time for gathering information, and none at all for restoring the relationship they had destroyed. That would have to wait. "I need to ask you about Mick Cambry," Linley said. "About Justin Brooke as well." "You think I killed them?"
"Doesn't matter what I think. The only thing that matters is what Penzance CID think. Peter, you must know I can't let John Penellan take the blame for Mick's death."
Peter's eyebrows drew together. "John's been arrested?"
"Saturday night. You'd already left Howenstow when they came for him, then?"
"We left directly after dinner. I didn't know." He touched a finger to the sandwich in front of him and pushed it aside with a grimace of distaste.
"I need the truth," Linley said. "It's the only thing that's going to help anyone. And the only way to get John released, since he doesn't intend to do anything to help himself, is to tell the police what really happened on Friday night. Peter, did you see Mick Cambry after John went to Gull Cottage?"
"They'll arrest me," he mumbled. "They'll put me on trial."
"You've nothing to fear if you're innocent. If you come forward. If you tell the truth. Peter, were you there? Or did Brooke lie about that?"
Escape was well within Peter's reach. A simple denial would do it. An accusation that Brooke had lied. Even a manufactured reason why Brooke might have done so, since the man himself was dead and couldn't refute it. Those were the possibilities of response, as was a decision to help a man who had been part of their extended family for Peter's entire life. Peter licked his dry lips. "I was there."
Linley didn't know whether to feel relief or despair. He said, "What happened?"
"I think Justin didn't trust me to see to things on my own. Or else he couldn't wait."
"For the coke?"
"He'd had a stash with him at Howenstow." Briefly, Peter related the scene that had occurred between Sidney and Justin Brooke on the beach. "She threw it in the water," he concluded. "So that was that. I'd already phoned Mark about getting some more, but I didn't have enough money, and he wouldn't trust me for it, not even for a few days."
"So instead you went to Mick?"
A positive answer would be the first fissure in the tale Brooke had told, but it wasn't forthcoming. "Not for coke," Peter said, unconsciously corroborating the first part of Brooke's story. "For cash. I remembered he did the pay envelopes for the newspaper on alternate Fridays." Did you know Mick was a cross-dresser as well?
Peter smiled wearily.
There was an element of grudging admiration in it, a ghost of the little boy he had been.
I always thought you'd make a decent detective.
Linley didn't tell him how little of his own talent for inference and deduction had gone into the discovery of Mick Cambry's second life in London. He merely said, "How long have you known?"
About a month. I bought from him occasionally in London when my other sources were dry. We'd meet in Soho. There's an alley near the square where deals go down. We'd meet in a club there. I'd buy a gram, half a gram, less, whatever I could afford.
That seems damn risky. Why not meet at your flat? At his? Peter shot him a look.
I didn't even know he had a flat, and I sure as hell didn't want him to see mine.
How would you get in touch? How would you make the arrangements?
Like I said, sometimes my other sources went dry, so I'd phone him in Cornwall. If he was due to come to London, we'd set up a buy.
Always in Soho?
Always the same place, at this club. That's where I found out about the cross-dressing.
How?
Peter's face coloured as he related the story of how he had waited an hour for Mick Cambry to appear at Cat's Cradle, how a woman approached him when he went to the bar for matches, how they had 3 drinks together, how they finally went outside.
There's a bit of an alcove there, Peter said. It's private, more or less. I was drunk as hell by then. I didn't know what I was doing, much less care. So when she started rubbing against me, really feeling me up, I was willing, all right. Then when things had gone as far as she wanted them to go, she started laughing. Laughing and laughing like a crazy woman. I saw it was Mick.
You couldn't tell before that?
Peter gave a rueful shake of his head.
Mick looked good, Tommy. I don't even know how he did it. But he looked damn good. Sexy. He probably could have fooled his own father. He sure as hell fooled me.
And when you saw the woman was Mick?
I wanted to beat the shit out of him, but I was too drunk. I took a swing. We both fell. At least, I know we ended up on the ground somehow. And then, of all people, Sidney St. James showed up out of nowhere. Christ, it was like a nightmare. She was with Brooke. He pulled me off Mick, and Mick took off. I didn't see him again until Friday night in Nanrunnel.
How did you find out Mick dealt cocaine in the first place?
Mark told me.
But you didn't try to get cocaine from him in Nanrunnel?
He wouldn't sell there. Only in London.
He wasn't in London all that often, was he? Who were his buyers?
There's a whole network, Tommy. Dealers know the buyers, buyers know the dealers. Everyone knows everyone. You get a number, you ring it. You make arrangements.
And if your caller turns out to be from the Met's drug squad?
Then you're busted. But not if you're smart. And not if you know how to set up your network. Mick knew how to do that. He was a journalist. He knew how to establish good sources. He just looked for a different kind of source once he started dealing. He had hundreds of connections.
That was true, Linley thought. It would have been simple for a man in Mick Cambry's position. What happened between you on Friday night?
The neighbours heard a row. I was getting desperate. Mark picked up on that in the afternoon and obliged me by raising his price. I didn't have the cash, so I went to see Mick to borrow some. He said absolutely not. I promised I'd be good for it. I swore that I'd have it back in a week.
How?
Peter stared at his bitten fingernails. Linley saw that he was struggling with his conscience,
choosing how far to go and costing out the consequences.
"Things from Howenstow," he finally said. "The silver. I thought I could sell a few pieces in London, and no one would be the wiser. At least, not for a while."
"Is that why you went to Cornwall in the first place?"
Linley waited for the answer and tried to remain indifferent to the idea of his brothers selling what had been part of their family for generations, merely to feed his drug addiction.
"I don't know why I went to Cornwall. I wasn't thinking straight. One minute I was going there to make a buy from Mark. The next it was to pinch a bit of silver to take back to London. The next it was to get some money from Mick. That's what it's like. You don't even know what you're doing after a while. It's like being dizzy."
"And when Mick refused to lend you the money?"
"It was stupid. I threatened to let it out in the village what he was up to in London. The cross-dressing. The drug-dealing as well."
"I take it that it didn't convince him to hand over a few pounds?"
"Not at all. He just laughed. He said if I wanted money I should threaten him with death, not blackmail. People pay a hell of a lot more to stay alive than to have a secret kept, he said. That's where the real money is. And all the time he kept laughing, like he was egging me on."
"What was Brooke doing?"
"Trying to get us both to shut up. He could tell I was crazy. I think he was scared that something weird would go down."
"But you didn't shut up."
"Mick kept after me. He said that if I wanted to put his dirty linen on the table, that he'd be willing to spread mine out as well. He said you and Mother might find my return to drug use of interest. But as to that, I didn't even care."
Peter bit at his thumbnail, anxious little nibbling bites.
"It didn't matter to me if he told you, since you'd guessed I was using again anyway. As for Mother, nothing mattered to me except getting high. You don't know what it feels like to be willing to do anything just to get your hands on some coke."
It was a damning admission.
Linley only thanked the luck of the moment that neither Macpherson nor Havers was there to hear it. The former, he knew, might well take it as a meaningless slip of the tongue. The latter, however, would pounce upon it like a starving mongrel.
"I just exploded at that point," Peter said. "It was that, or start to beg."
"Is that when Brooke left?"
"He tried to get me to go as well, but I said no. I said I wanted to finish what I'd started with a little puff."
Again, the damning choice of words. Linley felt himself wince inwardly.
"What happened then?"
"I called Mick every foul name I could think of. I raved, screamed. I was strung out and mad, and I needed."
He picked up his cup of tea, swallowed a large mouthful. A trickle of the liquid dripped down his chin.
"I ended up begging and snivelling for just 50 quid. He threw me out."
Peter's cigarette had gone untouched in the ashtray. It had burnt to nothing, creating a perfect cylinder of grey ash. He tapped it with the broken nail of his index finger. It dissolved into a wispy pile.
He said, "The money was still there when I left him, Tommy. You've no cause to believe that. But the money was there, and Mick was alive."
"I believe you."
Linley tried to make his words ring with the assurance that his personal belief was all that would be necessary to restore Peter to the safety of his family.
But that was nothing more than irresponsible fantasy.
For as things stood now, once Peter's story was relayed to the Penzance police, he would surely stand trial.
And once his extensive drug use was revealed to a jury,
his position would be perilous at best,
no matter Linley's earlier avowals of the inherent value of telling the truth.
Peter seemed to take comfort from his brother's words.
He seemed to feel an encouragement to continue, a fragile bond between them that allowed for revelation. "I didn't take them, Tommy. I wouldn't have done that." Linley looked at him blankly. Peter went on, "Her cameras. I didn't take them. I didn't. I swear it." The fact that Peter had been willing to sell off the family silver made it hard to believe he'd suddenly developed a conscience when it came to Deborah. Linley avoided a direct reply.
"What time did you leave Mick on Friday?"
Peter considered the question. "I went to the Anchor and Rose and had a pint," he said. "It must have been about 9:45.
Not 10 o'clock? Not later?
Not when I arrived."
"Were you still there at 10?
When Peter nodded, Linley asked, "Then why did Justin hitchhike back to Howenstow alone?" "Justin?"
Wasn't he there in the pub?"
Peter looked at him in some confusion. "No." Linley felt a measure of relief at this. It was the first exonerating piece of information that his brother had offered. And the fact that he had offered it so completely unconscious of its importance told Linley that in this instance his brother was telling the truth. It was a detail to be checked upon, a blemish on Brooke's story, the vague promise that the case against Peter could indeed be broken by a barrister in court.
"What I don't understand," Linley said, "is why you left Howenstow so suddenly. Was it the row we had in the smoking room?"
Peter smiled briefly. "Considering how many other rows we've had, one more would hardly have made me turn tail, would it?" He looked away. At first, Linley thought he was fabricating a story, but he saw the spots of colour on his brother's face and realised he was embarrassed. "It was Sasha," he said. "She wouldn't let up on me. She kept insisting we come back to London. I'd taken a matchbox from the smoking room, the silver piece that usually sits on the desk, and once she knew I couldn't get any money from Mick or some dope from Mark, she wanted to bring the box back to London and sell it here. She was in a rush. She wanted the coke bad. She used a lot, Tommy. All the time. More than me."
"Did you make the buy? Is that where you got whatever she took this afternoon?"
"I couldn't find a buyer. Everyone knows the box is hot. I'm surprised I wasn't arrested." "Before now" remained unspoken. But there was no doubt that the two words were foremost on both of their minds. The key turned in the door. Someone knocked upon it sharply. Macpherson swung it open. He'd loosened his tie and removed his jacket. His heavy-rimmed spectacles rode high on his forehead, shoved there out of his way. Behind him, Sergeant Havers stood. She made no effort to hide the smile of gratification on her face. Linley got to his feet, but motioned his brother to stay where he was. Macpherson thumbed towards the hallway, where Linley followed him, shutting the door on his brother.
"Has he a solicitor?"
Macpherson asked. "Of course. We've not phoned, but—" Linley looked at the Scot. His face, in contrast to Havers, was grave. "He said he doesn't recognise that container, Angus. And surely we'll find any number of witnesses who can verify his story of going out to buy bread and eggs when she took the drug." He tried to keep his voice calm and reasonable, so they wouldn't wander beyond the death of Sasha Nifford. The idea that Macpherson and Havers had somehow connected Peter to the Cornwall deaths was unthinkable, but the mention of a solicitor suggested nothing else. "I spoke to the print men just before coming to see him. Evidently only Sasha's are on the needle, and none of Peter's are on that bottle. For an overdose of this kind—" Macpherson's face had creased with growing worry. He lifted a hand to stop Linley's words, dropped it heavily when he said, "Aye, for an overdose. Aye, laddie, aye. But we do hae more of a problem than an overdose. What do you mean? Sergeant Havers'll gie you the facts. It took an effort for Linley to move his eyes from Macpherson to the snubby-faced sergeant. She held a paper in her hand. "Havers," he said. Again that slight smile, condescending, knowing, and more than that, enjoying. "The toxicology report indicates it's a mixture of quinine and a drug called ergotamine," she said. "Mixed together appropriately, Inspector, they not only resemble, but also taste exactly like heroin. That's what the girl must have thought it was when she injected it."
"What are you saying?" Linley asked.
Macpherson shuffled his feet. "You know as well as I. It's a murder." Chapter 23. Deborah had been as good as her word. When St. James returned home, Cotter told him that she had arrived herself only an hour before. "With an overnight case," he added significantly. "She talked of having a load of work ahead, printing up some fresh snaps. But I think the girl means to stay till there's word of Miss Sidney." As if in the expectation that St. James would interfere with her plans upon his own arrival, Deborah had gone directly up to her dark room, where the red light glowing above the door told him she was not to be disturbed. When he knocked and said her name, she shouted cheerfully, "Out in a bit!" and banged about with what sounded like unnecessary vigour. He descended to his study and placed a call to Cornwall. He found Dr. Trenaro at home. He did nothing more than identify himself before Trenaro asked about Peter Linley, with a forced calm that said he expected the worst, but was keeping up the pretence of all being well at the heart of the matter. St. James guessed Lady Asherton was with him. Bearing that in mind, he gave Trenaro only the barest information.
"We found him in Whitechapel. Tommy's with him at the moment."
Trenaro said, "He's all right." St. James affirmed this, in as indirect a fashion as he could, leaving out most of the details, knowing that their recitation to Trenaro or to anyone else was something that belonged by rights to Linley. He went on to explain Tina Coggin's true identity. At first, Trenaro sounded relieved to hear that his telephone number had been in the possession of Mick Cambry all along, and not in the possession of an unknown London prostitute. But that relief was fleeting, and it faded to what seemed to be discomfort, and then finally comprehension, as the full implication of Mick Cambry's double life dawned on the man. "Of course I didn't know about it," he responded to St. James' question. "He'd have had to keep something like that completely to himself. Sharing that sort of secret in a village like Nanrunnel would have been the death—" He stopped abruptly. St. James could imagine the process of Trenaro's thoughts. They certainly weren't out of the realm of possibility.
"We've traced Mick's activities to Islington, London," St. James said. "Did you know Justin Brooke worked there?"
"For Islington? No."
"I wondered if Mick's trip there somehow grew out of the interview you and he had all those months ago."
Over the line he heard the distinct sound of china upon china, something being poured into a cup. It was a moment before Trenaro answered. "It may well have. He was doing a feature on cancer research. I spoke of my work. I no doubt mentioned how the Islington Company operates, so the London facility would have come into it."
"Would Oncozyme have come into it as well?"
"Oncozyme? You know—" A shuffling of papers. The sound of a watch alarm going off. It was quickly silenced. "Damn! Just a moment." A swallow of tea. "It must have come up. As I recall, we were discussing an entire range of new treatments. Everything from monoclonal antibodies to advances in chemotherapy. Oncozyme fits into the latter category. I doubt that I would have passed it by."
"So you knew about Oncozyme yourself when Mick interviewed you?"
Everyone at Islington knew about oncozyme. Berry's baby, we called it. The branch lab at Bury St Edmunds developed it.
How much can you tell me about it?
It's an anti-oncogene. It prohibits DNA replication. You know what cancer is all about. Cells reproducing, killing one off with a large dose of the body's own functions gone completely haywire. An anti-oncogene puts an end to that.
And the side effects of an anti-oncogene?
That's the problem, isn't it? There are always side effects to chemotherapy. Hair loss, nausea, weight loss, vomiting, fever.
All those are standard, though, aren't they?
Standard, but none the less inconvenient. Often dangerous. Believe me, Mr. St. James, if someone could develop a drug without side effects, the scientific world would be dazzled indeed.
What if a drug was found to be an effective anti-oncogene, but unfortunately it was also the cause of more serious side effects?
What sort do you have in mind? Renal dysfunction? Organ failure? Something like that?
Perhaps something worse. A teratogen, for example.
Every form of chemotherapy is a teratogen. Under normal circumstances, it would never be used on a pregnant woman.
Something else, then?
St. James considered the possibilities.
Something that might damage progenitor cells.
There was an extremely long pause, which Dr. Trenaro finally ended by clearing his throat.
You're suggesting a drug causing long-range genetic defects in both men and women? I don't see how that's possible. Drugs are too well tested. It would have come out somewhere, in someone's research. It couldn't have been hidden.
Suppose it was, St. James said. Would Mick have been able to stumble upon it?
Perhaps. It would have shown up as an irregularity in the test results. But where would he have got test results? Even if he went to the London office, who would have given them to him? And why?
St. James thought he knew the answer to both those questions. Deborah was eating an apple when she entered the study 10 minutes later. She had cut the piece of fruit into eighths, which she had then arranged on a plate with half a dozen unevenly sliced pieces of cheddar cheese. Because food was involved in her current activity, Peach and Alaska, the household dog and cat, attended closely at her heels. Peach kept a vigilant eye hovering between Deborah's face and the plate, while Alaska, who found overt begging beneath his feline dignity, leapt onto St. James's desk and strolled through the pens, pencils, books, magazines, and correspondence. He settled comfortably next to the telephone, as if expecting a call.
"Finished with your pictures?"
St. James asked. He was sitting in his leather armchair where he had spent the time following his conversation with Trenaro by brooding into the unlit fireplace. Deborah sat opposite him, cross-legged on the sofa. She balanced the plate of cheese and apple on her knees. A large chemical stain ran from calf to ankle on her blue jeans, and in several places her white shirt bore spots of damp from her work in the darkroom.
For the moment, I'm taking a break.
Came up rather suddenly, your need to print pictures, wouldn't you say?
Yes, she said placidly.
Indeed I would.
Using them for a show?
Possibly. Probably.
Deborah?
What?
She looked up from her plate, brushed hair from her forehead. She held a wedge of cheese in her hand.
Nothing.
Ah! She pinched off a bit of the cheese, offered it with a portion of apple to the dog. Peach gobbled down both, wagged her tail, barked for more.
After you left, I broke her of begging like that,
St. James said.
It took me at least 2 months.
In answer, Deborah gave Peach another bit of cheese. She patted the dog's head, tugged her silky ears, and then looked up at him. Her expression was guileless.
She's just asking for what she wants. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
He could feel the provocation behind the words. He pushed himself out of his chair. There were phone calls to make about Brooke, about oncozyme. There was checking to do into his sister's whereabouts. There were at least half a dozen studies unrelated to the Cambry-Brooke-Nifford deaths awaiting his attention in the lab, and half a dozen other reasons for leaving the room. But instead of doing so, he stayed.
"Would you get that blasted cat off my desk?"
He walked to the window. Deborah went to the desk, scooped up the cat, deposited him onto St. James's chair. "Anything else?" she asked, as Alaska began enthusiastically kneading the worn leather. St. James watched the cat curling up for a lengthy stay. He saw Deborah's mouth twitch with a smile. "Minx," he said. "Brat," she responded. A car door slammed in the street. He turned to the window.
"Tommy's here,"
he said, and Deborah went to open the front door. St. James could see that Linley bore no good news. His gait was slow, without its natural grace. Deborah joined him outside, and they spoke for a moment. She touched his arm. He shook his head, reached for her hand. St. James left the window. He went to a bookshelf. He chose a volume at random, pulling it down and opening it at random as well. "I wish you to know that you have been the last dream of my soul," he read. "In my degradation I have not been so degraded, but that the sight of you, with your father, and of this home made such a home by you, has stirred old shadows." Good God. He snapped the book shut. A Tale of Two Cities. Great, he thought wryly. He shoved the book back among the others and considered making another selection. Far from the madding crowd looked promising. A good bout of psychic suffering with Gabriel Oak. "Spoke to Mother afterwards," Linley was saying as he and Deborah came into the study. "She didn't take it well." St. James greeted his friend with a small whisky, which Linley accepted gratefully. He sank into the sofa. Deborah perched next to him on the sofa's arm, her fingertips brushing his shoulder. "Brooke appears to have been telling the truth," Linley began. "Peter was in Gull Cottage after John Penellan left. He and Mick had a row." He shared the information which he'd gathered from his interview with Peter. He added the Soho story as well.
"I did think that might have been Cambry with Peter in the alley,"
St. James said when Linley had finished.
"Sidney told me about seeing them. The description seemed to fit," he added, answering the unasked question that immediately appeared on Linley's face. "So if Peter recognized Cambry, there's a good chance Justin Brooke did as well."
"Brooke?" Linley queried. "How? He was there with Sidney in the alley, I know. But what difference does that make?"
"They knew each other, Tommy. Brooke worked for Islington."
St. James related his own information about Brooke's position at Islington, London, about Cambry's visits to Department 25, about oncozyme, and the potential for a story. "How does Roderick Ternaro fit into all this, St. James?"
"He's the prime mover. He gave Mick Cambry some key information. Cambry used it to pursue a story. That appears to be the extent of his involvement. He knew about oncozyme. He mentioned it to Mick."
"And then Mick died. Ternaro was in the vicinity that night."
"He has no motive, Tommy. Justin Brooke did."
St. James explained. His theory, the product of those minutes brooding alone in the study, was simple enough. It involved the promise of cocaine in exchange for key background information from an unnamed source that would evolve into an important story about a potentially dangerous drug. A deal between Cambry and Brooke that had somehow gone bad, coming to a head on the night Brooke had gone with Peter to Gull Cottage. But that doesn't account for Brooke's death.
"Which the police have said from the first was an accident."
Linley took his cigarette case from his jacket pocket, staring down at it thoughtfully before he spoke. He flipped open his lighter, but didn't use it at once. "The pub," he said. "Peter said Brooke wasn't in the Anchor and Rose on Friday night, St. James."
After he left Gull Cottage?
"Yes." Peter went to the pub. He was there at 10:15 and beyond. Brooke never showed up.
So it fits, doesn't it?
Deborah spoke.
Did Justin Brooke know Peter was taking him to see Mick Cambry? Did Peter name Mick before they left for the village? Or did he just say it was someone in Nanrunnel?
He must not have known in advance,
St. James said.
He'd hardly have gone had he known Mick Cambry was the man with the money Peter intended to borrow. He wouldn't have wanted to run the risk of exposure.
It seems that Mick was in more danger of exposure than Justin Brooke, Deborah said. The cocaine, the cross-dressing, his second life in London. God knows what else you've yet to tumble up.
Linley lit his cigarette, spoke with a sigh that expelled a gust of smoke. "Beyond that, there's Sasha Nifford. If Brooke killed Cambry and then fell to his death, what happened to Sasha?" St. James attempted to look non-committal. He made himself ask,
"What did the Met have to say about Sasha?"
"It was orgotamine and quinine." Linley took a white envelope from his inner breast pocket. He handed it to St. James. "She seems to have thought it was heroin." He read the brief report, finding it all at once difficult to assimilate technical information that should have been like a natural second language. Linley was continuing to speak, giving facts which St. James had himself possessed for years. "A massive dose constricts all the arteries. Blood vessels rupture in the brain. Death is immediate. But we saw that, didn't we? She still had the needle in her arm."
"The police aren't calling it an accident?"
"Quite. They were still questioning Peter when I left."
"But if it wasn't an accident," Deborah said, "doesn't that mean—"
"There's a second killer," Linley concluded. St. James went to his bookshelves once again. He was sure his movements, jerky and awkward, gave him away.
"Orgotamine," he said. "I'm not entirely sure."
He let his voice drift off, hoping for a display of natural curiosity, the reaction typical to a man of science. But all the time dread and knowledge was seeping through his skin. He pulled down a medical volume. "It's a prescription drug," Linley was saying. St. James flipped through the pages. His hands were clumsy. He was at G and then H before he knew it. He aimlessly read without seeing a word.
"What's it for?"
Deborah asked. "Migraine headaches, mostly."
"Really? Migraine headaches?"
St. James felt Deborah turn towards him, willed her not to ask. Innocently, she did so.
"Simon, do you take it for your migraines?"
Of course. Of course. She had known he took it. Everyone knew. He never counted the tablets. And the bottle was large. So she had gone to his room. She'd taken what she needed. She'd crushed them. She'd mixed them. She'd created the poison. And she'd handed it over, intending it for Peter, but killing Sasha instead. He had to say something to direct them back to Cambry and Brooke. He read for another moment, nodded as if caught in heavy contemplation, then shut the book.
"We need to go back to Cornwall," he said decisively. "The newspaper office should give us the definite connection between Brooke and Cambry. Harry was looking for a story right after Mick's death. But he was looking for something sensational. Gun running into Northern Ireland, call girls visiting cabinet ministers, that sort of thing. Something tells me he would have overlooked Onkozyme."
He didn't add the fact that leaving London by tomorrow would buy him time, making him unavailable to the police, when they came calling to question him about a silver bottle from Jermyn Street. "I can manage that," Linley said. "Weberley's been good enough to extend my time off, and it'll clear Peter's name. Will you come as well, Deb?" St. James saw that she was watching him closely. "Yes," she said slowly. Then, "Simon, is there—" He couldn't allow the question.
"If you'll both excuse me, I've a number of reports to see to in the lab," he said. "I've got to make at least some sort of start on them before tomorrow."
He hadn't come down for dinner. Deborah and her father had finally taken their meal alone after 9 o'clock in the dining-room. Dover sole, asparagus, new potatoes, green salad, a glass of wine with the food, a cup of coffee afterwards. They didn't speak. But every few minutes Deborah caught her father glancing her way. A division had come into their relationships since her return from America. Where once they had spoken freely to each other with great affection and trust, now they were wary. Entire subjects were taboo. She wanted it that way. She had been in such a rush to move from the Chelsea house in the first place to avoid a sharing of confidences with her father. For, in the long run, he knew her better than anyone, and he was the most likely person to push back through the present to examine the past. He had, after all, the most at stake. He loved them both. She pushed back her chair and began gathering their plates. Cotter stood as well. "Glad to have you here tonight, Deb," he said. "Old times, seems like, the three of us." "The two of us?" She smiled in what she hoped would be affectionate and dismissive at once. "Simon didn't come to dinner?"
"Three of us in the house, I meant," Cotter said.
He handed her the tray from the sideboard. She stacked the plates on it.
"Works too much, does Mr. St. James. I worry the man'll wear himself down to nothing."
Cleverly, he'd moved to stand near the door. She couldn't escape without making obvious her desire to do so, and surely her father would pounce upon that. So she cooperated by saying, "He is thinner, Dad, isn't he? I can see that."
"That he is."
And then adroitly he took the opening.
"These last 3 years didn't go easy on Mr. St. James, Deb. You think they did, don't you? But you've got it wrong."
"Well, of course. There were changes in all of our lives, weren't there? I expect he hadn't thought much about my running round the house till I wasn't there to do it any longer. But he got used to it in time. Anyone can see—"
"You know, love," her father interrupted, "you've never in your life been one to talk false to yourself. I'm sorry to see you start doing it now."
"Talk false? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I do that?"
"You know the answer. Way I see it, Deb, you and Mr. St. James both know the answers more'n quite well. All it takes is one of you to be brave enough to say it, and the other brave enough to stop living a lie."
He put their wine-glasses on the tray and took it from her hands. She had inherited her mother's height, Deborah knew, but she'd forgotten how that only made it easier for her father to look directly into her eyes. He did so now. The effect was disconcerting. It drew a confidence from her when she wanted to avoid giving it. "I know how you want it to be," she said, "but it can't be that way, Dad. You need to accept it. People change. They grow up. They grow apart. Distance does things to them. Time makes their importance to each other fade away."
"Sometimes,"
he said. "This time." She saw him blink rapidly at the firmness of her voice. She tried to soften the blow. "I was just a little girl. He was like my brother."
"He was that."
Cotter moved to one side to let her pass. She felt bereft by his reaction. She wanted nothing so much as his understanding, but didn't know how to explain the situation in any way that wouldn't destroy the dearest of his dreams. "Dad, you must see that it's different with Tommy. I'm not a little girl to him. I never was. But to Simon, I've always been. I'll always be." Cotter's smile was gentle. "You've no need to convince me, Deb. No need." He straightened his shoulders. His tone became brisk. "At least we need to get some food in the man. Will you take a tray up? He's still in the lab." It was the least she could do. She followed him down the stairs to the kitchen and watched him put together a tray of cheese, cold meats, fresh bread and fruit, which she carried up to the lab, where St. James was sitting at one end of the work tables, gazing at a set of photographed bullets. He held a pencil, but it lay unused between his fingers. He'd turned on several lights, high-intensity lamps, scattered here and there throughout the sprawling room. They created small pools of illumination within great caverns of shadow. In one of these, his face was largely screened by the darkness. "Dad wants you to eat something," Deborah said from the doorway. She entered the room and set the tray on the table. "Still working?" He wasn't. She doubted that he'd got a single thing done in all these past hours he'd spent in the lab. There was a report of some sort lying next to one of the photographs, but its front page didn't bear even a crease from having been folded back, and although a pad of paper lay beneath the pencil he held, he'd written nothing upon it. So all of this was rote behaviour on his part, a falling back on his work as an act of avoidance. It all involved Sidney. Deborah had seen that much in his face when Lady Helen told him she hadn't been able to find his sister. She had seen it again when he had returned to her flat and placed call after call trying to locate Sidney himself. Everything he had done from that moment, his journey to Islington, London, his discussion with Tommy about Mick Cambry's death, his creation of a scenario to fit the facts of the crime, his need to get back to work in the lab, all of this was diversion and distraction, to escape the trouble that had Sidney at its core. Deborah wondered what St. James would do, what he would allow himself to feel, if someone had hurt his sister. Once again she found herself wanting to help him in some way, giving him a peace of mind that appeared to elude him. "It's just a bit of meat and cheese," she said. "Some fruit. Bread." All of which was obvious. The tray was lying in his line of vision.
"Tommy's gone?"
he asked.
"Ages ago. He went back to Peter."
She drew one of the lab stools to the other side of the table and sat facing him. "I've forgotten to bring you something to drink," she said. "What would you like? Wine? Mineral water? Dad and I had coffee. Would you like a coffee, Simon?"
"Thank you, no. This is fine."
But he made no move to eat. He straightened on the stool, rubbed the muscles of his back. The darkness did much to alter his face. Harsh angles were softened. Lines disappeared. The years drained away, taking with them the evidence of their companion pain. He was left looking younger and far more vulnerable. He seemed all at once so much easier to reach, the man to whom Deborah had once said anything at all, without fear of either derision or rejection, secure in the knowledge that he would always understand. "Simon," she said, and waited until he had looked up from the plate of food which she knew he wouldn't touch. "Tommy told me what you tried to do for Peter today. That was so kind of you." His expression clouded.
"What I tried?"
She reached across the table, grasping his hand lightly. "He said that you were going to take the container so that it wouldn't be there when the police arrived. Tommy was so moved by that act of friendship. He would have said something this afternoon in the study, but you left before he had the chance." She saw that his eyes were on her ring. The emerald shimmered like a translucent liquid in the light. His hand beneath hers was very cool. But as she waited for him to respond, it balled into a fist and then jerked away. She pulled her own hand back, feeling momentarily struck. Feeling that any foolhardy lowering of her defences, any attempt to reach him in simple friendship, condemned her to failure again and again. Across from her, he swung to one side. The shadows deepened on the planes of his face. "God," he whispered. At the word, at his expression, she saw that his pulling away had nothing to do with her. "What is it?" she asked. He leaned into the light. Every line reappeared with every angle newly honed. Dominant bones seemed to draw the skin against his skull. "Deborah, how can I tell you? I'm not the hero that you think I am. I did nothing for Tommy. I didn't think of Tommy. I didn't care about Peter. I don't care about Peter. But the container belongs to Sydney." Deborah felt herself drawing back at this statement. Her lips parted, but for a moment she did nothing but stare incredulously at his face. Finally she managed, "What are you saying?" "She thinks Peter killed Justin Brooke. She wanted to even the score. But somehow, instead of Peter—" "Got mean," Deborah whispered. "You do take it, don't you?" He shoved the tray to one side, but that was the only reaction he appeared to be willing to allow himself. His words, if not their connotation, were perfectly cool. "I feel like an idiot. I can't even think what to do to help my own sister. I can't even find her. It's pathetic, obscene. I'm perfectly useless, and this entire day has been nothing more than an illustration of that fact." "I don't believe it," Deborah said slowly. "Sydney wouldn't. She didn't. Simon, I can't think you believe it yourself."
"Helen's looked everywhere, phoned everywhere. So have I. Nothing's any good. And they'll trace that container within 24 hours.
"How could they? Even if her fingerprints are on it."
"It has nothing to do with fingerprints. She's used her perfume bottle. It's from Jermyn Street. That's not going to give the police any difficulty. They'll be here by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You can bet on that."
"Her perfume? Simon, it's not Sydney." Quickly, Deborah pushed off the lab stool, going round to join him. "It's not Sydney. It can't be. Don't you remember? She came to my room the night of the dinner. She used my perfume. Hers was missing, she said. Someone had straightened her room. She couldn't find anything. Don't you remember?" For an instant he looked momentarily stunned. His vision was fixed upon her, although he didn't appear to be seeing her at all. "What?" he whispered, and then went on in a voice that was stronger. "That was Saturday evening. That was before Brooke died. Someone was planning to kill Peter even then." "Or Sasha," Deborah said. "Someone's trying to frame Sydney." He pushed himself off the lab stool, walked to the end of the work table, swung round, walked back. He did it a second time, more quickly and with growing agitation. "Someone got into her room. It could have been anyone. Peter, if Sasha was the intended victim. Or Trenaro. Or any one of the Penellans. Good God, even days." The truth was all of a piece in a moment. "No," Deborah said. "It was Justin." "Justin?" "It never made sense to me that he went to her bedroom Friday night. Not after what had happened between them on the beach that afternoon. He had a grievance against Sydney. The cocaine, their fight, Peter and Sasha laughing at them both. Laughing at him." So he went to her room, St. James said slowly, made love to her, and took the bottle then. He must have done. Damn him to hell.
And Saturday, when Sid couldn't find him for most of the day, remember? She told us that. He must have got the ergotamine and quinine then. He made the mixture and passed it on to Sasha.
A chemist,
St. James said thoughtfully.
a biochemist. Who would know drugs better?
So, who was he after? Peter or Sasha?
It was always Peter.
Because of the visit to Mick Cambry?
The room had been searched, the computer was on. There were notebooks and photographs all over the floor. Peter must have seen something when he was there with Brooke. Something Brooke knew he might remember once Cambry was dead.
Then why give the drugs to Sasha? When Peter died, she would have told the police at once where she'd gotten them.
Not at all. She'd have been dead as well. Brooke was betting on that. He knew she was a user, so he gave her the drugs, hoping she and Peter would use them together and die at Howenstow, I imagine. When it became apparent that the plan wasn't working, he tried to be rid of Peter in a different way, by telling us about their visit to Cambry so that Peter would be arrested and out of the way. What he couldn't have known is that Sasha and Peter would leave before Peter could be arrested in Cornwall, and that Sasha's addiction was worse than Peter's. He especially had no way of knowing that she would hoard the drugs and use them alone. Nor did he know that Peter would go to the Anchor and Rose and get himself seen by a dozen or more people who could provide him with an alibi for the time of Cambry's death.
So it was Justin, Deborah said. Everything was Justin.
I've been blinded by the fact that he died before Sasha. I never considered that he might have given her the drugs first.
But his own death, Simon?
An accident all along.
Why? How? What was he doing on the cliff in the middle of the night?
St. James glanced over her shoulder. She'd left the warning light on above the dark room door. It cast an eerie glow of blood red on the ceiling. It also gave him the answer.
Your cameras, he said. That's where he got rid of them.
Why?
He was wiping out every trace of his connection to Cambry. First Cambry himself, then Peter, then...
My film, she said. The pictures you took in the cottage. Whatever Peter saw, you must have photographed as well.
Which means the state of the sitting room was merely a blind. He hadn't searched for anything. He hadn't taken anything. Whatever he wanted was too big to be removed.
The computer? Deborah asked. Even so, how could he have known you even took any pictures in the first place?
He knew we had your camera with us Friday night. Mrs. Sweeney made certain of that at dinner on Saturday. He knew my line of work. Sidney would have told him. He had to have known Tommy is with Scotland Yard. He might have risked our coming upon a murder scene and doing nothing save calling the police. But why take the risk if there was something in that room, something on the film, that could tie him to Cambry?
But the police would have found it eventually, wouldn't they?
They'd made their arrest. Penellyn was as good as confessing to the crime. The only thing Justin had to fear was that someone other than the local police wouldn't accept the idea of Penellyn as a killer, which is exactly what happened less than 24 hours after Cambry's death. We were nosing about. We were asking questions. He had to take steps to protect himself.
She asked a final question.
But why all my equipment? Why not just the film?
He didn't have time. It was easier to take the entire case, drop it from your window, and then trot down to see Tommy and me in the day room, where he told us all about Peter. Then later on he took the cameras to the cove. He went out on the rocks and disposed of them in the water. He climbed back up the cliff, and that's when he fell.
She smiled, feeling the release that comes with relief. He looked as if he'd shaken off a terrible burden. "I wonder if we can prove any of it."
"Indeed we can. In Cornwall. First at the Cove to find the cameras, then at the newspaper office to find whatever Mick Cambry was writing about Onkersheim. Tomorrow."
"And the film? The pictures?"
"Icing on the cake."
"Shall I develop them for you?"
"Would you?"
"Of course."
"Then let's be about it at once, little bird. It's time to put Justin Brooke in his place."
Chapter 24. Deborah worked with a lightness of both heart and spirit that she would have thought impossible a mere 2 hours before. She found herself humming, occasionally singing a line or two from old songs that popped into her head out of nowhere. The Beatles, Buddy Holly, an ancient Cliff Richard she didn't even know she knew. In the dark room she clipped the leader from the roll of exposed film, spooling it into the developing tank in an automatic process that was second nature to her. She didn't pause to reflect upon the work itself, or upon the carefree manner in which she did it. Nor did she pause to think about how and why time and circumstances had somehow reversed themselves, allowing her former childhood affection for St. James to blossom, renewed, while they talked together in the lab. She was merely grateful that it had somehow happened. She was merely grateful for the promise it held that rancour could at last be put to rest between them. How right she had been to follow her instincts and come to Chelsea to be with Simon tonight. How happy she had felt to see his face alter the moment he realized that no blame could be laid at his sister's feet. How comfortable she had been to follow him to his bedroom, to stand chatting and laughing while he rooted out the roll of film. They were comrades again, sharing their thoughts, listening to each other, debating and reflecting. Joy in communicating had been the hallmark of their relationship prior to her 3-year stay in America. And those minutes in the lab, in his bedroom afterwards, had brought back to her the vivid memory of that joy, if not the full intensity of the joy itself. She saw what he had once been to her as a series of images, playing in the field of her mind. These whirled her back through childhood and adolescence, vast periods of time that she shared with him. He was her history in 1,000 different ways, listening to her woes, softening the blow of disappointments, reading to her, talking to her, watching her grow. He had seen the very worst that she was, her temper tantrums, her stubborn pride, her inability to accept defeat, the demands for perfection which she placed upon herself, the difficulty she faced in forgiving weakness in others. He had seen this and more, and never had he been anything less than completely accepting. He might advise or instruct, he might warn or admonish, but he always accepted. And she had known he always would from the moment when, as an 18-year-old boy, he had squatted before her at the side of her mother's grave, where she was trying to be brave, striving for indifference, making a show of the fact that at 7 years old she could stand the terror of a devastating loss that she barely understood. He had drawn her into his arms with 5 simple words which effectively freed her to be who and what she really was for the rest of her life. It's all right to cry. He had helped her grow up, encouraged her in every way, and let her go when it was time for her to leave. But it was that final action, his obvious willingness to release her into her own adulthood without a word or action to stop her from leaving him, which had undermined their relationship, creating a rankling that had gnawed within her. And because the very worst she could be was the part of her that rose to the surface when she was first confronted with his intention to subject them both to 3 years of separation, heightened by silence, she had let joy wither. She had let warmth die. She had given herself over to a need to hurt him. And she had done so, achieving a revenge that was at once initially satisfying, pure and simple. But now she saw that the attainment of such a goal was at best a Pyrrhic victory, and any vengeance she had wrought upon Simon had merely ricocheted, wounding herself. Only in speaking the truth did there exist any hope to rebuild a friendship with him. Only in confession, expiation, and forgiveness did there lie the possibility of retrieving joy. And she wanted joy. Nothing meant more than being comfortable with him again, talking to him as she had in her childhood, as his little sister, his comrade and his friend. She wanted nothing more. For what had long been at the festering core of her painful separation from Simon was the thwarted desire to be taken to his bed, so that she might know that he truly wanted her, so that she might finally be assured that she hadn't just imagined those long-ago moments when he had allowed her to see what she had convinced herself was honest desire. But the need for that satisfaction and knowledge had long since been consumed by the flames of her love for Tommy. And it was Tommy now who would give her the courage to speak the truth. For as she held the film's negatives to the light, searching for the pictures of the Cambry cottage, she saw the pictures of Linley as well, cooperatively posing with the Nan Runnel players. She felt a rush of gratitude and devotion just studying him, the way he threw back his head in a burst of laughter, the way his hair shone, the shape of his mouth. She knew that Tommy was where the loyalty of her adulthood lay. He was the future towards which she was moving. But she couldn't reach him with an unfettered heart without laying rest to the past. She worked through the process of enlarging the photographs which St. James had taken in the Cambry cottage, from enlarger to developer to stop bath to fixer. All the time her mind was taken up with what she would say to him, how she would say it, and whether her explanation and apology could possibly suffice to end their estrangement. It was nearly midnight when she'd completed her work in the dark room, the developing, the washing, the drying, the cleaning up. She switched off the lights, gathered up the photographs, and went in search of St. James. He heard her movement on the stairs before he saw her. Across his bed he'd spread out every document that pertained to the case, and he was studying them all, deciding which of them could be used to exonerate not only his sister, but Peter Linley and John Penellan as well. A flash at his doorway stirred him from his contemplation of these items. It was Deborah's white shirt against the shadows in the hall. She was holding the photographs. He smiled.
Have them finished?
Yes. It took a bit longer than I thought. I wasn't used to the enlarger, because it's new and... Well, you know that, don't you? How silly. He thought she might give the photographs to him, but she didn't do so. Instead, she came to stand at the foot of his bed. One hand held the photographs pressed against her side, the other curved round the bed's tall, fluted poster. "I need to talk to you, Simon." Something in her face reminded him instantly of a bottle of ink spilled on a dining-room chair, and a scuffy-shoed 10-year-old's quavering confession. Something in her voice, however, told him that, for Deborah, a moment of accounting had arrived, and as a result he felt that sudden draining of strength that comes with an onslaught of dread.
What is it? What's wrong?
The photograph. I knew that you'd see it one day or another, and I wanted you to see it. It was my dearest wish. I wanted you to know that I sleep with Tommy. I wanted you to know because then I might hurt you. And I wanted to hurt you, Simon. I was desperate to punish you. I wanted you to think of us making love together. I wanted you to be jealous. I wanted you to care. And Simon, I despise myself for having done that to you. Her words were so unexpected that the very surprise of them buffeted him into a form of shock. For one ridiculous moment he talked himself into misunderstanding the direction she was heading in, allowing himself to assume that she was speaking of the Cambry pictures, and making references to them that he simply couldn't comprehend. In that instantaneous way that minds have of working, he made a quick decision to direct the conversation among those lines. "What are you talking about? Jealous of Tommy? What photograph, Deborah? I don't understand." Or better yet, laughing it off, indifferent. Just a practical joke that didn't work out. But even as he gathered the resources to respond, she continued, making her meaning quite clear. "I wanted you so much when I left for America. I loved you so much, and I was sure you loved me. Not as a brother or an uncle or a sort of second father, but as a man, an equal. You know what I mean." Her words were so gentle, her voice so quiet. He felt compelled to keep watching her face. He stood immobilized, unable to go to her even as every sinew in his body insisted he do so. "I don't know if I can even explain what it was like for me, Simon. So confident when I left, so sure of what you and I had together. And then waiting for you to answer my letters. At first not understanding, even believing something had happened to the post. Phoning you after 2 months, and hearing how distant you were. Your career was making such demands on you, you said. Responsibilities were piling up. Conferences and seminars and papers to write. You'd answer my letters when you could. And how is school, Deborah? Are you getting on? Are you making friends? I'm sure you'll do well. You've the talent. You've the gift. You've nothing but a brilliant future ahead of you." He said the only thing he could manage.
"I remember."
"I judged myself." Her fleeting smile was a fragile thing. "Not pretty enough for you. Not clever enough. Not amusing. Not compassionate. Not loving. Not desirable. Not enough."
"That wasn't the truth. That isn't the truth."
Most mornings I woke and despaired of the fact that I was still alive. And that became part of my loathing as well. I wasn't even enough of a person to take my own life. Worthless, I thought. Totally without value. Stupid and ugly and utterly useless. Each word was more difficult to bear than the last. I wanted to die. I prayed to die. But I didn't. I just went on, which is what most people do.
They do go on. They heal. They forget. I understand.
He hoped those 4 statements would be enough to stop her, but he saw that she was determined to carry their conversation through to an end of her own devising. "Tommy was my forgetting at first. When he came to visit, we laughed, we talked. The first time he made an excuse why he'd come. But not after that. And he never pushed me, Simon. He never once made demands. I didn't talk about you, but I think somehow he knew and was determined to wait until I was ready to open my heart to him. So he wrote, he phoned, he laid a real foundation. And when he took me to bed, I wanted to be there. I'd finally let you go."
"Deborah, please. It's all right, I understand."
He stopped looking at her. Turning his head was the only movement he seemed capable of making. He stared at the items he'd placed on the bed. "You'd rejected me. I was angry. I was hurt. I got over you in the end. But for some reason I still believed that I had to show you how things were now. I had to make you see that if you didn't want me, someone else did. So I put that photograph on the wall in my flat. Tommy didn't want me to. He asked me not to. But I pointed out the composition, the colour, the texture of the curtains and the blankets, the shapes of clouds in the sky. It's just a photograph, I said. Are you embarrassed about what it implies about us?" For a moment she said nothing more. St. James thought she was finished, and he looked up to see that her hand was at her throat, her fingers pressing along her collarbone. What a terrible lie to tell Tommy. I just wanted to hurt you, as deeply as I could.
God knows I deserved it. I hurt you as well.
No. There's no excusing a need for retaliation like that. It's adolescent, disgusting. It says things about me that make me ill. I'm so sorry. Truly. It's nothing, really. Do forget it, little bird. He couldn't bring himself to say it. He couldn't say anything. He couldn't bear the thought that through his own cowardice he had driven her to Linley. It was more than he could suffer. He despised himself. As he watched, seeking words that he didn't know, feeling wrenched by emotions he couldn't bear to possess, she placed the photographs on the edge of the bed, pressing their corners down to keep them from curling.
Do you love him?
The question sounded as if he had flung it. She had gone to the door, but she turned to answer. He's everything to me, she said. Loyalty, devotion, affection, warmth. He's given me things.
Do you love him?
The question was shaken this time.
At least can you say that you love him, Deborah?
For a moment he thought she might leave without answering. But he saw Linley's power sweep right through her body. Her chin raised, her shoulders straightened, her eyes shone with tears. He heard the answer before she gave it. I love him. Yes, I love him. I do. And then she was gone. He lay in bed and stared at the shifting patterns of black shadow and dim light on the ceiling. The night was warm, so his bedroom window was open. The curtains were undrawn, and he could hear occasionally cars rumbling along Cheney Walk just a block away, the noise of their engines amplified by the open expanse of the river. His body should have been tired, demanding sleep, but instead it ached, muscles excruciatingly tense in his neck and shoulders, hands and arms feeling strung with external nerves, chest sore and constricted as if pressed by a weight. His mind was a maelstrom in which were swirling fragments of former conversations, half-formed, hazy fantasies, things needing to be said. He tried to think of anything other than Deborah. A fibre analysis he needed to complete, a deposition he was due to give in 2 weeks, a conference at which he was to present a paper, a seminar in Glasgow he had been asked to teach. He tried to be what he had been during her absence, the cool scientist meeting commitments and facing responsibilities. But instead, he saw the man he really was, the coward who filled his life with denial and distraction to avoid running the risk of vulnerability. His entire life was a lie, founded on noble aphorisms in which he knew he didn't believe. Let her go. Let her find her own way. Let her have a world of expanding horizons filled with people who could give her riches far beyond the paucity of what he had to offer. Let her find a kindred soul with whom she could share herself, one unburdened by the weaknesses that plagued his own life. But even this listing of the specious regulations that had governed his behaviour still left him safe from having to confront the final truth. Fear dominated him, left him useless. Any action he chose could be the source of rejection. So he chose by not choosing, by letting time pass, by believing that conflicts, difficulties, and turmoil would sort themselves out on their own in the long run. And indeed they had done so. Loss was the result. Too late he saw what he should have seen all along, that his life with Deborah had been a long-forming tapestry in which she had held the thread, had created the design, and had ultimately become the fabric itself. That she should leave him now was a form of dying. leaving him not death's peace of the void, but an infinite hellfire of recrimination, all of it the product of his contemptible fear. That the years had passed and he hadn't told her how he loved her. His heart soared in her presence, but he wouldn't say the words. Now he could only thank God that she and Linley planned to take up a new life in Cornwall after their marriage. If she was gone from his presence, what remained of life here would at least be bearable. He turned his head on the pillow and looked at the glowing red numbers of the digital clock. It was 3:10. The effort to sleep was useless. He could at least admit that. He switched on the light. The stack of photographs still lay on the table next to the bed where he had placed them over 2 hours ago. In what he knew quite well was an act of deliberate avoidance, more cowardice for which he would despise himself with the dawn, he picked them up. As if this action could eradicate Deborah's words, as if the knowledge of how she had once wanted him were not tearing at his soul, he began to examine them, a study in detachment with his world in ruins. Without emotion, he looked at the corpse, its mutilation, its position near the sofa. He observed the debris that lay in the room, the letters and envelopes, the pens and pencils, the notebook and folders, the scraps of paper covered with writing, the poker and fire irons tumbled to the floor, the computer, switched on, with black floppy disks spread out on the desk. And then, closer to the corpse, the glint of silver, perhaps a coin, half hidden under his thigh, the £5 note, a small wedge torn from it, lying disregarded near his hand on the floor. Above him the mantel on which he had struck his head. To the right, the hearth to which he had fallen. St. James flipped through the photographs again and again, looking for something he couldn't have identified even if he saw it. The computer, the disks, the folders, the notebooks, the money, the mantel. He thought only of Deborah. Giving up the game, he admitted that there would be neither sleep nor peace, nor even the possibility of a moment's distraction. He could only make the hours till dawn slightly more livable. He reached for his crutches and swung out of bed. Throwing on his dressing gown, belting it clumsily, he headed for the door. There was brandy in the study. It wouldn't be the first time he had sought its oblivion. He made his way down the stairs. The study door was partially closed, and it swung inward noiselessly upon his touch. A soft glow, dancing between gold and dusky rose, came from 2 candles that should have stood on the overmantel, but had been placed side by side and lit upon the hearth. Hands clasped round her knees, Deborah sat on the ottoman and watched the candles' flames. Seeing her, St. James wanted to retreat. He thought about doing so. He didn't move. She looked towards the door, looked away again quickly when she saw it was he. "I couldn't sleep," she said unnecessarily, as if she thought she needed to explain her presence in his study, wearing dressing gown and slippers after 3 in the morning. "I can't think why. I ought to be exhausted. I feel exhausted. But I couldn't sleep. Too much excitement these past few days." Her words were casual enough, well chosen and indifferent. But there was something hesitant in her voice. It tried, but failed, to ring true. Hearing this, he made his way across the room and lowered himself onto the ottoman next to her. It was the sort of gesture he'd never made before. In the past, her place had been on the ottoman, while he sat above her, in the chair, or on the sofa. "I couldn't sleep either," he said, laying his crutches on the floor. "I thought I'd have a brandy." "I'll get it for you." She began to rise. He caught her hand, stopped her. "No, it's all right." And when she kept her face averted, "Deborah?" "Yes?" The single word was calm. Her curly mass of hair hid her face from view. She made a quick movement, like a lifting of her body, and he thought it was a prelude to rising and leaving. But instead of doing so, he heard her take a choked breath and realized with a swift dawning of surprise that she was struggling not to cry. He touched her hair so tentatively that he knew she couldn't possibly feel that he had done so.
"What is it?"
"Nothing."
"Deborah."
"We were friends," she whispered. "You and I. We were mates. I wanted that back. I thought if I talked to you tonight. But I just couldn't find it. It's gone. And it hurts so much to know that. If I talk to you, if I see you, I still feel torn. I don't want that feeling. I can't face it again." Her voice broke. Without a thought, he encircled her shoulders with his arm. It didn't matter what he said. Truth or lie made no difference. He had to say something to alleviate her pain.
"We'll survive all this, Deborah. We'll find our way back. We'll be what we were. Don't cry."
Roughly, he kissed the side of her head. She turned into his arms. He held her, stroked her hair, rocked her, said her name, and all at once felt flooded by peace.
"It doesn't matter," he whispered. "We'll always be mates. We'll never lose that, I promise."
At his words, he felt her arms slip round him. He felt the soft pressure of her breasts against his chest. He felt her heart beating, felt his own heart pounding, and accepted the fact that he had lied to her again. They would never be friends. Friendship was absolutely impossible between them, when with so simple a movement, her arms slipping round him, every part of his body lit on fire for her. Half a dozen admonitions rang out in his head. She was Linley's. He had hurt her quite enough already. He was betraying the oldest friendship in his life. There were boundaries between them that couldn't be crossed. His resolve was acceptance. We aren't meant to be happy. Life isn't always fair. He heard each one of them, vowed to leave the room, told himself to release her, and stayed where he was, just to hold her, just to have her like this for one moment, just to feel her near him, just to catch the scent of her skin. It was enough. He would do nothing else, save touch her hair again, save brush it back from her face. She lifted her head to look at him. Admonitions, intentions, boundaries, and resolves were shot to oblivion. Their cost was too high. They didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Just the moment, now, with her. He touched her cheek, her brow, traced the outline of her lips. She whispered his name, a single word that finally obliterated fear. He wondered how he had ever been afraid to lose himself in the love of this woman. She was himself. He saw that now. He accepted that truth. It was a form of fulfillment. He brought his mouth to hers. Nothing existed save being in his arms. Nothing mattered save the warmth of his mouth and the taste of his tongue. It was as if only this single moment counted, allowing her life to be defined by his kiss. He murmured her name, and a sure current passed between them, gathering force from the wellspring of desire. It swept away the past, and took in its flow every belief, every intention, every aspect of her life, but the knowledge that she wanted him. More than loyalty, more than love, more than the promise of the future, she wanted him. She told herself that this had nothing to do with the Deborah who was Tommy's, who slept in Tommy's bed, who would be Tommy's wife. This had to do only with the settling of accounts, 1 hour in which she would measure her worth.
"My love," he whispered, "without you—"
She drew his mouth back to hers. She bit his lips gently and felt them curve in a smile. She wanted no words. In their place, she wanted only sensation. His mouth on her neck, describing a curve to the hollow of her throat. His hands on her breasts, teasing and caressing, dropping to her waist to the belt of her dressing gown, loosening it, pushing the gown from her shoulders, slipping the thin straps of her nightdress down the length of her arms. She stood. The nightdress slid to the floor. She felt his hand on her thigh.
Deborah.
She didn't want words. She bent to him, kissed him, felt him drawing her down to him, heard her own sigh of pleasure as his mouth found her breast. She began to touch him. She began to undress him.
"I want you," he whispered. "Deborah, look at me."
She couldn't. She saw the candles glow, the stone surround of the fireplace, the bookshelves, the glint of a single brass lamp on his desk. But not his eyes, or his face, or the shape of his mouth. She accepted his kiss. She returned his caress. But she didn't look at him.
"I love you," he whispered.
3 years. She waited for the rush of triumph, but it didn't come. Instead, one of the candles began to gutter, spilling wax in a messy flow onto the hearth. With a hiss, the flame died. The burnt wick sent up a wisp of smoke whose smell was sharp and disturbing. St. James turned to the source. Deborah watched him do so. The single small flame of the remaining candle flickered like wings against his skin. His profile, his hair, the sharp edge of his jaw, the curve of his shoulder, the sure, quick movement of his lovely hands. She got to her feet. Her fingers trembled as she put on her dressing gown and fumbled uselessly with its slippery satin belt. She felt shaken to her core. No words, she thought. Anything else but no words.
"Deborah."
She couldn't.
"For God's sake, Deborah, what is it? What's wrong?"
She made herself look at him. His features were washed by a storm of emotion. He looked young and so vulnerable. He looked ready to be struck. "I can't," she said. "Simon, I just can't." She turned away from him and left the room. She ran up the stairs. Tommy, she thought. As if his name were a prayer, an invocation that could keep her from feeling both unclean and afraid. Part 6. Expiation. Chapter 25. The day's fair weather had begun to change by the time Linley touched the plane down onto the tarmac at Land's End. Heavy grey clouds were scuttling in from the southwest, and what had been a mild breeze back in London was here gathering force as a rain-laden wind. This transformation in the weather was, Linley thought bleakly, a particularly apt metaphor for the alteration that his mood and his circumstances had undergone. For he had begun the morning with a spirit uplifted by hope, but within mere hours of his having decided that the future held the promise of peace in every corner of his life, that hope had been swiftly overshadowed by a sick apprehension which he believed he had put behind him. Unlike the anxiety of the past few days, this current uneasiness had nothing to do with his brother. Instead, from his meetings with Peter throughout the night had grown a sense of both renewal and rebirth. And although, during his lengthy visit to New Scotland Yard, the family's solicitor had depicted Peter's danger with transparent simplicity, unless the death of Mick Cambry could be unassailably pinned upon Justin Brooke, Linley and his brother had moved from a discussion of the legal ramifications of his position to a fragile communion in which each of them took the first tentative steps towards understanding the other's past behaviour, a necessary prelude to forgiving past sins. From the hours Linley had spent talking to his brother had come the realization that understanding and forgiveness go hand in hand. To call upon one is to experience the other. And if understanding and forgiveness were to be seen as virtues, strengths of character, not illustrations of personal weakness, surely it was time he accepted the fact that they could bring harmony to the single relationship in his life where harmony was most needed. He wasn't certain what he would say to her, but he knew he was ready to speak to his mother. This intention, a resolution which lightened his steps and lifted his shoulders, began to disintegrate upon his arrival in Chelsea. Linley dashed up the front steps, rapped on the door, and came face to face with his most irrational fear. St. James answered the door. He was pleasant enough with his offer of a coffee before they left, and confident enough with his presentation of his theory about Justin Brooke's culpability in Sasha Nifford's death. Under any other circumstances, the information about Brooke would have filled Linley with the surge of excitement that always came with the knowledge that he was heading towards the conclusion of a case. Under these circumstances, however, he barely heard St. James's words, let alone understood how far they went to explain everything that had happened in Cornwall and London over the past 5 days. Instead, he noted that his friend's face was etiolated, as if from an illness. He saw the deepening of the lines on his brow. He heard the tension beneath St. James's exposition of motive, means, and opportunity. And he felt a chill through his skin settle in every vital organ of his body. His confidence and his will, both flagships of the day, lost a quick battle with his growing dismay. He knew there could only be one source of the change that had come over St. James, and she walked down the stairs not 3 minutes after his arrival, adjusting the leather strap of a shoulder bag. When she reached the hallway and Linley saw her face, he read the truth and was sick at heart. He wanted to give sway to the anger and jealousy that he felt in that instant. But instead, generations of good breeding rose to commandeer his behaviour. The demand for an explanation became meaningless social chit-chat, designed to get them through the moment without so much as a hair of feeling out of place.
"Working hard on your photos, darling?"
he asked her, and added, because even good breeding had its limits, "You look as if you haven't had a moment's rest. Were you up all night? Are you finished with them?" Deborah didn't look at St. James, who went into the study where he began rooting in his desk.
"Nearly."
She came to Linley's side, slipped her arms round him, lifted her mouth to kiss him, and said in a whisper against his lips,
"Good morning, darling Tommy. I missed you last night."
He kissed her, feeling the immediacy of her response to him, and wondering if everything else he had seen was merely the product of pathetic insecurity. He told himself that this was the case. Nonetheless, he still said, "If you've more work to do, you don't need to go with us."
"I want to go. The photographs can wait."
And with a smile, she kissed him again. All the time, with Deborah in his arms, Linley was acutely aware of St. James. During the journey to Cornwall, he was aware of them both. He studied every nuance in their behaviour towards him, in their behaviour towards each other. He examined each word, each gesture and remark under the unforgiving microscope of his own suspicion. If Deborah said St. James's name, it became in his mind a veiled avowal of her love. If St. James looked in Deborah's direction, it was an open declaration of commitment and desire. By the time Linley taxied the plane to a halt on the Land's End airstrip, he felt tension coiling like a spring in the back of his neck. The resulting pain was only a secondary consideration, however. It was nothing compared to his self-disgust. His roiling emotions had prevented him from engaging in anything other than the most superficial of conversations during the drive to Surrey and the flight that followed it. And since not one of them was gifted with Lady Helen's capacity for smoothing over difficult moments with amusing chatter, their talk had ground itself down to nothing in very short order, so that when they finally arrived in Cornwall, the atmosphere among them was thick with unspoken words. Linley knew he wasn't the only one to sigh with relief when they stepped out of the plane and saw Jasper waiting with the car next to the tarmac. The silence during their ride to Howenstow was broken only by Jasper telling him that Lady Asherton had arranged to have 2 of the farm lads waiting at the cove.
"At 1:30, like you said it you wanted."
John Penellan was still being held in Penzance, he confided, but the happy word had gone out to everyone that
Master Peter be found. "Her ladyship's looking 10 years younger this morning for knowing the lad's safe," Jasper concluded. "She was whacking her tennis balls at 8:05.
They said nothing more. St. James riffled through the papers in his briefcase. Deborah watched the scenery. Linley tried to clear his mind. They met neither vehicle nor animal on the narrow lanes, and it wasn't until they made the turn onto the estate drive that they saw anyone at all. Nancy Cambry was sitting on the front steps of the lodge. In her arms, Molly sucked eagerly at her bottle.
"Stop the car,"
Linley said to Jasper, and then to the others,
"Nancy knew about Mick's newspaper story from the first. Perhaps she can fill in the details if we tell her what we know."
St. James looked doubtful. A glance at his watch told Linley that he was concerned about getting to the cove and from there to the newspaper office before much more time elapsed. But he didn't protest, nor did Deborah. They got out of the car. Nancy stood when she saw who it was. She led them into the house and faced them in the entry hall. Above her right shoulder, an old faded sampler hung on the wall, a needlepoint scene of a family picnic with 2 children, their parents, a dog, and an empty swing hanging from a tree. The wording was nearly obscure, but it probably had spoken, with well-meaning inaccuracy, of the constant rewards of family life.
"Mark's not here?"
Linley asked.
"He's gone to St. Ives."
"So your father still said nothing to Inspector Boscawen about him? About Mick? About the cocaine?"
Nancy didn't pretend to misunderstand. She merely said,
"I don't know. I've heard nothing,"
and walked into the sitting room where she placed Molly's bottle on top of the television and the baby herself into her pram.
"There's a good girl,"
she said, and patted her back.
"There's a good little Molly. You sleep for a bit."
They joined her. It would have been natural to sit, but none of them did so at first. Instead, they took positions like uneasy actors who don't know yet how their play will be blocked. Nancy with one hand curled round the push-bar of the pram, St. James with his back to the bay window, Deborah near the piano, Linley opposite her by the sitting-room door. Nancy looked as if she anticipated the worst from this unexpected visit. Her glance went among them skittishly.
"You've news of Mick?" she said.
Together, Linley and St. James laid out both facts and conjectures. She listened to them without question or comment. Occasionally she seemed struck by fleeting sorrow, but for the most part she seemed deadened to everything. It was as if, far in advance of their arrival, she had anaesthetized herself against the possibility of feeling anything more, not only about her husband's death, but also about some of the less than creditable aspects of his life.
"So he never mentioned Islington to you?"
Linley asked when they had concluded their story.
"Or Onkozyme? Or a biochemist, Justin Brooke?"
"Never. Not once."
Was that typical of him to be so secretive about a story?
"Before we married, no. He talked of everything then. When we were lovers. Before the baby.
And after the baby?"
He went away more and more. Always about some story."
"To London?"
"Yes."
"Did you know he kept a flat there?" St. James asked. When she shook her head, Linley said, "But when your father spoke about Mick keeping other women, did you never think he might be keeping one in London? That would be a reasonable enough assumption, wouldn't it, considering how often he was travelling up there?"
"No.
There were—" The decision she faced evidenced itself in her hesitation. It was a choice between loyalty or truth, and a question of whether truth in this case really constituted a betrayal. She appeared resolved. She lifted her head.
"There were no other women. Dad only thought that. I let him believe Mickey was having other women. It was easier that way."
Easier than letting your father discover that his son-in-law liked to wear women's clothes? Linley's question appeared to release the young woman from months of secrecy. If anything, she looked monumentally relieved.
"No one knew," Nancy murmured, "for ever so long. No one knew but me."
She sank into the armchair next to the pram.
"Mickey," she said. "Oh, God, poor Mickey."
"How did you find out?" She pulled a crumpled tissue from the pocket of her house dress.
"Right before Molly was born. There were things in his chest of drawers. I thought he was having an affair at first, and I didn't say anything because I was 8 months gone, and Mick and me couldn't. So I thought—"
How reasonable it all was as she haltingly explained it. Pregnant, she couldn't accommodate her husband, so if he sought another woman, she would have to accept it. She had, after all, entrapped him into marriage. She had only herself to blame if he hurt her as a result. So she wouldn't confront him with the evidence of betrayal. She would put up with it, and hope to win him back in the end.
And I came home one night, not long after I'd started serving behind bar at the Anchor and Rose. I found him. He was all dressed in my clothes. He'd put on makeup. He'd even got himself a wig. I thought it was my fault. See, I liked to buy things, new clothes. I wanted to be trendy. I wanted to look nice for him. I thought it would get him back. I thought at first he was making a scene to punish me for spending money. But I saw soon enough that he got really... It made him excited.
What did you do after you found him?
Threw away my makeup, every bit of it. Shredded my clothes. Went after them with a butcher knife in the back garden.
Linley remembered Jasper's account of the scene. Your father saw you doing it, didn't he?
He thought I'd found things that someone left behind. So he believed Mick was having other women on the side. I let him believe it. How could I tell him the truth? Besides, Mick promised me that he'd never do it again. And I thought he could do it. I'd got rid of all my good clothes so he wouldn't be tempted. And he tried to be good. He did try. But he couldn't stop. He started bringing things home. I'd find them. I'd try to talk. We'd try to talk together. But nothing worked. It got worse. It was like he needed the dressing more and more. They even did it once at night in the newspaper office, and his father caught him. Harry went mad.
So his father knew?
He beat him silly. Mick came home. He was bleeding and cursing, crying as well. I thought then he'd stop.
But instead he took up a second life in London.
I thought he was better.
She wiped her eyes and blew her nose.
I thought he was cured. I thought we had a chance to be happy, like when we were lovers. We were happy then.
And no one else knew about Mick's cross-dressing? Not Mark? Not someone from the village? Or from the newspaper office?
Just me and Harry. That's all, she said. Jesus, God, wasn't that enough?
What do you think? Was it enough, St. James? Jasper had gone on ahead. They were on the drive, walking the final distance to the house. Above them, the sky had given up its last vestiges of blue, turning to the colour of aging pewter. Deborah walked between them, her hand through Linley's arm. He looked over the top of her head to St. James.
"The killing itself has looked like a crime of passion all along,"
St. James said.
"A blow to his jaw that sent him crashing against the overmantel. No one premeditates a death like that. We've always agreed that some sort of argument took place."
"But we've been trying to tie it into Mick's profession. And who sent us in that direction in the first place?" St. James nodded in rueful acceptance.
"Harry Cambry.
He had opportunity. He had motive.
Rage over his son's cross-dressing.
They'd come to violence over it before."
"And Harry Cambry had other grievances," Deborah said. "Wasn't Mick supposed to be making improvements on the newspaper? Hadn't he taken out a bank loan? Perhaps Harry wanted a full accounting of how the money was being spent. And when he found out it was being spent on what he hated most, Mick's cross-dressing, he went over the edge."
"Then how do you explain the condition of the sitting room?"
"A blind,"
Linley said.
"Something he could use to support his contention that Mick was murdered because of a story."
"But that leaves the other 2 deaths unaccounted for," St. James said. "It also puts Peter into jeopardy again. If Brooke didn't fall to his death, someone pushed him, Tommy."
"It always comes back to Brooke."
"Which should tell us how likely it is that he's responsible, no matter what other wrinkles we find in Mick's relationships with anyone else."
"The Cove and the newspaper office, then?"
"I expect that's where we'll dig up the truth."
They walked through the Tudor gatehouse and crossed the drive. In the garden they paused to greet Lady Asherton's retriever, who came running to meet them, a tennis ball between his jaws. Linley wrested it from him, hurled it in the direction of the west courtyard, and watched as the dog went yelping joyfully on his way. As if in response to her retriever's barking, the front door was pulled open, and Lady Asherton came out of the house. "I've lunch waiting," she said, by way of greeting, and continued to speak, this time only to Linley. "Peter phoned. The Yards released him for now, but they want him to stay in London. He asked to go to Eaton Terrace. Was it all right to say that would be fine with you, Tommy? I wasn't quite sure if you'd want him at your house." "It's fine." He sounded quite different from the way he's talked in the past. I wondered if this time he's prepared for a change. For good. "He is. Yes, I think so. And I am as well." Linley felt a moment's trepidation. He looked at St. James and Deborah. "If you'll give us a few minutes," he said, and was grateful for their immediate understanding. They went into the house. "What is it, Tommy?" Lady Asherton asked. "Is there something you've not told me? Is there more about Peter?" "I'm going to tell Penzance CID about him today," Linley said. His mother's face blanched. "He didn't kill Mick. You and I know that. But he was in the cottage after John's visit there on Friday, and Mick was still alive. That's the truth of the matter. The police need to know it." "Does Peter know?" She didn't appear to be willing to complete the thought. He did it for her. "That I intend to tell the police? Yes, he knows. But St. James and I think we'll be able to clear his name today. He trusts us to do that." Lady Asherton forced a smile. "Then I shall trust you to do that as well." She turned and began to go into the house. "Mother?" Even now he didn't know how much it might cost him to speak. Nearly 16 years of his bitterness had created a minefield between them. To attempt to cross it called upon resources of character he wasn't sure he possessed. She had hesitated, her hand flat on the door to push it open. She was waiting for him to speak. I've made a mess out of Peter. Out of everything else as well."
Her head cocked. A quizzical smile touched her lips. "You've made a mess of him," she said. "Peter's my son, Tommy. He's my responsibility. Don't take the blame when there isn't any need."
"He didn't have a father. I could have been more to him. I chose not to be. I would have had to come home to spend time with Peter, but I couldn't bear that. So I left him to himself."
He saw that she understood the intention behind his words. She dropped her hand from the door and came back to the drive where he was standing. He looked above her to the Asherton coat of arms that was mounted high on the front wall of the house. He had never considered the heraldic device anything more than an amusing anachronism, but now he saw it as a declaration of strength. The hound and the lion facing off in combat. The hound overpowered, but showing no fear.
"I knew you loved Roderick," he said. "I saw that you loved him. I wanted to punish you."
"But I loved you as well. What I felt for Roddy had nothing to do with you."
"It wasn't a question of thinking you didn't love me. It was more an unwillingness to see you and forgive you for being what you were."
"For wanting someone besides your father?"
"For giving in to the wanting while father was alive. I couldn't deal with that. I couldn't stand what it meant."
She looked beyond him towards the Tudor gatehouse. "I gave in," she said. "Yes, I did that. I wish I'd had the nobility or the courage, or whatever it would have taken to send Roddy away when I first realized how much I did love him. But I didn't possess whatever strength it would have taken to do that, Tommy. Other women probably do. But I was weak. I was needy. I asked myself how evil it could be if Roddy and I truly loved each other. How great a wrong were we committing if we turned a blind eye to social condemnation and acted on that love? I wanted him. To have him and still live with myself. I made neat compartments out of my life. Children in one, a father in another, Roddy in a third. And I was a different person for each part. What I didn't expect was that you would burst out of the section I'd reserved for you and see the person who wanted Roddy. I didn't think you'd ever see me for what I was."
"What were you really, Mother? Nothing more or less than a human being. I couldn't accept that."
"It's all right. I understand."
"I had to make you suffer. I knew Roderick wanted to marry you. I swore it would never happen. Your primary loyalty was to the family and to Howenstow. I knew he wouldn't marry you unless you'd promised to leave the estate. So I kept you here like a prisoner all these years."
"You don't have that power. I chose to stay." He shook his head.
"You would have left Howenstow the moment I married."
He saw in her face that this was the truth. She dropped her eyes.
"I knew that, Mother. I used that knowledge as a weapon. If I married, you were free. So I didn't marry."
"You never met the right woman."
"Why on earth won't you let me take the blame I deserve?"
She looked up at that. "I don't want you in pain, darling. I didn't want it then. I don't want it now." Nothing could have stirred him to greater remorse. No rebuke, no recrimination. He felt like a swine. "You seem to think the burden is all on your shoulders," his mother said. "Don't you know 100,000 times I've wished that you hadn't found us together, that I hadn't struck out at you, that I'd done something, said something, anything, to help you with your grief. Because it was grief you were feeling, Tommy. Your father was dying right here in the house, and I'd just destroyed your mother as well. But I was too proud to reach out to you. What a supercilious little monster, I thought. How dare he try to condemn me for something he can't even understand?
Let him simmer in his anger, let him weep, let him rage. What a prig he is. He'll come round in the end.
But you never did.
She touched his cheek lightly with the back of her hand, a tentative pressure that he barely felt. There was no greater punishment than the distance between us. Marriage to Roddy would have done nothing to change that.
It would have given you something.
Yes. It still can. A lightening of her voice, an underlying gentleness, told him what she hadn't yet said.
He's asked you again.
Good. I'm glad of it.
It's more forgiveness than I deserve.
She took his arm.
That time is finished, Tommy. Which was so much her way at the heart of the matter, offering a forgiveness that swept away the anger of half a lifetime.
That simply? He asked.
Darling Tommy, that simply. St. James walked some paces behind Linley and Deborah. He watched their progress, making a study of their proximity to each other. He memorized the details of Linley's arm round Deborah's shoulders, hers round his waist, the angle of their heads as they talked, the contrast in the colour of their hair. He saw how they walked in perfect rhythm, their strides the same length, fluid and smooth. He watched them and tried not to think about the previous night, about his realization that he could no longer run from her and continue to live with himself, about the moment when his stunned awareness had finally absorbed the fact that he would have to do so. Any man who had known her less well would have labelled her actions on the previous night as a clever manipulation whose end product gleaned her the witnessing of a measure of suffering to pay for the suffering he'd inflicted upon her. A confession of her adolescent love for him, an admission of that love's attendant desire, an encounter that blended the strongest elements of emotion and arousal. An abrupt conclusion when she was certain that he intended no further flight. But even if he wanted to evaluate her behaviour as a manipulative woman's act of spite, he couldn't do it. For she had not known he would leave his bedroom and join her in the study, nor could she have anticipated that after years of separation and rejection he would finally let go of the worst of his fears. She hadn't asked him to join her. She hadn't asked him to drop onto the ottoman next to her. She hadn't asked him to take her into his arms. He had only himself to blame for having crossed the boundary into betrayal, and for having assumed in the white heat of the moment that she would be willing to cross it as well. He had forced her hand. He had called for a decision. She had made it. If he was to survive from this time on, he knew he would have to do it alone. Unbearable now. He tried to believe that the thought would become more endurable in time. Propitiable gods held back the rain, although the sky was growing rapidly more tenebrous when they reached the cove. Far out to sea the sun burst through a ragged tear in the clouds, casting beams like a golden spotlight on the water below. But it was only a momentary break in the weather. No sailor or fisherman would have been deceived by its transitory beauty. Below them, on the beach, 2 teenaged boys were idly smoking near the rocks. One was tall and big-boned, with a shock of bright orange hair. The other small and whip-thin, with great knobs on his knees. Despite the weather, they were dressed for swimming. On the ground at their feet lay a stack of towels, 2 face masks, 2 snorkels. Looking up, the orange-haired boy saw Linley and waved. The other glanced over his shoulder and tossed his cigarette aside.
"Where do you suppose Brooke threw the cameras in?"
Linley asked St. James. "He was on the rocks Friday afternoon. My guess is that he'd have edged out as far as he could go and heaved the case into the water. What's the bottom like?"
"Mostly granite."
"And the water's clear?" If the camera case is there, they'll be able to see it.
Linley nodded and made the descent, leaving St. James with Deborah on the cliff. They watched as he crossed the narrow strand and shook both boys' hands. They grinned, the one driving his fingers into his hair and scratching his scalp, the other shifting from foot to foot. They both looked cold.
"Not exactly the best weather for a swim,"
Deborah remarked. St. James said nothing. The boys pulled on face masks, adjusted their snorkels, and headed for the water, one on either side of the rocks. Alongside them, Linley climbed the granite outcropping and picked his way out to its furthest point. The surface of the water was extraordinarily calm, since a natural reef protected the cove. Even from the cliff, St. James could see the anemones that grew on the outcropping beneath the water, their stamens swaying in the gentle current. Above and around them, broad-leafed kelp undulated. Beneath them, crabs hid. The cove was a combination of reef and tide pools, sea life, and sand. It wasn't the best location for a swim, but it had no match as a site for the disposing of an object one wished to go unrecovered for years. Within weeks, the camera case would be shrouded by barnacles, sea urchins, and anemones. Within months, it would lose both shape and definition, ultimately coming to resemble the rocks themselves. If the case was there, however, the two boys were having difficulty finding it. Again and again they bobbed to the surface on either side of Linley. Each time they carried nothing with them, each time they shook their heads.
"Tell them to go farther out,"
St. James shouted when the boys made their sixth return empty-handed. Linley looked up, nodded, and waved. He squatted on the rocks and talked to the boys. They dove under the water again. Both were good swimmers. They clearly understood what they were looking for, but neither found a thing.
"It looks hopeless."
Deborah seemed to be speaking more to herself than to St. James. Nonetheless, he replied,
"You're right. I'm sorry, Deborah. I thought to have recovered at least something for you."
He glanced her way, saw by her expression of misery that she'd read the meaning behind his words.
"Oh, Simon, please. I couldn't. When it came down to it, I couldn't do it to him. Can you try to understand?"
The salt water would have ruined them anyway, but at least you'd have had something to remind you of your success in America. Besides Tommy, of course.
She stiffened. He knew he had hurt her, and felt a whisper of triumph at his power to do so. It was replaced almost immediately by a roar of shame.
That was unforgivable. "I'm sorry," he said.
"I deserve it."
"No, you don't deserve it."
He walked away from her, giving his attention back to the cove.
"Tell them to finish, Tommy," he shouted. "The cameras aren't there."
Below, the two boys were surfacing once more. This time, however, one of them clutched an object in his hand. Long and narrow, it glinted in the dull light as he handed it to Linley. Wooden handle, metal blade, both bearing no sign of having been in the water more than a few days.
"What's he got?"
Deborah asked. Linley held it up so that they could both see it from the top of the cliff. St. James felt a quick rush of excitement.
"A kitchen knife," he said.
Chapter 26. A lazy rain had begun to fall by the time they reached the harbour car park in Nanrunnel. It was no precursor of a Cornish southwester, but rather the herald of a brief summer shower. Thousands of gulls accompanied it, screaming in from the sea to seek havens on chimney-tops, along the quay, and upon the decks of boats secured to the harbour walls. On the path that skirted the circumference of the harbour, they passed overturned skiffs, lopsided piles of fishing nets, redolent with the odours of the sea, and waterside buildings whose windows reflected the unchanging grey mask of the weather. Not until they reached the point at which the path inclined between two buildings, as it led into the village proper, did any of them speak. It was then that Linley noticed that the cobbled pavement was already slick with rain. He glanced uneasily at St. James. The other man answered his look.
"I can manage it, Tommy."
They'd talked little about the knife, just that it was obviously a kitchen utensil, so if it had been used on Mick Cambry, and if Nancy could identify it as having come from the cottage, it served as further evidence that the crime against her husband hadn't been planned. Its presence in the cove did nothing to absolve Justin Brooke from blame. Rather, the knife merely changed his reason for having gone there in the first place. Not to rid himself of Deborah's cameras, but to rid himself of something far more damning. Thus, the cameras remained a piece still not tucked into position in the jigsaw of the crime. They all agreed that it was reasonable to continue to conclude Brooke had taken them from Deborah's room, but where he had disposed of them was once again as elusive a location as it had been 2 days ago. Rounding the corner of an antique silver shop on the Lamorna Road, they found the streets of the village deserted. This was an unsurprising summer-time phenomenon in an area where the vicissitudes of the weather often forced holiday-makers to be flexible in matters concerning how they spent their time. Where sun would see them strolling the village streets, exploring the harbour, and taking pictures on the quay, rain usually provoked a sudden need to try their luck in a game of chance, a sudden hunger for tucking into a fresh crab salad, a sudden thirst for real ale. An inclement afternoon was a welcome boon to the proprietors of bingo parlours, restaurants, and pubs. This proved to be the case at the Anchor and Rose. The pub teemed with fishermen forced to shore by the weather, as well as day visitors seeking shelter from the rain. Most of them were packed into the public bar. The formal lounge beyond it was largely empty. In any other circumstances, 2 such diverse groups, inhabiting the same watering hole, would hardly be likely to blend into a cohesive unit. But the presence of a teenaged mandolin player, a fisherman conversant with the Irish whistle, and a pale-legged man wearing running shorts and playing the spoons had broken the barrier of class and experience, melding what should have been motley into montage. In the wide bay window overlooking the harbour, a leather-skinned fisherman, backlit by the dull light outside, engaged a fashionably clad tot in a game of cat's cradle. His weathered hands held out the string to the child, his broken teeth flashed in a grin. "Go on, Dicky, take it. You know how to play," Mummy coaxed the little boy. Dicky cooperated. Approving laughter ensued. The fisherman rested his hand on the child's head. "It's a photograph, isn't it?" Linley said to Deborah in the doorway where they stood watching. She smiled. "What a wonderful face he has, Tommy, and look how the light just barely strikes the side of it." St. James was on the stairs, climbing up to the newspaper office. Deborah followed, Linley behind her. "You know," she went on, pausing briefly on the landing, "I was worried for a time about the scope for my photographs in Cornwall. Don't ask me why. I'm a creature of habit, I suppose, and my habit has been to do most of my work in London. But I love it here, Tommy. There's a photograph everywhere. It's grand. Truly, I've thought that from the first." At her words, Linley felt shamed by his earlier doubts. He paused on the steps. "I love you, Deb." Her expression softened. "And I you, Tommy." St. James had already opened the door of the newspaper office. Inside, 2 telephones were ringing. Juliana Vendale was typing at a word processor. A young photographer was cleaning 6 camera lenses lined up on a desk, and in one of the cubicles 3 men and a woman leaned into a circle of conversation. Harry Cambray was among them. Advertising and circulation was painted in faded black letters on the upper half of the wood and glass door. Harry Cambry saw them and left his meeting. He was wearing suit trousers, a white shirt, and a black tie. As if in the need to explain this, he said, "Buried him this morning, 8:30. Odd, Linley thought, that Nancy hadn't mentioned it. But it explained the acceptance with which she had greeted their presence. There was a degree of finality to burial. It didn't end sorrow, but it did make easier the acknowledgment of loss.
6 coppers hanging about in the graveyard," Cambry continued. "First thing they done besides trying to stick the killing on John Penellin. And isn't that a thought? John killing Mick."
Perhaps he had a motive after all, St. James said.
He handed Mick Cambry's set of keys to his father.
Mick's dressing. Would a man be driven to kill another man over that?
Cambry's fist closed over the keys. He turned his back on his employees and lowered his voice.
"So, who knows about it?"
You covered up well. Nearly everyone sees Mick exactly as you painted him. A real man's man, an insatiable womanizer.
"What the hell else could I do?" Cambry asked. "God damn, he was my son. He was a man."
Whose main source of arousal was dressing like a woman.
"I never could break him. I did try."
So this wasn't something recent?
Shoving the keys into his pocket, Cambry shook his head.
"He'd been doing it all his life, off and on. I'd catch him at it, whip his arse, push him buck naked into the street, tie him to a chair and paint his face, and make like I'd planned to cut off his cock. But nothing made a difference." "Save his death," Linley said.
Cambry didn't seem to care about the implication behind Linley's words. He merely said,
"I protected the lad as best I could. I didn't kill him."
The protection worked, St. James said. People saw him as you wished him to be seen. But in the end, he didn't need your protection because of the cross-dressing, but because of a story, just as you thought.
"It was the guns, wasn't it?" Cambry asked. "Like I said."
St. James looked at Linley as if wanting direction or perhaps permission to add to the man's mourning. An explanation of the notes Cambry had found in Mick's desk would do it. Through their real meaning, nearly everything could be revealed. Not only cross-dressing, but dealing drugs as well. Not only spending money frivolously instead of using it to upgrade the newspaper, but filtering much of it off in order to support a double life. Every delusion, Linley thought, deserved destruction. Building anything on the foundation of a lie, be it a single relationship or an entire way of life, was to rely upon sand to remain unshifting. While the illusion of solidity might exist for a while, whatever was built would ultimately crumble. The only question seemed to be at what point Harry Cambry's inaccurate vision of his son ought to be laid to rest. Linley looked at the old man, studying the face that was creased with age and failure, jaundiced by ill health. He saw the stark bones of his chest pressing against his shirt, the ugly nicotine stains on his fingers, the arthritic curl of those fingers as he reached for a bottle of beer on a desk. Let someone else do the telling, he decided. "We know he was working on a story about a drug called oncozyme," Linley said. St. James followed his lead.
He was spending time in London visiting a company called Islington and a biochemist there called Justin Brooke. Did Mick ever speak of Brooke? Of Islington?
Cambry shook his head.
"A drug, you say?"
He still seemed to be adjusting to the fact that his previous idea about gun-running had led nowhere.
"We need access to his files, here and in the cottage, if we're to prove anything," St. James said. "The man who killed Mick is dead himself. Only Mick's notes can give us his motive and some sort of foundation to build a case against him."
"And if the killer found the notes and destroyed them? If they were in the cottage and he pinched them that night?" Too many other things have occurred that needn't have happened had the killer found the notes.
Linley thought about St. James's explanation once more. How Brooke tried to eliminate Peter because of something Peter must have seen or heard that evening in Gull Cottage. How he'd taken Deborah's cameras to get at the film. This second circumstance alone spoke more loudly than anything else in support of the existence of a piece of hard evidence. It had to be somewhere, however disguised. Brooke had known that. Cambry spoke.
"He kept files in those cabinets."
He nodded in their direction.
"And more at the cottage. The police are done with it, and I've the key when you're ready to go there. Let's get to work."
There were 3 cabinets of 4 drawers apiece. While the business of putting out a newspaper went on round them, Linley, St. James, Deborah, and Cambry began going through the drawers one by one, looking for anything, St. James told them, that bore any resemblance to a report on oncozyme. The name of the drug itself, a mention of cancer, a study of treatments, interviews with doctors, researchers, or patients. The search began through folders, notebooks, and simple scraps of paper. They saw immediately that it would be no easy task. There was no logical manner in which Mick Cambry had done his filing. It bore signs of neither organization nor unity. It would take hours, perhaps days, to go through it all, for each piece had to be read separately for the slightest allusion to oncozyme, to cancer, to biochemical research. They'd been at it for over an hour when Juliana Vendale said, "If you're looking for notes, don't forget his computer," and opened a drawer in his desk to reveal at least 24 floppy disks. No one groaned, although Deborah looked dismayed, and Harry Cambry cursed. They continued to wade through the detritus of the dead man's career, interrupted by the telephone just after 4 o'clock. Someone answered it in one of the cubicles, then stuck his head out the door and said, "Is Mr. St. James here?"
"Salvation!" Deborah sighed, rubbing the back of her neck. "Perhaps someone's phoning to confess."
Linley stood to stretch. He walked to the window. Outside, a gentle rain was continuing to fall. It was hours before dark, but in 2 of the buildings across Paul Lane, lamps had been lit. In one of the cottages, a family sat round a table drinking afternoon tea and eating biscuits from a tin. In another, a young woman cut a man's hair. She was concentrating on the sides, standing in front of him to examine her work. He sat patiently for a moment, then pulled her between his legs and kissed her soundly. She cuffed his ears, laughed, gave herself to his embrace. Linley smiled, turning back to the office. He saw St. James watching him from the cubicle in which he spoke on the phone. His face looked troubled. Contemplatively, he was pulling at his lip. Whomever he was speaking to was doing much of the talking. Only at long intervals did St. James say a few words. When at last he hung up, he spent what seemed like 2 or 3 minutes looking down at the phone. He picked it up once as if to make a call, but then replaced the receiver without having done so. At last he came out to rejoin the others.
"Deborah, can you manage for a bit on your own? Tommy and I need to see something."
She looked from him to Linley. "Of course. Shall we go on to the cottage when we've finished here?"
"If you will."
Without another word, he headed for the door. Linley followed. He said nothing on the way down the stairs. Near the bottom they skirted 2 children who were running a collection of small metal lorries along the banister. They stepped past the crowded doorway of the Anchor and Rose, stepped into the street. They turned up the collars of their coats against the rain.
"What is it?"
Linley asked.
"Who was on the phone?"
"Helen."
"Helen? Why on earth—"
"She's found out about the list of Cambry's prospects, Tommy, and about the telephone messages on the machine in his flat."
"And?"
"It seems they all have one thing in common."
"From the expression on your face, it's not cocaine, I take it."
"Not cocaine. Cancer.
St. James walked towards Paul Lane, his head bent into the rain. Linley's eyes went to the harbour, to the huddled seabirds in a mass on the quay, protected from harm by their very numbers. He turned from them and looked at the rain-misted hills above the village. "Where are we going?" he called to his friend. St. James paused, saying over his shoulder,
"We need to talk to Dr. Ternaro."
It hadn't been easy for Lady Helen to uncover the truth that lay behind the list of prospects, St. James explained. The first dozen names she tried gave her nothing to go on, and, more importantly, no piece of leading information upon which she could hang any inquiry at all. The recipient of each one of her phone calls was tight-lipped to begin with, becoming even more so the moment she mentioned the name Michael Cambry. Considering their reactions, that they had heard of Mick in some fashion or another was a fact beyond doubt, as was their determination to reveal nothing substantial about what their connection to Cambry was. Had he interviewed them for a story? She would ask. Had he been seeking testimony of some sort? Had he visited their homes? Had he written them letters? No matter which tack she tried, the persona she adopted to try it, the subject matter she attempted to pursue, they were always one step ahead of her, as if the first person on the list had telephoned the rest and warned them of an impending call. Not even the mention of Cambry's murder was enough to jar an admission from anyone. Indeed, the few times she tried that as an opening gambit, posing as a reporter seeking information for a feature story on another journalist's death, the result had been an even stonier reticence than her previous fabrications had inspired. It wasn't until she reached the 15th name that the direction of these fruitless conversations changed. For the 15th name belonged to Richard Graham, and he was dead, as was the 16th name, Catherine Henderford, and the 17th, Donald Highcroft, as well as the 18th, the 19th, and the 20th. All of them dead of cancer, lung, ovarian, liver, intestinal, and all of them dead within the last 2 months. "I went directly back to the first name on the list," Lady Helen had said. "Of course I couldn't phone him myself, so I went to Chelsea and had Cotter do it for me. We invented the name of an organisation, Cancer Cooperative, something like that. Checking in to see how the patient was doing, Cotter said. Write down the list. They'd all had cancer. And those that were alive were all in remission, Simon." The 2 callers who had left their messages on the answering machine in Mick Cambry's flat had placed their calls about cancer as well. The exception being that they were willing, even eager, to talk to Lady Helen. They had phoned Mick's number in answer to an advertisement that had run for months in the Sunday Times. "You can beat cancer," followed by a telephone number. "It's my wife," one of the callers had said when Lady Helen phoned him. "One gets so desperate. We've tried diets, meditation, prayer, group therapy, mind over matter, every kind of drug. When I saw the advert, I thought, what the hell? But no one returned my call." Because Mick never received it. Because Mick was dead. "What was Mick doing, Simon?" Lady Helen had asked at the end of her story. The answer was simple. He'd changed from journalist to merchant of dreams. He was selling hope. He was selling the possibility of life. He was selling oncozyme.
He'd learned about oncozyme in his interview with Ternaro,
St. James said to Linley as they passed the Methodist church on their way up Paul Lane. The wind had picked up. The rain was beading his hair.
He followed the story to Islington, London, where Brooke gave him more details. I should imagine the 2 of them hatched the scheme between them. It was simple enough. Noble, if one disregards the fact that they were probably making a fortune from the effort. They were providing cancer patients with a miracle drug years before the drug would be legally approved and available for use.
Look at the countless terminally ill people with nothing more to hang on to but the hope that something might work. Think of what people get involved with in an attempt to put themselves into remission. Macrobiotic diets, Laetrile, psychic healers. Mick was taking no risk that there'd be a lack of interest.
Nor did he have to worry that people might not be willing to pay whatever price he was asking for the chance of a cure. He had only 2 problems. The first would be getting his hands on a steady supply of the drug.
Justin Brooke, Linley said. St. James nodded.
For payments in cash initially. In cocaine later on, I expect. But once Mick had the oncozyme, he had to find someone who would administer it, monitor the dosage, assess the results. For part of the profits, of course. No one would take such a risk without some sort of payoff.
Good God. Roderick.
Trenaro's housekeeper told Cotter that he spends a great deal of time visiting a convalescent home in St. Just. I didn't think much of it at the time, except Trenaro himself told me that experimental drugs are often used on terminal patients. Look at how those 2 pieces of information fit together to explain what's been going on. A small clinic in St. Just, where Trenaro sees a select group of patients, filtered his way by Mick Cambry. An illegal clinic, posing as a very private convalescent home, where people pay a hefty fee to be injected with oncozyme. And then the profits get divided 3 ways: Cambry, Brooke, and Trenaro.
Mick's bank book in London.
His share of the pickings.
Then who killed him? Why?
Brooke. Something must have gone wrong with the deal. Perhaps Mick got greedy. Or perhaps he made a slip of the tongue in Peter's presence that put them all in jeopardy. Perhaps that's the reason Brooke was after Peter.
Linley paused momentarily, gripped St. James's arm. Peter told me that Mick made a remark. Blast, I can't remember it exactly. Peter threatened to blackmail him about his cross-dressing and about cocaine. But Mick didn't care. He advised Peter to look for another source. He said something about people being willing to pay a hell of a lot more to stay alive than to have a secret kept.
And Justin heard that, didn't he? He must have known that Mick was inches away from telling the tale to Peter.
He wanted to leave the cottage. He wanted Peter to leave.
You can see why. Brooke stood to lose everything if Mick started playing fast and loose with their secret. His career, his reputation as a scientist, his job at Islington. He stood to go to jail if it all came out. He must have returned to the cottage after Peter left. He and Mick must have got into it. Things escalated between them. God knows they were both breaking enough laws to be as tightly strung as the devil. And Justin took a swing at him. That did it.
And Trenaro?
Linley paused once again, opposite the primary school grounds.
St. James looked past him. The stage of the open-air theatre was still set up. Performances of one sort or another would continue through the summer. Now, however, the grounds were sodden by rain.
Trenaro knows about everything. I'll wager he'd known the moment he was introduced to Brooke at Howenstow on Saturday night. I should guess he'd never actually seen Brooke before then. Why should he have when Mick was playing the middleman? But the moment he was introduced, he must have put together the rest. Mick's death, everything.
But why hold his tongue?
St. James looked not at Linley, but at the school grounds as he replied, "You know the answer to that."
Linley gazed up the hill. From where they stood, just the roof of the villa and part of its white cornice showed against the grey sky. He faced jail as well. The clinic, the drug, the payments people made, his career, his research.
And, most importantly,
he stood to lose my mother.
I expect the payments people made for oncozyme allowed him to buy the villa in the first place.
A home he could be proud to offer to her.
So he said nothing.
They continued their climb. What do you suppose he intends now, with Brooke and Cambry dead?
With Brooke dead, the source of oncozyme is dried up. He'll have to close the clinic in Saint-Just and make do with what he's managed to save from the profits.
And our part in all of this, St. James? Do we turn him over to the police? Do we phone his superiors? Do we take the opportunity to ruin him?
St. James examined his friend, broad shoulders wet, hair beginning to drip, mouth set in a line.
That's the hell of this, isn't it, Tommy? That's the irony. To have the foulest wish you've ever possessed granted in spades. Just at the moment when, I expect, you no longer wish it.
Are you leaving it up to me?
We've got Brooke and Cambry tied together well enough. We've got Mick's visits to Islington. We've got Peter and Justin together at Gull Cottage. We've got Justin's lie about being in the Anchor and Rose afterwards. We've got Justin's use of cocaine. As far as the police need to know, Mick was his supplier, a deal went bad, and Justin killed him. Sasha as well. So, yes, the rest is yours. You're the policeman.
Even if it means letting part of the truth go, letting Roderick go.
I'll not stand in judgment. At the bottom of it, Trenaro was trying to help people. The fact that they paid him for their help makes it ugly. But at least he was trying to do something good.
They made the rest of the climb in silence. As they turned up the drive to the villa, lights went on in the ground floor, as if they were expected visitors. Below them, village lights began to shine through the gloom as well, making an occasional nimbus glitter behind glass. Dora answered the door. She was dressed for cooking, wrapped round by an enormous red apron that bore smudges of flour on both breasts and along the thighs. More flour powdered the creases of her blue turban, and an additional dusting had greyed one eyebrow. "Doctor's in his study," she said, when they asked for him. "Come in with you. Rain don't do a bit of good for bodies out in it." She led them to the study, rapped on the door, and opened it when Trenaro answered. "I bring tea for these good mans," she said, nodded sharply, and left them. Dr. Trenaro got to his feet. He'd been seated behind his desk in the act of polishing his spectacles. He put them back on his nose. "Everything's all right?" he asked Linley. "Peter's at the house in London." "Thank God. Your mother? I think she'd probably like to see you tonight." Behind his spectacles, Trenaro blinked once. He obviously didn't know what to make of Linley's remark. He said, "You're both soaked." He went to the fireplace and lit the fire, doing it the old-fashioned way by placing a stubby candle beneath the coals. St. James waited for Linley to speak. He wondered if this final interview between them would better be held without his presence. Although he'd given lip service to Linley's opportunity to make a free decision, he really had no doubt what that decision would be. Still, he knew it wouldn't be easy for his friend to turn a blind eye to Trenaro's part in the illegal sale of oncozyme, no matter how noble the doctor's motives had been. It would be easier for Linley to do it alone, but St. James's own need to put every detail to rest kept him where he was, listening and noting, and prepared to say nothing. The burning coal hissed. Dr. Trenaro returned to his desk. St. James and Linley sat in the wing chairs in front of it. Rain made a sound like delicate waves against the windows. Dora returned with the tea, which she poured, leaving with a gentle admonition to "Mind that you take your medicine when time come," which Trenaro accepted with a dutiful nod. When they were alone once again with the fire, the tea, and the rain, Linley spoke. "We know about the oncozyme, Roderick, and the clinic in St. Just, about the newspaper advertisement that brought you the patients, about Mick and Justin and the parts they played. Mick filtering the applicants to get those best able to pay for the treatment, Justin supplying the drug from London." Trenaro pushed fractionally back from the desk. "Is this an official visit, Tommy?" "No. Then what?" Had you met Brooke before Saturday night at Howenstow? I'd only spoken to him on the phone, but he came here Friday night. When? He was here when I got back from Gull Cottage. Why? The obvious reasons. He wanted to talk about Mick. But you didn't report him to the police?
Trenaro's brow furrowed. He answered simply,
No. Yet you knew he'd killed him. Did he tell you why?
Trenaro's eyes moved between the other two men. He licked his lips, gripped the handle of his teacup, and studied its contents.
Mick wanted to raise the cost of treatment. I'd already opposed him. Evidently, that evening, Justin had as well. They argued about it. Justin lost his temper. And when you joined us at the cottage, did you know Justin Brooke had killed Mick? I'd not seen Brooke yet. I'd no more idea than you who had done it. What about the condition of the room and the missing money? I didn't put it together until I saw Brooke. He was looking for anything that could connect him to Cambry. And the money? I don't know. He may have taken it, but he didn't admit to it. To the killing, however? Yes, to that. And the mutilation? To misdirect the police. His cocaine use, did you know about that? No. And that Mick dealt cocaine on the side? Good God, no.
St. James listened, feeling the vague discomfort of uncertainty. A tantalizing fact danced on the edge of his consciousness, something not quite right that was asking to be noticed. The other two men continued talking. Their voices were low, barely much more than a murmur, with nothing more at stake than an exchange of information, a straightening out of details, and a plan for going on. In the conversation a sudden noise was interjected, a dim bleeping that came from Trenaro's wrist. He pressed a tiny button on the side of his watch. "Medicine," he said. "Blood pressure." He reached into his jacket pocket, brought out a flat silver case, and opened it. It contained a neatly arranged layer of white pills. Dora would never forgive me if she came in one morning and found me dead of a stroke. He popped a pill into his mouth and downed it with tea. St. James watched him do so, feeling fixed to his chair as every piece of the jigsaw finally fell into place. How it had been done, who had done it, and most of all, why. Some in remission, Lady Helen had said, but the rest of them dead. Dr. Trenaro lowered his cup, replaced it in the saucer. As he did so, St. James cursed himself inwardly. He cursed every sign he had overlooked, those details he had missed, and each piece of information he had disregarded because it couldn't be assigned a convenient place in the puzzle of the crime. Once again he cursed the fact that his field was science, not interview and investigation. He cursed the fact that his interest lay in objects and what they could reveal about the nature of a crime. Had his interest lain in people, surely he would have seen the truth from the first. Chapter 27. Out of the corner of his eye, Linley saw St. James lean forward and put his hand on Trenaro's desk. It was an action that effectively broke into their conversation.
"The money," he said.
"I beg your pardon?"
"Tommy, who did you tell about the money?"
Linley tried to catch his drift.
"What money?"
"Nancy said Mick was doing the pay envelopes. She said there was money in the sitting room that evening. You and I discussed it later that night after she told us about it at the lodge. Who else did you tell? Who else knew about the money?"
"Deborah and Helen. They were there when Nancy told us. John Penellin as well."
"Did you tell your mother?"
"Of course not. Why on earth should I?"
"Then how did Dr. Trenaro know?"
Linley realized at once what the question meant. He saw the answer on Trenaro's face. He fought a battle for professional indifference. He lost it, saying only,
Jesus God.
Trenaro said nothing. Linley couldn't think beyond a simple no, recognizing that what his friend had said earlier was coming to pass. His every foul wish of the last 15 years was about to be granted in absolute spades. "What are you saying, St. James?" he managed to ask, although he knew the answer without having to hear it.
"That Dr. Trenaro killed Mick Cambry. He didn't intend to. They argued. He hit him. Mick fell. He began to hemorrhage. He was dead within minutes."
Roderick? Linley felt desperate for the man to exonerate himself in some way, knowing only that Trenaro's exoneration was tied intimately into Linley's own future life. But St. James went on, utterly calm. Only the facts counted. He wove them together.
"When he saw Cambry was dead, he acted quickly. It wasn't a search. Even if Mick had been stupid enough to keep records of the Oncozyme transactions in the cottage, there was no time to look for them then. There was only time to make it look like a search, or a possible robbery, or a sexual crime. But it was none of those things. It was a fight about Oncozyme."
Dr. Trenaro's face looked implacable. When he spoke, his lips moved, but the rest of him was immobile. And his words seemed nothing more than a futile, if expected, effort at denial. They carried no conviction. "I was at the play Friday night. You know that very well."
"An open-air play in a schoolyard?" St. James said. "Hardly a difficult feat to slip out for a while, especially since you'd placed yourself in the back. I expect you went to him after the interval during the second act. It's not a long walk. 3 minutes, no more. You went to see him then. You intended only to talk to him about Oncozyme, but instead you killed him and came back to the play."
"And the weapon?" Trenaro's bravado was weak. "Was I supposed to be carrying it round Nan Runnel in my jacket?"
"For the fracture of the skull there was no weapon. The castration was another matter. You took the knife from the cottage."
"To the play?" Scorn this time, yet no more successful than the bravado had been.
"I should think you hid it somewhere en route, on Virgin Place, perhaps on Ivy Street, in a garden or a dustbin. You returned for it later that night and got rid of it Saturday at Howenstow, which is where, I dare say, you got rid of Brooke as well. Because once Brooke knew that Cambry had been killed, he knew who must have done it. But he couldn't afford to turn you into the police without damaging himself. The Oncozyme scheme bound the two of you together."
"This is all conjecture," Trenaro said. "According to what you said so far, I had more reason to keep Mick alive than to kill him. If he was supplying me with patients, what purpose would his death serve?"
"You didn't intend to kill him. You struck out in anger. Your interest was in saving people's lives, but Mick's was in collecting their money. That attitude pushed you right over the edge."
"There's no evidence. You know that. Not for a murder."
"You've forgotten the cameras,"
St. James said. Trenaro looked at him steadily, his expression unchanging.
"You saw the camera at the cottage. You assumed I'd taken pictures of the body. During the chaos Saturday, when John Penellan was arrested, you dropped the cameras from Deborah's room."
"But if that's so," Linley said, feeling himself Trenaro's advocate for the moment, "why didn't he take the cameras to the cove? If he disposed of the knife there, why not the cameras as well?
And risk being seen hiking across the grounds with the case in his possession. I don't know why I didn't realize the stupidity of that idea before. He could conceal a knife on his person, Tommy. If someone saw him on the grounds, he could have claimed to be taking a walk to clear his head of drink. Would have been a believable story. People were used to seeing him at Howenstow. But the cameras? No. I imagine he took them somewhere else. In his car, perhaps, later that night. to a place where he could be relatively certain they'd never be found.
Linley listened, coming to terms with the truth. They'd all been at the dinner to hear the conversation. They'd all laughed at the absurdity of tourists in the mines. He said the name. 2 words that acted as final acceptance of what his heart told him was an incontrovertible fact. Wheal Main. St. James looked at him. At dinner Saturday night, Aunt Augusta was up in arms about sealing Wheal Main. "This is supposition," Trenaro broke in sharply. "Supposition and madness. Beyond our Oncozyme connection, you've nothing else to go on besides what you're inventing right here in this room. And once our mutual history is out in public, Tommy, who's going to believe this story? If indeed you actually want our mutual history to be known." "It comes down to that in the long run, doesn't it?" Linley asked. "It always begins and ends with my mother." For an instant he allowed himself to see past the call for justice to its attendant scandal. He could have ignored Trenaro's use of Oncozyme, his illegal clinic, and the exorbitant price that patients no doubt paid for treatment there. He could have overlooked all this and allowed his mother to remain in ignorance for the rest of her life. But murder was different. It demanded retribution. He couldn't ignore that. Linley saw how the next few months would play out. A court of law, his accusations, Trenaro's denial, the sort of case the defence would build with his mother caught in the middle and ultimately named as the reason behind Linley's public denunciation of her long-time lover. "He's right, St. James," Linley said hollowly. "This is conjecture. Even if we got the cameras from the mine, the main shaft's been flooded for years. The film's ruined by now, no matter what was on it." St. James shook his head.
"That's the only thing Dr. Trenaro didn't know. The film's not in the camera. Deborah gave it to me."
Linley heard the swift breath hiss between Trenaro's teeth.
St. James went on. "And the evidence is there, isn't it?" St. James asked. "Your silver pillbox under Mick Cambry's thigh. You may be able to explain away everything else. You may be able to accuse Tommy of attempting to fabricate evidence in order to separate you from his mother. But you'll never be able to deal with the fact that in the photograph of the body, the pillbox is there. The very same one you took from your pocket only minutes ago."
Trenaro looked at the misty view of the harbour. "It proves nothing."
"When it's in our photographs but missing from the police photographs? That's hardly the case, and you know it."
Rain pattered on the windows. Wind sounded in the chimney. A distant foghorn moaned. Trenaro moved in his chair, turning back towards the room. He grasped its arms and said nothing. "What happened?" Linley asked him. "Roderick, for the love of God, what happened?" For a long time Trenaro didn't answer. His dull eyes were fixed upon the space between Linley and St. James. He reached for the pull of the top drawer of the desk and aimlessly played it between his fingers. "Oncozyme," he said. "Brooke couldn't get enough of it. He was juggling the London inventory books as it was. But we needed more. If you could only know how many people phoned, still phone, how frantic they are for help. We couldn't get enough. But Mick kept funneling patients my way."
"Brooke eventually substituted something for the Oncozyme, didn't he?" St. James said. "Your first patients went into remission just as Islington's research indicated they would. But after a while, things started to go wrong."
He'd been sending the drug down from London with Mick. When it became impossible to get and they saw the clinic would have to close, they made a substitution. People who should have gone into remission began to die. Not all at once, of course, but a pattern emerged. I became suspicious. I tested the drug. It was a saline solution.
And that was the fight. I went to see him Friday night. I wanted to close the clinic.
He stared across the room at the fire. Its glow was reflected in his spectacles like 2 points of heat.
Mick wasn't at all concerned. These weren't people to him. They were a source of income. "Look, just keep the clinic running until we get more of the stuff," he said. "So we lose a few. So what? Others will come. People will pay anything for the chance of a cure. What are you so hot about? You're bringing the money in hand over fist, and don't pretend you aren't happy as hell about it."
Trenaro looked at Linley.
"I tried to talk to him, Tommy. I couldn't make him see. I couldn't get him to understand. I kept talking, he kept brushing it off. I just snapped."
When you saw he was dead, you decided to paint it as a sexual crime,
St. James said. "I thought he was after the village women. I thought it would look like someone's husband finally got to him."
And the money in the cottage?
I took it as well. And then made it look like the room had been searched. I took my handkerchief from my pocket so I wouldn't leave prints. I must have lost the pill case then. I saw it the moment I knelt by his body later.
Linley leaned forward.
"As black as it is, Mick's death started out as an accident, Roderick. An assault. An accident. But what about Brooke? You were tied together. What did you have to fear from him? Even if he assumed you'd killed Mick, he'd have kept quiet about it. Bringing you down would only have brought himself down as well." "I had nothing to fear from Brooke," Trenaro said. "Then why—" "I knew he wanted Peter." "Wanted?" "To be rid of him. He was here Friday night when I got home from the play. We'd never actually met, of course, but he had no trouble finding the villa. He said Mick had been talking in front of Peter. He was worried. He wanted me to do something to tighten Mick's tongue."
"Which you'd already done,"
St. James noted. Trenaro accepted the grim statement without reaction. "When he heard about the killing the next morning, he panicked. He came to see me. He thought it was only a matter of time before Peter put together some remarks Mick had made, and either went to the police or started sniffing round for someone to blackmail. Peter had a habit to support. He didn't have money. He'd already threatened Mick. Brooke wanted him dead. I wasn't about to let that happen."
God.
Oh, God.
Linley felt the sharp blade of regret pierce through him.
He said there was no risk involved, that he could make it look like an overdose of some sort. I didn't know what he intended, but I thought I could stall him. I told him I had a better plan and asked him to meet me on the cliff after the party Saturday night.
"And then you killed him?"
I'd taken the knife, but he was drunk. It was easy enough to shove him over the edge and hope it would look like an accident."
For a moment, Trenaro fell silent. He studied a few folders, a magazine, 3 photographs, a pen that were arranged on his desk.
I didn't regret that. Not for a moment. I still don't.
But he'd already passed the drug on to Sasha. It was ergotamine and quinine. He told her to give it to Peter.
I've been too late every way I've turned. What a mess. What a blasted horror.
Trenaro began uselessly to gather a few papers, arranging them in a pile, tapping them together. He fondly looked round the room. He said,
"I wanted this for her. I couldn't offer her Gull Cottage. What a ludicrous thought. But she would have come here. And Onkazai made it possible, so it seemed a double good. Can you understand that? People who otherwise faced death would live and be cured, while your mother and I would finally be together. I wanted this for her." He held the papers in one hand, and with the other slid open the middle drawer of his desk.
Had Onquazyme existed then, I would have saved him, Tommy. Without hesitation. Without a second thought. No matter what I felt for your mother. I hope you'll believe me. He placed the papers in the drawer, rested his hand on top of them. Does she know about this? Linley thought of his father wasting away. He thought of his mother trying to make the best of her life. He thought of his brother growing up at Howenstow alone. He thought of Trenaro. It was an effort to speak. She doesn't know. Thank God. Trenaro's hand slithered in and then out of the drawer, a dull glint upon metal. He held a revolver. Thank God, he said again, and levelled it at St. James. Roderick. Linley stared at the gun. Wild thoughts, disconnected, darted through his brain. A black market purchase, a wartime antique, the gun room at Howenstow. Of course he'd have prepared for this moment. They'd been signalling to him that it was coming for days. Their questions, their interviews, their telephone calls. Roderick, for God's sake. Yes, Trenaro said. I suppose that's right. Linley quickly shifted his eyes. St. James's face hadn't changed. It didn't show even a shadow of emotion. A movement at the edge of his vision, and Linley looked back to the gun. Trenaro's finger was easing towards the trigger. And suddenly, before him was the possibility again, a thematic repetition he couldn't avoid. It was every foul wish in absolute spades. There was only a split second to make a decision. Choose, he told himself fiercely. And he did so. Roderick, you can't hope... Linley's words were cut off by the bellow of the gun. Deborah pressed her fists against the small of her back to ease her tired muscles. The room was warm, and in spite of the window that was cracked open against the rain, the smoke from Harry Cambry's cigarettes made the air malodorous, eye-stinging and stuffy. In the office, everyone had continued with his work. Telephones rang intermittently. Word processor keys tapped. Drawers opened and shut. Footsteps creaked across the floor. Deborah had explored the contents of one entire filing cabinet, achieving nothing more than 3 paper cuts between her fingers and print stains across the palms of her hands. From the sounds Harry Cambry was making, a groan, a sigh, a muttered oath, it didn't seem that he was having any better luck. She stifled a yawn, feeling completely drained. She'd slept only an hour or 2 after dawn, and even then the fractured dreams she'd experienced had left her physically depleted and emotionally worn. The effort not to think about last night had taken its toll. Now she only wanted sleep, partly as succour, but mostly as escape. Even as she thought about it, her eyelids grew heavy. The rain on the roof was wonderfully soporific. The room was warm, the murmur of voices so soothing. A howl of sirens on the street below slapped her fully awake. First one, then a second. A moment later, a third. Juliana Vendale left her desk and went to the window. Deborah joined her as Harry Cambry pushed himself to his feet. An ambulance was just making the turn from the Penzance Road onto Paul Lane. Some distance ahead of it, where Paul Lane began the ascent into the hills, 2 police cars sped through the rain. Simultaneously, a telephone began to ring in the newsroom. Juliana took the call. The conversation was mostly one-sided. Her comments were terse, consisting only of, "When? Where? Fatal? All right, yes. Thanks." She hung up and said to Cambry, "There's been a shooting at Trenaro's." Deborah had time to feel only a frisson of danger, saying only, "Trenaro?" before Harry Cambry moved. He bolted for the door, grabbing 2 cameras and a Macintosh on his way. He threw open the door and shouted over his shoulder to Juliana Vendale,
Stay by the phones."
As he clattered down the stairs and into the street, another police car shot past. Oblivious of the rain, patrons of the Anchor and Rose, as well as some of the inhabitants of Paul Lane, began to stream out of buildings and take up the chase. Harry Cambry was caught up in their midst, cameras banging against his thighs, struggling to make his way through the crush. From the window Deborah watched. She looked for them vainly, a blonde head and a black one. Surely they would be among the crowd. Having heard the name Trenaro, they would be heading towards the villa. A voice barked out from the street.
"Don't know. Dead, we think."
The words were electrifying. Hearing them, Deborah saw Simon's face. She remembered the way he'd looked at Tommy, grim with decision, before he'd taken him from the office. With a rush of horror, she thought, they went to see Trenaro. She dashed from the room and flew down the stairs. She shoved her way through the throng of people still gathered in the doorway of the pub and stumbled outside. Rain pelted her. A passing car honked its horn. Its tires hit a puddle which sent up a spume of spray. But none of this existed. She knew only the need to find Trenaro's home. She felt only the terror of a shooting. In the past 3 years, Linley had only alluded to the discord in his life, and even then the allusion was made in actions, not in words. A preference for spending Christmas with her rather than with his family. A letter from his mother gone unopened for weeks. A telephone message never returned. But as they'd walked together to the cove this afternoon, he'd told her that he'd put all of it to rest. The enmity, the discord, the bitterness, the anger. To have something happen now was obscene. Not dead, no. The words carried her towards the hillside. Rainwater shooting from an unguttered rooftop struck her cheeks and blinded her momentarily as she headed up the incline. She paused and cleared her vision, with the crowds surging round her, dashing towards the flash of blue lights in the distance. The air was alive with speculations on death. If there was a body to be seen, or blood to be smelled, here existed the populace that would do the honours. At the first intersection she was pushed into the steamy windows of the Talisman Café by an angry matron who pulled a yowling little boy by the arm.
"Watch where you're going,"
the woman shouted furiously at Deborah. She stood in odd Roman sandals that were laced to her knees. She hugged the child to her side.
"Bleeding trippers. Think you own the village?"
Deborah didn't bother to answer. She elbowed past her. Later she would remember her headlong flight through the village and up the hill as an ever-changing collage. On the door of a shop, a rain-streaked sign on which the words clotted cream and chocolate gâteau oozed into one another. A single sunflower, its enormous head bent, palm fronds lying in a pool of rainwater, much like open mouths shouting words at her which she didn't hear. A bicycle wheel spinning in endless revolutions while the dazed rider sprawled in the street. But at the moment she saw nothing but Tommy, in countless images, each one more vivid than the last, each one accusing her of betrayal. This would be her punishment for that moment of selfish weakness with Simon. Please, she thought. If there were bargains and promises, she would make them, without a second thought, without a single regret. As she reached the incline above the village proper, a final police car tore by her, sending up pebbles as well as spray from the street. There was no need for the horn to clear the road. Daunted by the downpour, the less hardy thrill-seekers had already started becoming discouraged by the climb. They had begun to seek refuge, some in shops, some in doorways, others flocking into the Methodist church. Not even the diversion of blood and a corpse seemed worth the potential ruin of fine summer clothes. Only the most resolutely curious had completed the climb. Shaking her wet hair back from her face, Deborah saw them gathered in front of a drive where a police line was set up to keep them at a distance. There, the group had fallen into a speculative silence, one broken by the hot voice of Harry Cambry, who was arguing with an implacable constable, insisting upon entrance. Behind them on the hill, rain assailed Trenaro's villa. Its every window was lit. Uniformed men swarmed about it. Lights flashed from the police cars parked on its circular drive.
"Shot, I heard,"
someone muttered.
"Brought anyone out yet?" "No."
Deborah scanned the front of the villa, working through the men, looking for a sign. He was all right. He was fine. He had to be among them. She couldn't find him. She pushed her way through the onlookers to the police line. Childhood prayers rose to her lips and died unsaid. She made bargains with God. She asked to be punished in any other way. She asked for understanding. She admitted her faults. She ducked under the line.
"No, you don't, miss."
The constable, who had been arguing with Cambry, barked out the command from 10 feet away. "But it's—"
"Stay back," he shouted. "This isn't a bloody sideshow."
Unmindful, Deborah started forward. The need to know and to be there overshadowed everything else.
"Here, you!"
The constable moved towards her, readying himself to thrust her back into the crowd. As he did so, Harry Cambry darted past him, scrambling up the drive.
"Damn!" the constable shouted. "You! Cambry!"
Having lost the one, he was not about to lose the other, and he gripped Deborah's arm, waving to a panda car that had pulled onto the verge.
"Take this one," he called to the officers inside. "The other got past me."
"No!" Deborah struggled to free herself, feeling a rising sense of outrage at her own complete impotence. She couldn't even break the constable's grip. The more she fought him, the stronger he became. "Miss Cotter?" She swung around. No angel could have been more blessed a sight than the Reverend Mr. Sweeney. Garbed in black, he stood beneath a tent-like umbrella, blinking solemnly at her through the rain. "Tommy's at the villa," she said. "Mr. Sweeney, please." The cleric frowned. He squinted up the drive. "Oh, dear." His right hand flexed open and closed upon the handle of his umbrella as he appeared to consider his options. "Oh, dear. Yes, I see." This final statement seemed to indicate that an action had been decided upon. Mr. Sweeney drew himself up to his fullest height of not quite 5.5 feet, and spoke to the constable, who still held Deborah in a determined grip.
"You know Lord Asherton, of course," he said authoritatively.
It was a tone that would have surprised any of his parishioners who had never seen him in blackface among the Nan Runnel players, ordering Cassio and Montano to put up their swords.
"This is his fiancée. Let her by."
The constable eyed Deborah's bedraggled appearance. His expression made it perfectly clear that he could hardly give credence to a relationship between her and any one of the Linleys.
"Let her by," Mr. Sweeney repeated. "I'll accompany her myself. Perhaps you ought to be more concerned with the newspaperman than with this young lady."
The constable gave Deborah another sceptical look. She waited in torment while he made his decision.
"All right, go on. Stay out of the way."
Deborah's lips formed the words, "Thank you," but nothing came out. She took a few stumbling steps.
"It's all right, my dear,"
Mr. Sweeney said.
"Let's go up. Take my arm. The drive's a bit slippery, isn't it?"
She did as he said, although only part of her brain registered his words. The rest was caught up in speculation and fear. "Please, not Tommy," she whispered. "Not like this, please. I could bear anything else."
"Now it'll be all right," Mr. Sweeney murmured in a distracted fashion. "Indeed, you shall see."
They slipped and slid among the crushed corollas of fuchsias as they wound their way up the narrow drive towards the front of the villa. The rain was beginning to fall less heavily, but Deborah was already soaked, so the protection of Mr. Sweeney's umbrella meant very little. She shivered as she clung to his arm. "It's a dreadful business, this," Mr. Sweeney said, as if in response to her shudder. "But it shall be all right. You'll see in a moment." Deborah heard the words, but knew enough to dismiss them. There was no chance for all right any longer. A mocking form of justice always swept through life when one was least prepared to see justice meted out. Her time had come. In spite of the number of men who were on the grounds, it was unnaturally quiet as they approached the villa. The crackle of a police radio was the only noise, a female dispatcher giving direction to police not far from the scene. On the circular drive beneath the hawthorn tree, 3 police cars sat at odd, hurried angles, as if their drivers had flung themselves out without bothering to worry about where or how they parked. In the rear seat of one of them, Harry Cambry was engaged in a muffled shouting match with an angry constable who appeared to have handcuffed him to the interior of the car. When he saw Deborah, Cambry forced his face to the officer's window. "Dead!" he shouted, before the constable pushed him back inside the car. The worst was realized. Deborah saw the ambulance pulled near the front door, not as close as the police cars, for there was no need of that. Wordlessly she clutched at Mr. Sweeney's arm. But as if he read her fears, he pointed to the portico. "Look," he urged her. Deborah forced herself to look towards the front door. She saw him. Her eyes flew wildly over every part of his body, looking for wounds. But other than the fact that his jacket was wet, he was quite intact, although terribly pale, talking gravely to Inspector Boscawen. "Thank God," she whispered. The front door opened even as she spoke. Linley and Boscawen stepped to one side to allow 2 men to carry a stretcher into the rain, a body upon it. Sheeting covered it from head to toe, strapped down as if to shield it from the rain and to protect it from the stares of the curious. Only when she saw it, only when she heard the front door close with a sound of hollow finality, did Deborah understand. Still she looked frantically at the grounds of the villa, at the brightly lit windows, at the cars, at the door. Again and again, as if the action could change an immutable reality, she sought him. Mr. Sweeney said something, but she didn't hear it. She only heard her own bargain. "I could bear anything else." Her childhood, her life, flashed before her in an instant, leaving behind for the very first time neither anger nor pain, but instead understanding, complete and too late. She bit her lip so hard that she could taste the blood, but it wasn't enough to quell her cry of anguish. "Simon!" She threw herself towards the ambulance where already the body had been loaded inside. Linley spun around. He saw her plunging blindly through the cars. She slipped once on the slick pavement, but pulled herself to her feet, screaming his name. She threw herself on the ambulance, pulling on the handle that would open its rear door. A policeman tried to restrain her. A second did likewise. But she fought them off. She kicked, she scratched. And all the time she kept screaming his name, high and shrieking. It was a 2-syllable monody that Linley knew he would hear, when he least wanted to hear it, for the rest of his life. A third policeman joined the attempt to subdue her, but she writhed away. Sick at heart, Linley turned from the sight. He felt for the villa door. "St. James," he said. The other man was in the hall with Trenaro's housekeeper, who was sobbing into the turban she'd taken from her head. He looked Linley's way and began to speak, but hesitated, face clouded as Deborah's cries grew more profound. He touched Dora's shoulder gently and joined Linley at the door, stopping short at the sight of Deborah being dragged away from the ambulance and fighting every step that distanced her from it. He looked at Linley. Linley looked away. "For Christ's sake, go to her. She thinks it's you." He couldn't face his friend. He didn't want to see him. He only hoped St. James would take matters into his own hands without another word being spoken between them. It was not to be.
"No, she's only—"
"Just go, damn you. Go!"
Seconds ticked by before St. James moved, but when he finally walked into the drive, Linley found the expiation he had so long searched for. He forced himself to watch. St. James skirted the police cars and approached the group. He walked quite slowly. He couldn't move fast. His gait wouldn't allow it, crippled and ugly and halted by pain. The gait that Linley himself had given him. St. James reached the ambulance. He shouted Deborah's name. He grabbed her, pulled her towards him. She fought back violently, weeping and shrieking, but only for a moment, until she saw who it was. Then she was caught up in his arms, her body shaking with terrible sobs, his head bent to hers, his hands in her hair.
"It's all right, Deborah," Linley heard St. James say. "I'm sorry you were frightened. I'm all right, my love."
Then he murmured needlessly,
"My love, my love."
The rain fell against them. The police began to move round them, but neither seemed cognizant of anything more than being held in the other's arms. Linley turned and went into the house. A stirring awakened her. She opened her eyes. They focused on the distant barrel ceiling. She gazed up at it, confused. Turning her head, she saw the lace-covered dressing table, its silver hairbrushes, its old cheval mirror. Great-grandmama Asherton's bedroom, she thought. Recognition of the room brought almost everything back. Images of the cove, the newspaper office, the flight up the hill, the sight of the shrouded body all merged in her mind. At their centre was Tommy. Another movement came from the other side of the room. The curtains were drawn, but a chord of daylight struck a chair by the fireplace. Linley was sitting there, his legs stretched out in front of him. On the table next to him sat a tray of food. Breakfast, by the look of it. She could see the dim shape of a toast rack. At first she didn't speak, trying instead to remember the events that followed those horrifying moments at Trenaro's villa. She remembered a brandy being pressed upon her, the sound of voices, a telephone ringing, then a car. Somehow she'd got from Nan Runnel back to Howenstow, where she'd made her way to a bed. She wore a blue satin nightdress that she didn't recognize. A matching dressing gown lay at the foot of the bed. She pushed herself into a sitting position. "Tommy?"
"You're awake."
He went to the windows and pushed the curtains back a bit so that the room had more light. The casements were already open a few inches, but he opened them further, so that the crying of the gulls and cormorants made a background of sound. "What time is it?"
"Just after 10.
10?
You've slept since yesterday afternoon. You don't remember?"
"Just bits. Have you been waiting long?"
"A while."
She saw then that he wore the same clothes he'd had on in Nan Runnel. His face was unshaven, and beneath his eyes his skin was dark and puckered with fatigue. "You've been with me all night." He didn't reply. He remained at the window, far from the bed. Beyond his shoulder she could see the sky. Against it his hair was made gold by the sun. "I thought I'd fly you back to London this morning, whenever you're ready." He indicated the tray. "This has been sitting here since 8:30. Shall I see about getting you something else?"
"Tommy," she said, is there—"
She tried to search his face, but he kept it averted, and it showed no response, so she let her words die. He put his hands in his pockets and looked out the window again. "They've brought John Penellin home." She followed his lead. "What about Mark?" "Boscawen knows he took the days. As to the cocaine—" He sighed. "That's John's decision as far as I'm concerned. I won't make it for him. I don't know what he'll do. He may not be ready to draw the line on Mark yet. I just don't know."
"You could report him?"
"I could."
"But you won't?"
"I think it best that it come from John." He continued gazing out the window, his head lifted to the sky. "It's a beautiful day. A good day for flying."
"What about Peter?" she asked. "Is he cleared now? Is Sydney?"
"St. James thinks Brooke must have got the ergotamine from a chemist in Penzance. It's a prescription drug, but it wouldn't be the first time a chemist slipped something to a customer on the sly. It would have seemed harmless enough.
A complaint about a migraine.
Aspirin not working. No doctor's surgery open on Saturday."
"He doesn't think Justin took some of his own pills?"
"He can't think of a reason Brooke would have known he had them. I told him it doesn't really matter at this point, but he wants to clear Sydney thoroughly. Peter as well. He's gone to Penzance." His voice died off. His recitation was finished. Deborah felt her throat aching. There was so much tension in his posture.
"Tommy," she said, "I saw you on the porch. I knew you were safe. But when I saw the body—"
"The worst part was Mother," he cut in. "Having to tell Mother. Watching her face and knowing every word I said was destroying her. But she wouldn't cry. Not in front of me. Because both of us know I'm at fault at the heart of this."
"No."
"If they'd married years ago, if I'd allowed them to marry—"
"Tommy, no."
"So she won't grieve in front of me. She won't let me help."
"Tommy, darling."
"It was horrible." He ran his fingers along the window's transom. For a moment I thought he might actually shoot St. James. But he put the gun in his mouth. He cleared his throat. "Why is it that nothing ever prepares one for a sight like that?"
"Tommy, I've known him all my life. He's like my family. When I thought he was dead—"
The blood, the brain tissue splattered back against the windows. "I think I'll see it for the rest of my life. That and everything else. Like a blasted motion picture playing into eternity against the back of my eyelids whenever I close my eyes."
"Oh, Tommy, please," she said brokenly. "Please, come here."
At that, his brown eyes met hers directly. "It's not enough, Deb." He made the statement so carefully. She heard it, frightened.
"What's not enough?"
"That I love you. That I want you. I used to think that St. James was 30 different ways a fool for not having married Helen in all these years. I could never understand it. I suppose I really knew why all along, but I didn't want to face it." She ignored his words.
"Shall we use the church in the village, Tommy? Or is London better? What do you think?"
"The church?"
"For the wedding, darling. What do you think?"
He shook his head. "Not on sufferance, Deborah.
I won't have you that way.
But I want you, she whispered. I love you, Tommy.
I know you want to believe that. God knows I want to believe it myself. Had you stayed in America, had you never come home, had I joined you there, we might have had a fighting chance. But as it is...
Still he stayed across the room. She couldn't bear the distance. She held out her hand. Tommy, Tommy, please.
Your whole life's with Simon. You know it. We both do.
No, She couldn't finish the sentence. She wanted to rail and fight against what he had said, but he had pierced through to a truth she had long avoided. He watched her face for a moment before speaking again.
Shall I give you an hour until we leave?
She opened her mouth to pledge, to deny, but at this final moment she couldn't do so. Yes, an hour, she said. Part 7. Afterward. Chapter 28. Lady Helen sighed. This moves the definition of tedium beyond my wildest dreams. Tell me again what it's going to prove. St. James made a third careful fold in the thin pyjama top, lining up the last point of the ice pick's entry.
The defendant claims he was assaulted as he slept. He had only one wound in his side, but we've got 3 holes, each one stained with his blood. How do you suppose that happened?
She bent over the garment. It was oddly folded to accommodate the 3 holes. He was a contortionist in his sleep.
St. James chuckled. Better yet, a liar awake. He stabbed himself and made the holes later.
He caught her yawning.
Am I boring you, Helen?
Not at all.
Late night in the company of a charming man?
If only that were true. I'm afraid it was the company of my grandparents, darling. Grandfather blissfully snoring away during the triumphal march in Aida. I should have joined him. No doubt he's quite spry this morning.
An occasional bow to culture is good for the soul.
I loathe opera. If they'd only sing in English. Is that too much to ask? But it's always Italian or French or German. German's the worst. And when they run about the stage in those funny helmets with the horns...
You're a Philistine, Helen.
Card-carrying.
Well, if you'll behave yourself for another half hour, I'll take you to lunch. There's a new brasserie I found in the Brompton Road.
Her face came to life. Darling Simon, the very thing. What shall I do next? She looked round the lab as if seeking new employment, an intention that St. James ignored when the front door slammed and a voice called his name. He shoved away from the work table.
Sydney,
he said, and walked to the door as his sister came dashing up the stairs.
Where the hell have you been?
She came into the lab. Surrey first, then Southampton, she replied, as if they were the most logical destinations in the world. She dropped a mink jacket onto a stool. They've got me doing another line of furs. If I don't get a different assignment soon, I don't know what I'll do. Modelling the skins of dead animals lies somewhere between absolutely unsavoury and thoroughly disgusting. And they continue to insist I wear nothing underneath. Leaning over the table, she examined the pyjama top. Blood again? How can you endure it so near to lunchtime? I haven't missed lunch, have I? It's hardly noon. She opened her shoulder bag and began to dig through it. Now where is it? Of course I understand why they insist on some naked skin, but I've hardly the bosom for it. It's the suggestion of sensuality, they tell me. The promise, the fantasy. What rubbish! Ah, here it is. She produced a tattered envelope which she handed to her brother.
What is it?
What I've spent nearly 10 days getting out of Mummy. I even had to trail along to David's for a week just so that she'd know I was determined to have it.
You've been with Mother? St. James asked incredulously. Visiting David in Southampton?
Helen, did you... I phoned Surrey that once, but there was no reply. Then you said not to worry her. Remember? Worry Mummy? Sydney asked. Worry Mummy about what?
About you.
Why would Mummy worry about me? She didn't wait for an answer. Actually, she thought the idea was absurd at first.
What idea?
Now I know where you get your general poopiness, Simon. But I wore her down over time. I knew I would. Go on, open it. Read it aloud. Helen shall hear it as well.
Damn it, Sydney, I want to know.
She grabbed his wrist and shook his arm. Read. He opened the envelope with ill-concealed irritation and began to read aloud. My dear Simon, it appears I shall have no rest from Sydney until I apologise, so let me do so at once. Not that a simple line of apology would ever satisfy your sister.
What is this, Sid?
She laughed. Keep reading. He went back to his mother's heavily embossed stationery. I always did think it was Sydney's idea to open the nursery window, Simon, but when you said nothing upon being accused of having done so, I felt obliged to direct all the punishment towards you. Punishing one's children is the hardest part of being a parent. It's even worse if one has the nagging little fear that one is punishing the wrong child. Sydney has cleared all this up, as only Sydney could do, and although she had begun to insist that I beat her soundly for having let you take her punishment all those years ago, I do draw the line at paddling a 25-year-old woman. So let me apologise to you for placing the blame on your little shoulders. Were you 10 years old? I've forgotten, and I shall henceforth direct it towards her in an appropriate fashion. We have had a rather nice visit, Sydney and I. We spent some time with David, and the children as well. It's made me quite hopeful that I shall soon see you in Surrey. Bring Deborah with you if you come. Cotter telephoned Cook with the word about her. Poor child. It would be good of you to take her under your wing until she's back on her feet. Love to you, Mother. Hands on her hips, Sydney threw back her head and laughed, clearly delighted with having brought off a coup. Isn't she grand? What a time I had getting her to write it, though. Had she not already wanted to speak to you about seeing to Deborah? You know how she is, always concerned that we'll become social heathens and not do the proper thing in these situations. I doubt if anything could have made her write it. St. James felt Lady Helen watching him. He knew what she expected him to ask. He didn't ask it. For the past 10 days he had known something had happened between them. Cotter's behaviour alone would have told him as much, even if Deborah hadn't been gone from Howenstow when he'd returned from Penzance on the evening after Trenaro's death. But other than saying he'd flown her back to London, Linley said nothing more. And Cotter's grim restraint hadn't been a thing which St. James wanted to disturb. So even now he said nothing. Lady Helen, however, didn't have his scruples. What's happened to Deborah? Tommy broke their engagement, Sydney replied. Cotter hasn't told you, Simon? From the way Mummy's cook tells it, he was practically breathing fire on the phone. Quite in a rage. I half expected to hear he'd duelled with Tommy for satisfaction. Guns or knives, I can hear him shouting. Speaker's corner at dawn. Tommy hasn't told you either? How decidedly odd. Unless, of course, he thinks you may demand satisfaction, Simon. She laughed, and then sobered thoughtfully. You don't think this is a class thing, do you? Considering Peter's choice of Sasha, class can hardly be an issue with the Linleys. As she spoke, St. James realised that Sydney had no idea of anything that had happened since her bitter departure from Howenstow on that Sunday morning. He opened the bottom drawer beneath his work table and removed her perfume bottle.
"You misplaced this," he said.
She grabbed it, delighted. "Where did you find it?" "Don't tell me it was in the Hohenstow wardrobe. I can accept that for shoes, but for nothing else."
"Justin took it from your room, Sid."
Just a simple statement, 7 words, no more. Their effect upon his sister was immediate. Her smile faded. She tried to hold on to the edges of it, but her lips quivered with the effort. Liveliness left her. Her body seemed to shrink. The quick end to her insouciance told him how precarious a hold she had on her emotions. Her present madcap demeanour merely acted as a shield to fend off a mourning she hadn't begun. "Justin?" she said. "Why?" There was no easy way for him to tell her. He knew that the knowledge would only add to her sorrow. Yet telling her seemed to be the only way that she might start the process of burying her dead.
"To frame you for murder," he said.
"That's ridiculous."
"He wanted to murder Peter Linley. He got Sasha Nifford instead."
"I don't understand." She rolled the perfume bottle over and over in her hand. She bent her head. She brushed at her cheeks.
"It was filled with a drug she mistook for heroin."
At that, she looked up. St. James saw the expression on her face. The use of a drug as means of murder did indeed make the truth so unavoidable.
"I'm sorry, love."
"But Peter... Justin told me Peter was at Cambry's. He said they had a row, and then Mick Cambry died. He said that Peter wanted to kill him." "I don't understand. Peter must have known Justin told you and Tommy about it. He knew. He did know."
"Peter didn't kill Justin, Sid. He wasn't even at Hohenstow when Justin died."
"Then why?"
"Peter heard something he wasn't supposed to hear. He could have used it against Justin eventually, especially once Mick Cambry was killed. Justin got nervous. He knew Peter was desperate about money and cocaine. He knew he was unstable. He couldn't predict his behavior. So he needed to be rid of him."
Together, St. James and Lady Helen told her the story. Islington, Onkozyme, Trenarrow, Cambry. The clinic and cancer. The substitution of a placebo that led to Mick's death.
"Brooke was in jeopardy,"
St. James said.
"He took steps to eliminate it."
"What about me?" she asked. "It's my bottle. Didn't he know that people would think I was involved?" Still she clutched the bottle. Her fingers turned white round it. "The day on the beach, Sidney," Lady Helen said. "He'd been humiliated rather badly."
"He wanted to punish you,"
St. James said. Sidney's lips barely moved as she said, "He loved me. I know it. He loved me." St. James felt the terrible burden of her words, and with it the need to reassure his sister of her intrinsic worth. He wanted to say something, but couldn't think of the words that might comfort her. Lady Helen spoke. "What Justin Brooke was makes no statement about who you are, Sidney. You don't take your definition of self from him, or from what he felt, or didn't feel, for that matter." Sidney gave a choked sob. St. James went to her.
"I'm sorry, love,"
he said, putting his arm tightly round her.
"I think I'd rather you hadn't known. But I can't lie to you, Sidney. I'm not sorry he's dead."
She coughed and looked up at him. She offered a shattered smile. "Lord,
"How hungry I am," she whispered. "Shall we have lunch?"
In Eaton Terrace, Lady Helen slammed the door of her Minnie. She did it more to give herself courage, as if the action might attest to the fittingness of her behaviour, than to assure herself that the car door was securely locked. She looked up at the darkened front of Linley's townhouse, then held up her wrist to the light of a street lamp. It was nearly 11, hardly the time for a social call. But the very unsuitability of the hour gave her an advantage which she wasn't willing to relinquish. She climbed the marble-tiled steps to his door. For the past 2 weeks she'd been trying to contact him. Every effort had received a rebuff. Out on a job, working a double shift, caught at a meeting, testifying in court. From a series of unquestionably polite secretaries, assistants, and junior officers, she had heard every permutation of a job-related excuse. The implicit message was always the same. He was unavailable, alone, and preferring it so. It wouldn't be so tonight. She rang the bell. It sounded somewhere in the back of the house, resonating oddly towards the front door as if the building were empty. For a fleeting, mad moment, she actually harboured the thought that he had moved from London, running away from everything once and for all. But then the fanlight above the door showed a sudden illumination in the lower hallway. A bolt was drawn, the door opened, and Linley's valet stood blinking owlishly out at her. He was wearing his bedroom slippers, Lady Helen noted, and a plaid flannel bathrobe over paisley pyjamas. Surprise and judgment played spontaneously across his face. He wiped them off quickly enough, but Lady Helen read their meaning. Well-brought-up daughters of peers weren't supposed to go calling on gentlemen in the late of night, no matter which part of the 20th century this was. "Thank you, Denton," Lady Helen said decisively. She stepped into the hall every bit as if he'd asked her in with earnest protestations of welcome. "Please tell Lord Asherton that I must see him at once." She removed her light evening coat and placed it along with her bag on a chair in the foyer. Still standing by the open door, Denton looked from her to the street, as if trying to recall whether he had actually asked her in. He kept his hand on the doorknob and shifted from foot to foot, appearing caught between a need to protest the solecism of this visit and the fear of someone's wrath should he do so. "His lordship's asked—" "I know," Lady Helen said. She felt a brief flicker of guilt to be bullying Denton, knowing that his determination to protect Linley was motivated by a loyalty that spanned nearly a decade. "I understand. He's asked not to be disturbed, not to be interrupted. He's not returned one of my calls these last 2 weeks, Denton, so I quite understand he wishes not to be bothered. Now that the issue is clear between us, please tell him I wish to see him. But I shall go directly up to his bedroom if I have to." Denton signalled his surrender by closing the door. "He's in the library. I'll fetch him for you." "No need. I know the way." She left Denton gaping in the hallway and went quickly up the stairs to the first floor of the house, down a thickly carpeted corridor, past an impressive collection of antique pewter, winked at by 6 Asherton ancestors long since dead. She heard Linley's valet, not far behind her, murmuring, "My lady, Lady Helen." The library door was closed. She knocked once, heard Linley's voice, and entered. He was sitting at his desk, his head resting in one hand, and several folders spread out in front of him. Lady Helen's first thought, with some considerable surprise as he looked up, was that she had no idea he'd begun wearing spectacles to read. He took them off as he got to his feet. He said nothing, merely glanced behind her to where Denton stood, looking monumentally apologetic. "Sorry," Denton said. "I tried." "Don't blame him," Lady Helen said. I bullied my way in." She saw that Denton had moved one step into the room. With another he would be close enough to put his hand on her arm and escort her back down the stairs and out into the street. She couldn't imagine him doing so without Linley's direction, but just in case he was considering the idea, she headed him off. "Thank you, Denton. Leave us, please, if you will." Denton gawked at her. He looked at Linley, who nodded sharply once. He left the room. "Why haven't you returned my calls, Tommy?" Lady Helen asked the moment they were alone. "I've telephoned here and the yard repeatedly. I've stopped by 4 times. I've been sick with worry about you."
"Sorry, old duck," he said easily. "There's been a mass of work lately. I'm up to my ears in it. Will you have a drink?"
He walked to a rosewood table, on which were arranged several decanters and a set of glasses. "Thank you, no." He poured himself a whisky, but didn't drink it at once.
"Please sit down."
"I think not."
"Whatever you like."
He offered her a lopsided smile and tossed back a large portion of his drink. And then, perhaps unwilling to keep up the pretense any longer, he looked away from her, saying,
"I'm sorry, Helen. I wanted to return your calls, but I couldn't do it. Sheer cowardice, I suppose."
Her anger melted immediately. "I can't bear to see you like this, walled up in your library, incommunicado at work. I can't bear it, Tommy." For a moment, the only response was his breathing. She could hear it, shallow and unevenly spaced. Then he said,
"The only time I seem to be able to drive her from my mind is when I'm working. So that's what I've been doing. That's all I've been doing. And when I haven't been on a case, I've spent the time telling myself that I'll get over this eventually. A few more weeks. A few months."
Shakily he laughed.
"It's a bit difficult to believe."
"I know. I understand."
"God, yes. Who on earth could know better than you?"
"Then why haven't you phoned me?" He moved restlessly across the room to the fireplace. No fire demanded his attention there, so he gave it instead to a collection of Meissen porcelain plates on the overmantel. He took one from its stand, turning it in his hands. Lady Helen wanted to tell him to have a care. The plate might well shatter under the strength with which he gripped it, but she said nothing. He put the plate back. She repeated her question. "You know I've wanted to talk to you. Why haven't you phoned me?"
"I haven't been able to. It hurts too much, Helen. I can't hide that from you."
"Why on earth would you want to?"
"I feel like a fool. I should be stronger than this. None of it should matter. I should be able just to slough it off and go on."
"Go on?" She felt all her anger return in a rush. Her blood heated in the presence of this stiff upper lip attitude, which she'd always found so contemptible in the men she knew, as if schooling and breeding and generations of reserve condemned each of them to a life of feeling nothing. "Do you actually mean to tell me that you've no right to your sorrow because you're a man? I don't believe that. I won't believe that."
"It's nothing at all to do with sorrow. I've just been trying to find my way back to the man I was 3 years ago. Before Deborah. If I can reclaim him, I'll be fine."
"That man was no different from the man you are now."
3 years ago, I'd not have taken this so hard. What were women to me then? Bed partners, nothing more.
"And that's what you want to be? A man drifting through life in a sexual fugue, only thinking about his next performance in bed? Is that what you want?"
"It's easier that way."
"Of course it's easy. That kind of life is always easy. People fade out of one another's bed with hardly a word of farewell. let alone one of commitment. And if by chance they wake up one morning with someone whose name escapes them, it's all right, isn't it? It's part of the game.
There was no pain involved in relationships then. There was nothing involved. Never for me.
That may be what you'd like to remember, Tommy, but that's not the way it was. Because if what you say is true, if life was nothing more than collecting and seducing a stable full of women, why did you never have me?
He reflected on the question. He went back to the decanters and poured himself a second drink. I don't know.
Yes, you do. Tell me why.
I don't know.
What a conquest I would have been. Thrown over by Simon, my life in a shambles. The last thing I wanted was an involvement with anyone. How on earth did you resist a challenge like that? What a chance it was to prove yourself to yourself. What incredible fodder for your self-esteem.
He placed his glass on the table and turned it beneath his fingers. She watched his profile and saw how fragile a thing was his veneer of control. I expect you were different, he said.
Not at all. I had the right equipment. I was just like the others. Heat and pleasure, breasts and thighs.
Don't be ridiculous.
A woman, after all. Easily seduced, especially by an expert. But you never tried with me, not even once. That sort of sexual reticence doesn't make sense in a man whose sole interest in women revolves round what they have to offer him in bed. And I had it to offer, didn't I, Tommy? Oh, I would have resisted at first, but I would have slept with you eventually, and you knew it. But you didn't try.
He turned to her. How could I have done that to you after what you'd been through with Simon?
Compassion? She demanded. From the man bent on pleasure? What difference did it make whose body provided it? Weren't we all the same?
He was quiet for so long that she wondered if he would answer. She could see the struggle for composure on his face. She willed him to speak, knowing only that he had to acknowledge his sorrow so that it could live and rage and then die. Not you, he said finally. She could tell the phrase cost him dearly. Not Deborah.
What was different?
I let things go further.
Further?
To the heart. She crossed the room to him. Her hand touched his arm.
Don't you see, Tommy, you weren't that man bent on pleasure. You want to think you were, but that wasn't the case. Not for anyone who bothered to take the time to know you. Not for me, certainly, who was never your lover. And not for Deborah, who was.
I wanted something different with her. His eyes were red-rimmed. Roots, ties, a family. I was willing to be something more to have that. It was worth it. She was worth it.
Yes, she was. And she was worth grieving over as well. She's still worth that.
Oh, God, he whispered. Her hand slid down his arm, closed over his wrist.
Tommy, dear, it's all right. Really.
He shook his head blindly, as if by that movement he could shake off his terrible desolation. I think I shall die of loneliness, Helen. His voice broke horribly, the sound of a man who hadn't allowed himself to experience a single emotion in years. I can't bear it. He started to turn from her, to go back to his desk, but she stopped him and closed the remaining space between them. She took him into her arms.
You're not alone, Tommy,
she said quite gently. He began to cry.
Deborah pushed open the gate just as the street lamp on Lordship Place lit for the evening, sending delicate sprays of light through the mist that fell on the garden. She stood for a moment and gazed at the warm, burnt sienna bricks of the house, at its fresh white plasterwork, at its old wrought-iron handrail that forever rusted in spots that forever needed paint. In so many ways it would always be home to her, no matter how long she managed to stay away. 3 years, 3 decades, or like this time, a month. She'd managed avoidance through a string of fabrications, which she knew her father didn't believe for a moment. Setting myself up professionally, Dad. Working very hard. Appointments here and there. Showing my portfolio around. Shall we meet somewhere for dinner? No, I can't come to Chelsea. He'd accepted the excuses rather than quarrel with her again. No more than did she. Her father didn't savour a repetition of their row in Paddington a week after her return from Cornwall. He had wanted her to come home. She refused to consider it. He didn't understand. To him it was simple. Pack your things, close the flat, come back to Cheyne Row. In effect, as far as he was concerned, return to the past. She couldn't do so. She tried to explain her need for a time that was solely her own. His response was a nasty castigation of Tommy for changing her, destroying her, distorting her values. And from there the row grew, ending with her wresting from him a bitter promise not to speak of her relationship with Tommy ever again, to her or to anyone else. They had parted acrimoniously and hadn't seen each other since. Nor had she seen Simon. Nor had she wanted to. Those few horrifying moments in Nan Runnel had exposed her to herself in an unforgiving light that she could no longer ignore. And for the month that followed, she'd had to examine and admit to the lie she'd been living for the last 2.5 years. The lover of one man, bound in 1,000 different ways to another. And yet bound forever to Tommy as well, in ways she could never allow him to know. She didn't know where to begin to undo the damage she had done to herself and to others. So she had stayed in Paddington, working as an apprentice photographer for a Mayfair studio, spending a long weekend in Wales and another in Brighton, and she had waited for her life to take on a semblance of peace. It hadn't done so. So she had come on this visit to Chelsea, not exactly knowing what she could accomplish, only knowing that the longer she stayed away, the more difficult a reconciliation with her father would be. What she wanted from Simon, she couldn't have said. Through the mist she saw the kitchen lights come on. Her father passed the window. He went to the stove, then to the table where he disappeared from her view. She followed the flagstone path across the garden and descended the stairs. Alaska met her at the door, as if, with that preternatural sensitivity inherent to felines, he'd known she'd be arriving. He twitched one ear and began a stately criss-crossing through her legs, his tail waving majestically. "Where's Peach?" she asked the cat as she rubbed his head. His back arched appreciatively. He began to purr. Footsteps came out of the kitchen into the foyer. "Deb!" She straightened. "Hello, Dad." She saw him looking for signs that she'd come home, a suitcase, a carton, an easily movable item like a lamp. But he said nothing other than, "Had your dinner, girl?" and returned to the kitchen where the rich smell of roasting meat was scenting the air. She followed him. "Yes, at the flat." She saw that he was working at the table, that he'd lined up 4 pairs of shoes to be polished. She noted the heaviness of their construction, necessary so that the crosspiece of his brace could fit through the left heel. For some reason, the sight affected a blackness in her. She looked away. "How's work?" Cotter asked her. "Fine. I've been using my old cameras, the Nikon and the Hasselblad. They're working for me well. They make me rely on myself more, on knowledge and technique. I find I like that. Cotter nodded, applied 2 fingertips of polish to the top of a shoe. He was nobody's fool.
"It's forgotten, Deb," he answered. "All of it, girl. You do what's best for you."
She felt a rush of gratitude. She looked round the room at the white brick walls, the old stove with 3 covered pots sitting on it, the worn worktops, the glass-fronted cabinets, the uneven tile floor. A small basket near the stove legs sat empty.
"Where's Peach?" she asked.
"Mr. St. James taken her out for a walk."
Cotter gave a glance to the wall clock.
"Absent-minded he is. Dinner's been ready these last 15 minutes.
"Where's he gone?"
"The Embankment, I expect."
"Shall I fetch him?" His reply was perfectly non-committal.
"If you fancy a walk. If you don't, it's fine. Dinner'll keep a bit."
She said, "I'll see if I can find him." She went back to the foyer but turned at the kitchen door. Her father was giving his complete attention to the shoes. "I've not come home, Dad. You know that, don't you?"
"I know what I know,"
was Cotter's answer as she left the house. The mist was encircling each street lamp with an amber corona, and a breeze was beginning to blow off the Thames. Deborah turned up the collar of her coat as she walked. Inside houses, people were sitting down to their evening meals, while at the King's Head and 8 Bells at the corner of Cheney Row, others gathered at the bar for conversation and refreshment. Deborah smiled fondly when she saw this latter group. She knew most of them by name. They'd been nightly patrons of the pub for years. The sight of them filled her with nostalgia, which she dismissed as nonsensical, and pushed on to Cheney Walk. Traffic was light. She crossed quickly to the river and saw him some distance away, elbows resting on the embankment wall, studying the charming whimsicality of Albert Bridge. In the summers of her childhood they had frequently wandered across it to Battersea Park. She wondered if he remembered that. What a gawky little companion she'd been to him then. How patient and kind his friendship had been in return. She stopped for a moment to observe him unnoticed. He scanned the bridge. A smile played on his lips. And all the while, at his feet, Peach sat placidly chewing on her lead. As Deborah watched the 2 of them, Peach caught sight of her and began pulling away from St. James. She turned a quick circle, got tangled in the lead, fell in a heap, and gave a happy yelp. Distracted from his admiration of one of London's most capricious structures, St. James looked down at the little dachshund, and then back up, as if to locate the cause of her desire for escape. When he saw Deborah, he released his grip on the lead and let the dog run to her, which Peach did, ears flopping wildly, rear legs nearly overtaking the rest of her body. She was a frenzy of joy. She threw herself upon Deborah, barking ecstatically, wagging her tail. Deborah laughed, hugged the dog, allowed herself to be licked on the nose. She thought about how it was so simple with animals. They gave their hearts without question or fear. They had no expectations. They were so easy to love. If people could only be like that, no one would ever be hurt, she thought. No one would ever need to learn how to forgive. St. James watched her walk towards him in the light of the embankment lamps, with Peach dancing along at her side. She carried no umbrella against the mist that was creating a net of bright beads on her hair. Her only protection was a lambswool coat, its collar turned up so that it framed her face like an Elizabethan ruff. She looked lovely, like someone out of a 16th century portrait. But there was a change to her face, something that hadn't been there 6 weeks ago, something aching and adult.
"Your dinner's ready,"
she said when she reached him. "You're out late for a walk, aren't you?" She joined him at the wall. It felt like a commonplace sort of meeting, as if nothing had happened between them, as if in the last month she hadn't faded in and out of his life without greeting or farewell.
"I wasn't thinking of the time. Sydney told me she went with you to Wales."
"We had a lovely weekend on the coast."
He nodded.
He'd been watching a family of swans on the water, and would have pointed them out to her. Their presence at this section of the river was certainly unusual, but he didn't do so. Her manner was too distant. Apparently, however, she saw the birds herself, caught in silhouette in the lights that sparkled from the opposite bank. "I've never seen swans in this part of the river before," she said. "And at night. Do you suppose they're all right?" There were 5 of them, 2 adults and 3 nearly grown cygnets, floating peacefully near the pilings of Albert Bridge.
"They're all right," he said,
and saw how the birds gave him a small opening to speak.
"I was sorry you broke the swan that day in Paddington."
"I can't come home," she said in reply. "I need to make peace with you somehow. Perhaps take a step towards being friends again some day. But I can't come home." This was the difference, then. She was maintaining that kind of careful distance that people develop to protect themselves when things come to an end between them. It reminded him of himself 3 years ago, when she had come to say goodbye, and he had listened, too afraid to speak lest saying one word might cause the floodgates to open, and everything he felt to spill forth in a humiliating wave of entreaty that both time and circumstance would have forced her to deny. They had come full circle, it seemed, to goodbye again. How simple just to say it and get on with living. He looked from her face to her hand resting on the embankment wall. It was bare of Linley's ring. He lightly touched the finger that had worn it. She didn't pull away, and it was that absence of movement which prompted him to speak.
"Don't leave me again, Deborah."
He saw that she hadn't expected a response of that kind. She'd come without a line of defence. He pressed the advantage.
"You were 17. I was 28. Can you try to understand what it was like for me then? I'd cut myself off from caring about anyone for years. And all of a sudden, I was caring for you, wanting you, yet all the time believing that if we made love..."
She spoke quickly, lightly. "All that's past, isn't it? Doesn't matter, really. It's much better forgotten."
I told myself that I couldn't make love to you, Deborah. I manufactured all sorts of mad reasons why. Duty to your father, a betrayal of his trust, the destruction of our friendship, yours and mine. Our souls couldn't bond together if we became lovers, and I wanted a soulmate, so we couldn't make love. I kept repeating your age over and over. How could I live with myself if I took a 17-year-old girl to bed?
What does it matter now? We're beyond that. After all that's happened, what does it matter that we didn't make love 3 years ago? Her questions weren't so much cold as they were cautious, as if whatever careful reasoning she'd gone through in her decision to leave him were under attack.
Because if you're going to make this leaving of yours a permanent arrangement, then at least you'll leave this time knowing the truth. I let you go because I wanted peace. I wanted you out of the house. I reasoned that if you were gone, I'd stop feeling torn. I'd stop wanting you. I'd stop feeling guilty for wanting you. I'd get the whole issue of sex driven out of my mind. You'd been gone less than a week when I saw the truth of the matter.
It doesn't... He persisted.
I thought I could exist quite nicely without you, and my own hypocrisy slapped me right in the face. I wanted you back. I wanted you home. So I wrote to you.
As he was speaking, she'd kept her attention on the river, but now she turned to him. He didn't wait for her to ask the question.
I didn't post the letters.
Why? And now he had come to it. So easy to sit alone in the study and rehearse for a month all the things he had needed to say to her for years. But now that he had the opportunity to say them, he found himself faltering all over again, and he wondered why it had always been so frightening that she should know the truth. He drew in air like resolution.
For the same reason I wouldn't make love with you. I was afraid. I knew that you could have any man in the world.
Any man?
All right, you could have Tommy. Given that choice, how could I expect that you might want me?
You?
A cripple.
So there it is, isn't it? We end up at cripple no matter where we begin.
We do, because it's a fact of who I am, and we can't ignore it. I've spent the last 3 years considering all the things I could never do at your side. Things that any other man, Tommy, could do with ease.
What's the point of that? Why keep torturing yourself?
Because I had to work through it. It had to stop mattering so much that I couldn't even hold you if I were unattached to this cursed brace. It had to stop mattering so much that I'm crippled. And that's what you need to know before you leave me. That it doesn't matter any longer. Crippled or not, half a man, 3/4. It doesn't matter. I want you.
And then he added unfairly, but without a regret, since there are no rules that govern affairs of the heart.
Once and for life.
It was done. In whatever fashion she would judge them, the words had been said. 3 years too late, but said all the same. And even if she chose to leave him now, at least she chose knowing the worst he was, and the best. He could live with that.
"What do you want of me?" she asked. You know the answer to that.
Peach moved restlessly at their feet. Someone shouted from the patch of green across Cheyne Walk. Deborah watched the river. He followed the direction of her gaze to see that the swans had cleared the final pilings of the bridge. They were floating unchanged, as they had done before, as they always would do, seeking the safety of Battersea.
"Deborah," he said.
The birds gave her the answer.
"Like the swans, Simon."
It was more than enough.
"My love, like the swans."
The end. You've been listening to A Suitable Vengeance by Elizabeth George, narrated by Davina Porter. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends The Veiled One by Ruth Rendell, also narrated by Davina Porter. You'll find a wide selection of titles, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more, in the Recorded Books catalogue. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, call us toll-free nationwide at 1-800-638-1304. You can order by phone with Visa or MasterCard, or fax us at 410-535-5499. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.